Chapter 45 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. 2 duels in one day. The crisis may have been my cue to come down, but I was overpowered with a sense of delightful happiness, and could not stir from my seat. The arrow had been drawn out of my breast, leaving not a taint of its poison. The blood coursed pleasantly through my veins. My pulse throbbed firm and free. My soul was triumphant. I could have cried out for very joy. With an effort I held my peace, and waited for the denouement, for I saw that the scene was not yet at an end. "Mistress, indeed!" exclaimed the bold beauty in scornful accent. "And this is the motive of your proffered friendship, vile wretch! For what do you mistake me? A camp wench, or a facile squaw of the Yamasee? Know, sir, that I am your equal in blood and race. And though your pale-faced friends have robbed me of my inheritance, there is that which neither they nor you can take from me, the honor of my name. Mistress, indeed! Silly fellow! No, not even your wife. Sooner than sell myself to such base love as yours, I should wander naked through the wild woods and live upon the acorns of the oak, rather than redeem him at such a price. My brave brother would spend his lifetime in your chains. Oh, that he were here! Oh, that he were witness of this foul insult! Wretch! He would smite thee like a reed to the earth. The eye, the attitude, the foot firmly planted, the fearless, determined bearing, all reminded me of Osceola while delivering himself before the council. Maumee was undoubtedly his sister. The soi-disant lover quailed before the withering reproach, and for some time stood shrinking and abashed. He had more than one cause for abasement. He might feel regret at having made a proposal so ill received, but far more at the disappointment of his hopes and the utter discomfiture of his designs. Perhaps the moment before he would have smothered his chagrin and permitted the girl to depart without molestation, but the scornful apostrophe had roused him to a sort of frenzied recklessness, and probably it was only at that moment that he formed the resolve to carry his rudeness still further and effect his purpose by force. I could not think that he had held such design anterior to his coming on the ground. Professed libertine though he was not the man for such perilous emprise. He was but a speck of vain conceit, and lacked the reckless daring of the ravisher. It was only when stung by the reproaches of the Indian maiden that he resolved upon proceeding to extremes. She had turned her back upon him and was moving away. "Not so fast!" cried he, rushing after and grasping her by the wrist. "Not so fast, my brown-skinned charmer. Do you think you can cast me off so lightly? I have followed you for months, and by the god of Phoebus, I shall make you pay for the false smiles you have treated me to. You needn't struggle. We are alone here, and ere we part, I heard no more of this hurried speech. I had risen from my perch and was hurrying down to the rescue, but before I could reach the spot, another was before me. Hajiwa, her eyes glaring fiercely, with a wild maniac laugh upon her lips, was rushing forward. She held the body of the rattlesnake in her extended hands. Its head projected in front, while its long neck was oscillating from side to side, showing that the reptile was angry and eager to make an attack. Its hiss and the harsh skrrr of its rattles could be heard sounding at intervals as it was carried forward. In another instant the maniac was face to face with the would-be ravisher, who, startled by her approach, had released his hold of the girl, and falling back a pace, stood gazing with amazement at this singular intruder. "Ho, ho!" screamed the maniac, as she glided up to the spot. His son, ho! I am sure of it. Just like his false father, just as he on the day he wronged the trusting Ewa. Hulwark! It is the hour, the very hour. The moon in the same quarter, horned and wicked, smiling upon the guilt. Ho, ho! The hour of the deed, the hour of vengeance. The father's crime shall be atoned by the son. Great Spirit, give me revenge. Chita Miko, give me revenge. As she uttered these apostrophic appeals, she sprang forward, holding the snake far outstretched, as if to give it the opportunity of striking the now terrified man. The latter mechanically drew his sword, and then, as if inspired by the necessity of defending himself, cried out, "Hellish sorceress! If you come a step nearer, I shall run you through the body. Back now, keep off, or by I shall do it." The resolution expressed by his tone proved that the speaker was in earnest, but the appeal was unheeded. The maniac continued to advance, despite the shining blade that menaced her, and within reach of whose point she had already arrived. I was now close to the spot. I had drawn my own blade, and was hurrying forward to ward off the fatal blow which I expected every moment would be struck. It was my design to save Hajiwa, who seemed recklessly rushing upon her destruction. In all probability, I should have been too late, had the thrust been given, but it was not. Whether from terror at the wild, unearthly aspect of his assailants, or, what is more likely, fearing that she was about to fling the snake upon him, the man appeared struck with a sudden panic and retreated backward. A step or two brought him to the edge of the water. There were loose stones strewed thickly along the shore. Among these his feet became entangled, and balancing backward, he fell with a plash upon the pond. The water deepened abruptly, and he sank out of sight. Perhaps the sudden immersion was the means of saving his life, but the moment after he rose above the surface, and clambered hastily up on the bank. He was now furious, and with his drawn sword, which he had managed to retain hold of, he rushed towards the spot where Hajiwa still stood. His angry oaths told his determination to slay her. It was not the soft, yielding body of a woman, nor yet of a reptile, that his blade was to encounter. It struck against steel, hard and shining as his own. I had thrown myself between him and his victims, and had succeeded in restraining Hajiwa from carrying out her vengeful design. As the assailant approached, his blade, but more the water half blinding him, hindered him from seeing me, and it was not till our blades had rasped together that he seemed aware of my presence. There was a momentary pause, accompanied by silence. "You, Randolph!" at length he exclaimed in a tone of surprise. Lieutenant Scott. Randolph it is. Pardon my intrusion, but your pretty love scene changing so suddenly to a quarrel, I deemed it my duty to interfere. You have been listening? You have heard? And pray, sir, what business have you either to play the spy on my actions or interfere in my affairs? Business, right, duty. The duty which all men have to protect weak innocence from the designs of such a terrible Bluebeard as you appear to be. By, you shall rue this. Now, or when? Whenever you please. No time like the present. Come on. Not another word was spoken between us, but the instant after our blades were clinking in the fierce game of thrust and parry. The affair was short. At the third or fourth lunge, I ran my antagonist through the right shoulder, disabling his arm. His sword fell jingling among the pebbles. "You have wounded me," cried he. "I am disarmed," he added, pointing to the fallen blade. "Enough, sir. I am satisfied. But not I, not till you have knelt upon these stones and asked pardon from her whom you have so grossly insulted." "Never," cried he, "never." And as he uttered these words, giving, as I presumed, a proof of determined courage, he turned suddenly, and to my utter astonishment commenced running away from the ground. I ran after, and soon overtook him. I could have thrust him in the back, had I been sanguinarily inclined, but instead I contented myself with giving him a foot salute in what Gallagher would have termed his posteriors, and with no other ado left him to continue his shameful flight. End of chapter 45. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 46 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Silent Declaration. Now for the love, the sweet young love, under the tala tree, etc. It was the voice of Hajiwa chanting one of her favorite melodies. Far sweeter the tones of another voice pronouncing my own name, George Randolph. Ma me. Ho, ho, you both remember. Still remember? Hinkless. The island, that fair island, fair to you but dark in the memory of Hajiwa. Whole walk. I think oft no more. No, no, no. Now for the love, the sweet young love, under. It was once mine, it is now yours, Miko, yours, Hinklets. Pretty creatures enjoy it alone. You wish not the Mad Queen for a companion? Ha, ha, Cory, Cory. I go. Fear not the rustling wind, fear not the whispering trees. None can approach while Hajiwa watches. She will be your guardian. Chitamiko, too. Ho, Chitamiko. Now for the love, the sweet young love. And again renewing her chant, the strange woman glided from the spot, leaving me alone with Maumee. The moment was not without embarrassment to me, perhaps to both of us. No profession had ever passed between us, no assurance, not a word of love. Although I loved Maumee with all my heart's strength, although I now felt certain that she loved me, there had been no mutual declaration of our passion. The situation was a peculiar one, and the tongue felt restraint. But words would have been superfluous in that hour. There was an electricity passing between us. Our souls were en rapport, our hearts in happy communion, and each understood the thoughts of the other. Not all the words in the world could have given me surer satisfaction than the heart of Maumee was mine. It was scarcely possible that she could misconceive. With but slight variation, my thoughts were hers. In all likelihood, Hajiwa had carried to her ears my earnest declaration. Her look was joyful, assured. She did not doubt me. I extended my arms, opening them widely. Nature prompted me. Or perhaps passion, all the same. The silent signal was instantly understood, and the moment after, the head of my beloved was nestling upon my bosom. Not a word was spoken. A low fond cry alone escaped her lips as she fell upon my breast, and twined her arms in rapturous compression around me. For some moments we exchanged not speech. Our hearts alone held converse. Soon the embarrassment vanished, as a light cloud before the summer sun. Not a trace of shyness remained, and we conversed in the confidence of mutual love. I am spared the writing of our love speeches. You have yourself heard or uttered them. If too commonplace to be repeated, so also are they too sacred. I forbear to detail them. We had other thoughts to occupy us. After a while the transport of our mutual joys, though still sweet, assumed a more sober tinge, and, half forgetting the present, we talked of the past and the future. I questioned Maumee much. Without guile, she gave me the history of that long interval of absence. She confessed, or rather declared, for there was no coquettish hesitation in her manner, that she had loved me from the first, even from that hour when I first saw and loved her. Through the long silent years, by night as by day, had the one thought held possession of her bosom. In her simplicity, she wondered had I not known of it. I reminded her that her love had never been declared. It was true, she said, but she had never dreamt of concealing it. She thought I might have perceived it. Her instincts were keener. She had been conscious of mine. So declared she, with a freedom that put me off my guard. If not stronger, her passion was nobler than my own. She had never doubted me during the years of separation, only of late, but the cause of this doubt was explained. The pseudo-lover had poured poison into her ears, hence the errand of Hajiwa. Alas, my story was not so guileless. Only part of the truth could I reveal, and my conscience smote me as I passed over many an episode that would have given pain. But the past was past, and could not be reenacted. A more righteous future was opening before me, and silently in my heart did I register vows of atonement. Never more should I have cause to reproach myself. Never would my love, never could it wander away from the beautiful being I held in my embrace. Proudly my bosom swelled as I listened to the ingenuous confession of her love. But sadly when other themes became the subject of our converse, the story of family trials, of wrongs endured, of insults put upon them, and more especially by their white neighbors, the Ringgolds, caused my blood to boil afresh. The tale corresponded generally with what I had already learned, but there were other circumstances unknown to public rumor. He, too, the wretched hypocrite, had made love to her. He had of late desisted from his importunities, through fear of her brother, and dared no longer come near. The other, Scott, had made his approaches under the guise of friendship. He had learned what was known to many, the position of affairs with regard to the Indian widow's plantation. From his relationship in high quarters, he possessed influence, and had promised to exert it in obtaining restitution. It was a mere pretense, a promise made without any intention of being kept, but backed by fair words. It had deceived the generous, trusting heart of Osceola. Hence the admission of this heartless cur into the confidence of a family intimacy. For months had the correspondence existed, though the opportunities were but occasional. During all this time had the soi-disant seducer been pressing his suit, though not very boldly, since he too dreaded the frown of that terrible brother, neither successfully. He had not succeeded. Ringgold well knew this when he affirmed the contrary. His declaration had but one design, to sting me. For such purpose it could not have been made in better time. There was one thing I longed to know. Surely Maumee, with her keen, quick perception, from the girlish confidence that had existed between them, surely she could inform me. I longed to know the relations that had existed between my sister and her brother. Much as I desired the information, I refrained from asking it. And yet we talked of both, of Virginia especially, for Maumee remembered my sister with affection, and made many inquiries in relation to her. Virginia was more beautiful than ever, she had heard, and accomplished beyond all others. She wondered if my sister would remember those walks and girlish amusements, those happy hours upon the island. Perhaps, thought I, too well. It was a theme that gave me pain. The future claimed our attention. The past was now bright as heaven. But there were clouds in the sky of the future. We talked of that nearest and darkest, the imprisonment of Osceola. How long would it last? What could be done to render it as brief as possible? I promised to do everything in my power, and I purposed as I promised. It was my firm resolve to leave no stone unturned to effect the liberation of the captive chief. If right should not prevail, I was determined to try stratagem, even with the sacrifice of my commission, even though personal disgrace should await me, the risk of life itself. I resolved he should be free. I needed not to add to my declaration the emphasis of an oath. I was believed without that. A flood of gratitude was beaming from those liquid orbs, and the silent pressure of love-burning lips was sweeter thanks than words could have uttered. It was time for parting. The moon told the hour of midnight. On the crest of the hill, like a bronze statue outlined against the pale sky, stood the Mad Queen. A signal brought her to our side, and after another embrace, one more fervid pressure of sweet lips, Mommy and I parted. Her strange but faithful guardian led her away by some secret path, and I was left alone. I could scarcely take myself away from that consecrated ground, and I remained for some minutes longer, giving full play to triumphant and rapturous reflections. The declining moon again warned me, and crossing the crest of the hill, I hastened back to the fort. End of Chapter 46. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 47 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Captive. Late as was the hour, I determined to visit the captive before going to rest. My design would not admit of delay. Besides, I had a suspicion that before another day passed, my own liberty might be curtailed. 2 duels in one day, 2 antagonists wounded, and both friends to the commander-in-chief, myself comparatively friendless. It was hardly probable I should escape scot-free. Arrest I expected as certain, perhaps a trial by court-martial, with a fair chance of being cashiered the service. Despite my lukewarmness in the case in which we had become engaged, I could not contemplate this result without uneasiness. Little did I care for my commission. I could live without it. But whether right or wrong, few men are indifferent to the censure of their fellows, and no man likes to bear the brand of official disgrace. Reckless as one may be of self, kindred and family have a concern in the matter, not to be lightly ignored. Gallagher's views were different. Let them arrest and cashier, and be hanged. What need you care? Divil a bit, me boy. Soul man, if I were in your boots, with a fine plantation and a whole regiment of black niggers, I'd snap my fingers at the service and go to raisin sugar and tobaccy. Be St. Patrick, that's what I'd do. My friend's consolatory speech failed to cheer me, and, in no very joyous mood, I walked towards the quarters of the captive, to add still further to my chances of cashierment. Like an eagle freshly caught and caged, like a panther in a pen-trap, furious, restless, at intervals uttering words of wild menace, I found the young chief of the Baton Rouge. The apartment was quite dark. There was no window to admit even the grey lustre of the night, and the corporal who guided me in carried neither torch nor candle. He went back to the guard-house to procure one, leaving me in darkness. I heard the footfall of a man. It was the sound of a moccasined foot, and soft as the tread of a tiger. But mingling with this was the sharp clanking of a chain. I heard the breathing of one evidently in a state of excitement, and now and then an exclamation of fierce anger. Without light, I could perceive that the prisoner was pacing the apartment in rapid, irregular strides. At least his limbs were free. I had entered silently and stood near the door. I had already ascertained that the prisoner was alone, but waited for the light before addressing him. Preoccupied as he appeared to be, I fancied that he was not conscious of my presence. My fancy was at fault. I heard him stop suddenly in his tracks, as if turning towards me, and the next moment his voice fell upon my ear. To my surprise, it pronounced my name. He must have seen through the darkness. "You, Randolph," he said, in a tone of expressed reproach. "You, too, in the ranks of our enemies, armed, uniformed, equipped, ready to aid in driving us from our homes." "Powell." "Not Powell, sir. My name is Osceola. To me, still Edward Powell, the friend of my youth, the preserver of my life. By that name alone do I remember you." There was a momentary pause. The speech had evidently produced a conciliating effect. Perhaps memories of the past had come over him. He replied, "Your errand? Come you as a friend, or only like others to torment me with idle words? I have had visitors already, gay gibbering fools with forked tongues, who would counsel me to dishonor. Have you been sent upon a like mission?" From this speech I concluded that Scott, the pseudo-friend, had already been with the captive, likely on some errand from the agent. "I come of my own accord as a friend." "George Randolph, I believe you. As a boy you possessed the soul of honor. The straight sapling rarely grows to a crooked tree. I will not believe that you are changed, though enemies have spoken against you." "No, no. Your hand, Randolph, your hand. Forgive me for doubting you." I reached through the darkness to accept the proffered salute. Instead of one, I grasped both hands of the prisoner. I felt that they were manacled together. For all that, the pressure was firm and true, nor did I return it with less warmth. Enemies had spoken against me. I needed not to ask who these were. That had been already told me, but I felt it necessary to give the captive assurance of my friendship. I needed his full confidence to ensure the success of the plan which I had conceived for his liberation, and to secure this I detailed to him what had transpired by the pond, only a portion of what had passed. There was a portion of it I could not entrust even to the ears of a brother. I anticipated a fresh paroxysm of fury, but was agreeably disappointed. The young chief had been accustomed to harsh developments, and could outwardly control himself. But I saw that my tale produced an impression that told deeply, if not loudly, upon him. In the darkness I could not see his face, but the grinding teeth and hissing ejaculations were expressive of the strong passions stirring within. "Fool!" he exclaimed at length. "Blind fool that I have been, and yet I suspected this smooth-tongued villain from the first. Thanks, noble Randolph. I can never repay this act of chivalric friendship. Henceforth you may command Osceola. Say no more, Powell. You have nothing to repay. It was I who was the debtor. But come, we lose time. My purpose in coming here is to counsel you to a plan for procuring your release from this awkward confinement. We must be brief, else my intentions may be suspected." "What plan, Randolph?" "You must sign the Treaty of Outhliacoochee." End of Chapter 47. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 48 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The War Cry. A single "ugh," expressive of contemptuous surprise, was all the reply, and then a deep silence succeeded. I broke the silence by repeating my demand. "You must sign it." "Never." came the response in a tone of emphatic determination. Never. Sooner than do that, I will linger among these logs, till decay has worn the flesh from my bones and dried up the blood in my veins. Sooner than turn traitor to my tribe, I will rush against the bayonets of my jailers and perish upon the spot. Never. Patience, Powell, patience. You do not understand me. You, in common with other chiefs, appear to misconceive the terms of this treaty. Remember, it binds you to a mere conditional promise, to surrender your lands and move west, only in case a majority of your nation agree to it. Now, today, a majority has not agreed, nor will the addition of your name make the number a majority. True, true, interrupted the chief, beginning to comprehend my meaning. Well, then, you may sign and not feel bound by your signature, since the most essential condition still remains unfulfilled. And why should you not adopt this ruse? Ill-used as you certainly have been, no one could pronounce it dishonorable in you. For my part, I believe you would be justified in any expedient that would free you from so wrongful an imprisonment. Perhaps my principles were scarcely according to the rules of moral rectitude, but at that moment they took their tone from strong emotions, and to the eyes of friendship and love the wrong was not apparent. Osceola was silent. I observed that he was meditating on what I had urged. "Why, Randolph," said he after a pause, "you must have dwelt in Philadelphia, that famed city of lawyers. I never took this view before. You are right. Signing would not bind me. It is true. But think you that the agent would be satisfied with my signature? He hates me, I know it, and his reasons. I hate him for many reasons, for this is not the first outrage I have suffered at his hands. Will he be satisfied if I sign? I am almost certain of it. Simulate submission if you can. Write your name to the treaty, and you will be at once set free." I had no doubt of this. From what I had learned since Osceola's arrest, I had reason to believe that Thompson repented his conduct. It was the opinion of others that he had acted rashly, and that his act was likely to provoke evil consequences. Whispers of this nature had reached him, and from what the captive told me of the visit of the aide-de-camp, I could perceive that it was nothing else than a mission from the agent himself. Beyond doubt, the latter was tired of his prisoner, and would release him on the easiest terms. "Friend, I shall act as you advise. I shall sign. You may inform the commissioner of my intention. I shall do so at the earliest hour I can see him. It is late. Shall I say good night? Ah, Randolph, it is hard to part with a friend. The only one with a white skin now left me. I could have wished to talk over other days, but alas, this is neither the place nor the time." The haughty mien of the proud chief was thrown aside, and his voice had assumed the melting tenderness of early years. "Yes," he continued, "the only white friend left, the only one I have any regard for. One other, whom I—" He stopped suddenly, and with an embarrassed air, as if he had found himself on the eve of disclosing some secret, which on reflection he deemed it imprudent to reveal. I awaited the disclosure with some uneasiness, but it came not. When he spoke again, his tone and manner were completely changed. "The whites have done us much wrong," he continued, once more rousing himself into an angry attitude. "Wrongs too numerous to be told. But by the Great Spirit I shall seek revenge. Never till now have I sworn it, but the deeds of this day have turned my blood into fire. Ere you came I had vowed to take the lives of two who had been our special enemies. You have not changed my resolution, only strengthened it. You have added a third to the list of my deadly foes. And once more I swear, by Wacoma I swear, that I shall take no rest till the blood of these 3 men has reddened the leaves of the forest. 3 white villains and 1 red traitor. O Matla, triumph in your treason. It will not be for long. Soon shalt thou feel the vengeance of a patriot. Soon shalt thou shrink under the steel of Osceola." I made no reply, but waited in silence till this outburst of passion had passed. In a few moments the young chief became calm, and again addressed me in the language of friendship. "One word," said he, "before we part. Circumstances may hinder us. It may be long ere we meet again. Alas, our next meeting may be as foes in the field of fight. For I will not attempt to conceal from you that I have no intention to make peace. No, never. I wish to make a request. I know, Randolph, you will accede to it without asking an explanation. Accept this token, and if you esteem the friendship of the giver, and would honor him, wear it conspicuously upon your breast. That is all." As he spoke, he took from around his neck a chain, upon which was suspended the image of the rising sun, already alluded to. He passed the chain over my head, until the glistening symbol hung down upon my breast. I made no resistance to this offering of friendship, but promising to comply with his request, presented my watch in return, and after another cordial pressure of hands, we parted. As I had anticipated, there was but little difficulty in obtaining the release of the Seminole chief. Though the commissioner entertained a personal hatred against Osceola for causes to me unknown, he dare not indulge his private spite in an official capacity. He had placed himself in a serious dilemma by what he had already done, and as I communicated the purposed submission of the prisoner, I saw that Thompson was but too eager to adopt a solution of his difficulty, easy as unexpected. He therefore lost no time in seeking an interview with the captive chief. The latter played his part with admirable tact. The fierce, angry attitude of yesterday had given place to one of mild resignation. A night in the guardhouse, hungered and manacled, had tamed down his proud spirit, and he was now ready to accept any conditions that would restore him to liberty. So fancied the commissioner. The treaty was produced. Osceola signed it without saying a word. His chains were taken off, his prison door thrown open, and he was permitted to depart without further molestation. Thompson had triumphed, or fancied so. It was but fancy. Had he noticed, as I did, the fine satirical smile that played upon the lips of Osceola as he stepped forth from the gate, he would scarcely have felt confidence in his triumph. He was not allowed to exult long in the pleasant hallucination. Followed by the eyes of all, the young chief walked off with a proud step towards the woods. On arriving near the edge of the timber, he faced round to the fort, drew the shining blade from his belt, waved it above his head, and in defiant tones shouted back the war cry, "Yo-ho! Hee-hee!" 3 times the wild signal pealed upon our ears, and at the third repetition he who had uttered it turned again, sprang forward into the timber, and was instantly lost to our view. There was no mistaking the intent of that demonstration. Even the self-glorifying commissioner was convinced that it meant war to the knife, and men were hurriedly ordered in pursuit. An armed crowd rushed forth from the gate, and flung themselves on the path that had been taken by the ci-devant captive. The chase proved bootless and fruitless, and after more than an hour spent in vain search, the soldiers came straggling back to the fort. Gallagher and I stayed all the morning in my quarters, expecting the order that would confine me there. To our astonishment, it came not. There was no arrest. In time we obtained the explanation. Of my 2 dueling antagonists, the first had not returned to the fort after his defeat, but had been carried to the house of a friend several miles distant. This partially covered the scandal of that affair. The other appeared with his arm in a sling, but it was the impression, as Gallagher learned outside, that his horse had carried him against a tree. For manifest reasons, the interesting invalid had not disclosed the true cause of his being crippled, and I applauded his silence. Except to my friend, I made no disclosure of what had occurred, and it was long before the affair got wind. Upon duty, the aide-de-camp and I often met afterwards, and were frequently compelled to exchange speech. But it was always of an official character, and I need not add, was spoken in the severest reserve. It was not long before circumstances arose to separate us, and I was glad to part company with a man for whom I felt a profound contempt. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 49 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. War to the knife. For some weeks following the council at Fort King, there appeared to be tranquility over the land. The hour of negotiation had passed. That for action was nigh, and among the white settlers the leading topic of conversation was how the Indians would act. Would they fight or give in? The majority believed they would submit. Some time was granted them to prepare for the removal. Runners were sent to all the tribes, appointing a day for them to bring in their horses and cattle to the fort. These were to be sold by auction, under the superintendence of the agent, and their owners were to receive a fair value for them on their arrival at their new home in the West. Their plantations or improvements were to be disposed of in a similar manner. The day of auction came round, but to the chagrin of the commissioner, the expected flocks did not make their appearance, and the sale had to be postponed. The failure on the part of the Indians to bring in their cattle was a hint of what might be expected, though others, of a still more palpable nature, were soon afforded. The tranquillity that had reigned for some weeks was but the ominous silence that precedes the storm. Like the low mutterings of the distant thunder, events now began to occur, the sure harbingers of an approaching conflict. As usual, the white man was the aggressor. 3 Indians were found hunting outside the boundary of the reserve. They were made captives by a party of white men, and fast bound with rawhide ropes, were confined in a log stable belonging to one of the party. In this situation they were kept 3 days and nights, until a band of their own tribe, hearing of their confinement, hastened to their rescue. There was a skirmish, in which some Indians were wounded, but the white men fled, and the captives were released. On bringing them forth to the light, their friends beheld a most pitiable sight. I am quoting from a faithful history. The rope with which these poor fellows were tied had worn through the flesh. They had temporarily lost the use of their limbs, being unable to stand or walk. They had bled profusely, and had received no food during their confinement, so it may readily be imagined that they presented a horrible picture of suffering. Again, 6 Indians were at their camp near Canapaha Pond, when a party of whites came upon them, took their guns from them, examined their packs, and commenced whipping them. While in the act, 2 other Indians approached, and seeing what was going on, fired upon the whites. The latter returned the fire, killed one of the Indians, and severely wounded the other. Exasperation was natural, retaliation certain. On the other side, Reid, on the 11th of August, Dalton, the mail carrier between Fort King and Fort Brooke, was met within 6 miles of the latter place by a party of Indians, who seized the reins of his horse, and dragging him from the saddle, shot him dead. The mangled body was discovered some days afterwards, concealed in the woods. A party of 14 mounted men proceeded on a scout towards Wakahonta, the plantation of Captain Gabriel Priest, and within 1 mile of the place they came upon a small hummock, through which some of the party declined passing. 4 of them, however, dashed into it. when the Indians suddenly arose from ambush and fired upon them. The two in advance were wounded. A Mr. Folk received a bullet in his neck, but was picked up by those in the rear and borne off. The other, a son of Captain Priest, had his arm broken and his horse shot dead under him. He fled, and sinking his body in a swamp, succeeded in eluding the search of the pursuers. About the same time, a party of Indians attacked a number of men who were employed cutting live oak timber on an island in Lake George. The men escaped by taking to their boats, though 2 of their number were wounded. At New River, on the southeast side of the peninsula, the Indians attacked the house of a Mr. Cooley, murdered his wife, children, and a tutor engaged in the family. They carried off 12 barrels of provisions, 30 hogs, 3 horses, 1 keg of powder, over 200 pounds of lead, $700 in silver, and 2 negroes. Mr. Cooley was absent at the time. On his return he found his wife shot through the heart, with her infant child in her arms, and his 2 oldest children also shot in the same place. The girl still held her book in her hands, and the boys lay by his side. The house was in flames. At Spring Garden, on the St. Johns, the extensive plantation of Colonel Reese was laid waste, and his buildings burnt to the ground. Sugar cane sufficient to manufacture 90 hogsheads was destroyed, besides 30 hogsheads of sugar, and 162 negroes were carried off. The mules and horses were also taken. The same Indians destroyed the buildings of M. de Peaster, with whose negroes they formed a league, and being supplied with a boat, they crossed the river and fired the establishment of Captain Dumet. Major Harriot's plantation was laid waste, and 80 of his negroes moved off with the Indians. Then on toward San Augustine, where the extensive plantations of General Hernandez were reduced to a ruin. Next, Bulow's, DuPont's of Buen Retiro, Dunham's, McCrae's of Tomaca Creek, the plantations of Bayas, General Herring, and Bartolone Solano, with nearly every other from San Augustine southward. Simple historic facts. I quote them as illustrating the events that ushered in the Seminole War. Barbarous though they may be, they were but acts of retaliation, the wild outburst of a vengeance long pent up, a return for wrongs and insults patiently endured. And yet no general engagement had taken place. But marauding parties sprang up simultaneously in different places. Many of those who had inflicted outrage upon the Indians were forthwith repaid, and many barely escaped with their lives. Conflagration succeeded conflagration, until the whole country was on fire. Those who lived in the interior, or upon the borders of the Indian Reserve, were compelled to abandon their crops, their stock, their implements of husbandry, their furniture, and indeed every article of value, and seek shelter within the forts or concentrate themselves in the neighboring villages, around which stockades were erected for their better security. The friendly chiefs, the Omatlas and others, with about 400 followers, abandoned their towns and fled to Fort Brooke for protection. The strife was no longer hypothetical, no longer doubtful. It was declared in the wild yo-ho-ee that night and day was heard ringing in the woods. End of chapter 49. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 50 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Tracing a Strange Horseman. As yet, few troops had reached Florida, though detachments were on the way from New Orleans, Fort Moultrie, Savanna, Mobile, and other depots, where the soldiers of the United States are usually stationed. Corps of volunteers, however, were being hastily levied in the larger towns of Georgia, Carolina, and Florida itself, and every settlement was mustering its quota to enter upon the campaign. It was deemed advisable to raise a force in the settlements of the Sewanee, my native district, and on this duty my friend Gallagher was dispatched, with myself to act as his lieutenant. Right gladly did I receive this order. I should escape from the monotonous duties of the fort garrison, of which I had grown weary enough. But what was still a more pleasant prospect, I should have many days at home, for which I was not without longing. Gallagher was as overjoyed as myself. He was a keen sportsman, though having spent most of his life within the walls of cities or in forts along the Atlantic seaboard, he had found only rare opportunities of enjoying either the fox chase or deer drive. I had promised him both to his heart's content, for both the game and the vermin were plenteous in the woods of the Sewanee. Not unwillingly, therefore, did we accept our recruiting commission, and bidding adieu to our companions at the fort, set out with light hearts and pleasant anticipations. Equally joyous was Black Jake to get back once more to the old plantation. In the quarter of the Sewanee settlements, the Indian marauders had not yet shown themselves. It lay remote from the towns of most of the hostile tribes, though not too distant for a determined foray. In a sort of lethargic security, the inhabitants still remained at their houses, though a volunteer force had already been mustered, and patrols were kept in constant motion. I had frequent letters from my mother and Virginia. Neither appeared to feel any alarm. My sister especially declared her confidence that the Indians would not molest them. Withal, I was not without apprehension, and with so much the greater alacrity did I obey the order to proceed to the settlements. Well mounted, we soon galloped over the forest road, and approached the scenes of my early life. This time I encountered no ambuscade, though I did not travel without caution. But the order had been given us within the hour, and having almost immediately set forth, my assassin enemies could have had no warning of my movements. With the brave Gallagher by my side, and my stout henchman at my back, I dreaded no open attack from white men. My only fear was that we might fall in with some straggling party of red men, now our declared enemies. In this there was a real danger, and we took every precaution to avoid such an encounter. At several places we saw traces of the Indians nearly fresh. There were moccasin prints in the mud, and the tracks of horses that had been mounted. At one place we observed the debris of a fire still smouldering, and around it were signs of the red men. A party had there bivouacked, but we saw no man, red or white, until we had passed the deserted plantation upon the creek, and were approaching the banks of the river. Then, for the first time during our journey, a man was in sight. He was a horseman, and at a glance we pronounced him an Indian. He was at too great a distance for us to note either his complexion or features, but the style of dress, his attitude in the saddle, the red sash and leggings, and above all the ostrich plumes waving over his head, told us he was a Seminole. He was mounted upon a large black horse, and had just emerged from the wood into the opening, upon which we had ourselves entered. He appeared to see us at the same time we caught sight of him, and was evidently desirous of avoiding us. After scanning us a moment, he wheeled his steed, and dashed back into the timber. Imprudently enough, Gallagher put spurs to his horse, and galloped after. I should have counselled a contrary course, but that the belief was in my mind that the horseman was Osceola. In that case there could be no danger, and for motives of friendship I was desirous of coming up with the young chief, and exchanging a word with him. With this view I followed my friend at a gallop, Jake coming on in the rear. I was almost sure the strange horseman was Osceola. I fancied I recognized the ostrich plumes, and Jake had told me that the young chief rode a fine black horse. In all likelihood, then, it was he, and in order to hail and bring him to a halt, I spurred ahead of Gallagher, being better mounted. We soon entered the timber, where the horseman had disappeared. I saw the fresh tracks, but nothing more. I shouted aloud, calling the young chief by name, and pronouncing my own, but there was no reply, save the echo of my voice. I followed the trail for a short distance, continuing to repeat my cries, but no heed was given to them. The horseman did not wish to answer my hail, or else had ridden too far away to understand its intent. Of course, unless he made a voluntary halt, it was vain to follow. We might ride on his trail for a week without coming up with him. Gallagher saw this as well as myself, and abandoning the pursuit, we turned once more towards the road, with the prospect of soon ending our journey. A cross path, which I remembered, would bring us by a shorter route to the landing, and for this we now headed. We had not ridden far when we again struck upon the tracks of a horse, evidently those made by the horseman we had just pursued, but previously to our having seen him, they led in a direct line from the river towards which we were steering. Some slight thought prompted me to an examination of the hoof prints. I perceived that they were wet. Water was oozing into them from the edges. There was a slight sprinkling of water upon the dead leaves that lay along the trail. The horseman had been swimming. He had been across the river. This discovery led me into a train of reflection. What could he, an Indian, want on the other side? If Osceola, as I still believed, what could he be doing there? In the excited state of the country, it would have been risking his life for an Indian to have approached the settlement, and to have been discovered and captured would have been certain death. This Indian, then, whoever he was, must have some powerful motive for seeking the other side. What motive? If Osceola, what motive? I was puzzled, and reflected. I could think of no motive, unless that the young chief had been playing the spy, no dishonourable act on the part of an Indian. The supposition was not improbable, but the contrary, and yet I could not bring myself to believe it true. A cloud had swept suddenly over my soul. A presentiment scarcely defined or definable was in my thoughts. A demon seemed to whisper in my ears, "It is not that." Certainly had the horseman been across the river. Let us see. We rode rapidly along the trail, tracing it backwards. In a few minutes it guided us to the bank where the tracks led out from the water's edge. No corresponding trail entered near. Yes, he had been across. I plied the spur, and plunging in, swam for the opposite shore. My companion followed without asking any questions. Once more out of the river, I rode up the bank. I soon discovered the hoof marks of the black horse, where he had sprung off into the stream. Without pausing, I continued to trace them backwards, still followed by Gallagher and Jake. The former wondered at my eagerness, and put some questions which I scarcely answered coherently. My presentiment was each moment growing darker. My heart throbbed in my bosom with a strange, indescribable pain. The trail brought us to a small opening in the heart of a magnolia grove. It went no further. We had arrived at its end. My eyes rested upon the ground with a sort of mechanical gaze. I sat in the saddle in a kind of stupor. The dark presentiment was gone, but a far darker thought occupied its place. The ground was covered with hoof tracks, as if horses had been halted there. Most of the tracks were those of the black horse, but there were others of not half their dimensions. There was the tiny shoe mark of a small pony. "Golly, Massa George," muttered Jake, coming forward in advance of the other, and bending his eyes upon the ground. "Looky dar! Dat am de track of de leetle white fox. Missa Virginie's been hyah for sartin." End of Chapter 50. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 51 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Who was the writer? I felt faint enough to have reeled from the saddle, but the necessity of concealing the thoughts that were passing within me kept me firm. There are suspicions that even a bosom friend may not share, and mine were of this character, if suspicions they could be called. Unhappily, they approached the nature of convictions. I saw that Gallagher was mystified, not, as I supposed, by the tracks upon the ground, but by my behavior in regard to them. He had observed my excited manner on taking up the trail, and while following it. He could not have failed to do so, and now on reaching the glade, he looked upon a pallid face and lips quivering with emotions to him unintelligible. "What is it, Geordie, my boy? Do you think the redskin has been after some dirty game? Playing the spy on your plantation, eh?" The question aided me in my dilemma. It suggested a reply which I did not believe to be the truth. "Likely enough," I answered, without displaying any embarrassment. "An Indian spy, I have no doubt of it, and evidently in communication with some of the negroes, since this is the track of a pony that belongs to the plantation. Some of them have ridden thus far to meet him, though for what purpose it is difficult to guess." "Massa George," spoke out my black follower, "dar's no one eber ride de white fox, 'ceppin—" "Jake," I shouted, sharply interrupting him, "gallop forward to the house and tell them we are coming. Quick, my man." My command was too positive to be obeyed with hesitation, and without finishing his speech, the black put spurs to his cob and rode rapidly past us. It was a maneuver of mere precaution, but the moment before I had no thought of dispatching an avant courier to announce us. I knew what the simple fellow was about to say. "No one eber ride the white fox 'ceppin' Missa Virginie," and I had adopted this ruse to stifle his speech. I glanced towards my companion, after Jake had passed out of sight. He was a man of open heart and free of tongue, with not one particle of the secretive principle in his nature. His fine florid face was seldom marked by a line of suspicion, but I observed that it now wore a puzzled expression, and I felt uneasy. No remark, however, was made by either of us, and turning into the path which Jake had taken, we rode forward. The path was a cattle track, too narrow to admit of our riding abreast, and Gallagher, permitting me to act as pilot, drew his horse into the rear. In this way we moved silently onward. I had no need to direct my horse. It was an old road to him. He knew where he was going. I took no heed of him, but left him to stride forward at his will. I scarcely looked at the path, once or twice only, and then I saw the tracks of the pony, backward and forward, but I heeded them no more. I knew whence and whither they led. I was too much occupied with thoughts within to notice aught without or around me. Could it have been any other than Virginia? Who else? It was true what Jake had intended to say, that no one except my sister ever rode White Fox, no one upon the plantation being permitted to mount this favourite miniature of a steed. Yes, there was an exception. I had seen Viola upon him. Perhaps Jake would have added this exception had I allowed him to finish his speech. Might it have been Viola? But what could be her purpose in meeting the Seminole chief? For that the person who rode the pony had held an interview with the latter, there could not be the shadow of a doubt. The tracks told me that clearly enough. What motive could have moved the quadroon to such a meeting? Surely none. Not surely either. How could I say so? I had been long absent. Many strange events had transpired in my absence, many changes. How could I tell but that Viola had grown tired of her sable sweetheart, and looked kindly upon the dashing chieftain? No doubt there had been many opportunities for her seeing the latter, for after my departure for the north, several years had elapsed before the expulsion of the Powells from their plantation, and now that I thought of it, I remembered something, a trifling circumstance that had occurred on that very day when young Powell first appeared among us. Viola had expressed admiration of the handsome youth. I remembered that this had made Black Jake very angry, that my sister, too, had been angry, and scolded Viola, as I thought at the time, for mortifying her faithful lover. Viola was a beauty, and like most beauties, a coquette. My conjecture might be right. It was pleasant to think so. But alas, poor Jake! Another slight circumstance tended to confirm this view. I had observed of late a change in my henchman. He was certainly not as cheerful as yore. He appeared more reflective, serious, dull. God grant that this might be the explanation. There was another conjecture that offered me a hope, one that, if true, would have satisfied me still better, for I had a strong feeling of friendship for Black Jake. The other hypothesis was simply what Gallagher had already suggested. Although White Fox was not allowed to be ridden, some of the people might have stolen him for a ride. It was possible, and not without probability. There might be disaffected slaves on our plantation. There were on almost every other, who were in communication with hostile Indians. The place was more than a mile from the house. Riding would be pleasanter than walking, and taking the pony from its pastures might be easily accomplished without fear of observation. A great black negro might have been the rider, after all. God grant that this might be the true explanation. A mental prayer had scarcely passed my thoughts when an object came under my eyes that swept my theories to the wind, sending a fresh pang through my heart. A locust tree grew by the side of the path, with its branches extending partially across. A strip of ribbon had caught on one of the spines and was waving in the breeze. It was silk, and of fine texture, a bit of the trimming of a lady's dress torn off by the thorn. To me it was a sad token. My fabric of hopeful fancies fell into ruin at the sight. No Negro, not even Viola, could have left such evidence as that, and I shuddered as I spurred past the fluttering relic. I was in hopes my companion would not observe it, but he did. It was too conspicuous to be passed without notice. As I glanced back over my shoulder, I saw him reach out his arm, snatch the fragment from the branch, and gaze upon it with a puzzled and inquiring look. Fearing he might ride up and question me, I spurred my horse into a rapid gallop, at the same time calling to him to follow. 10 minutes after, we entered the lawn and pulled up in front of the house. My mother and sister had come out into the veranda to receive us, and we were greeted with words of welcome. But I heard, or heeded them not. My gaze was riveted on Virginia, upon her dress. It was a riding habit. The plumed chapeau was still upon her head. My beautiful sister, never seemed she more beautiful than at that moment. Her cheeks were crimsoned with the wind, her golden tresses hanging over them. But it joyed me not to see her so fair. In my eyes, she appeared a fallen angel. I glanced at Gallagher as I tottered out of my saddle. I saw that he comprehended all. Nay, more. His countenance wore an expression indicative of great mental suffering, apparently as acute as my own. My friend he was, tried and true. He had observed my anguish. He now guessed the cause, and his look betokened the deep sympathy with which my misfortune inspired him. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 52 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Cold Courtesy. I received my mother's embrace with filial warmth, my sister's in silence, almost with coldness. My mother noticed this and wondered. Gallagher also showed reserve in his greeting of Virginia, and neither did this pass unobserved. Of the four, my sister was the least embarrassed. She was not embarrassed at all. On the contrary, her lips moved freely and her eyes sparkled with a cheerful expression, as if really joyed by our arrival. "You've been on horseback, sister," I said in a tone that affected indifference as to the reply. "Say rather ponyback. My little Foxy scarcely deserves the proud title of horse. Yes, I have been out for an airing." "Alone?" "Quite alone. Solus bolus, as the black people have it." "Is it prudent, sister?" "Why not? I often do it. What have I to fear? The wolves and panthers are hunted out, and White Fox is too swift either for a bear or an alligator. There are creatures to be encountered in the woods more dangerous than wild beasts." I watched her countenance as I made the remark, but I saw not the slightest change. "What creatures, George?" she asked in a drawling tone, imitating that in which I had spoken. "Redskins? Indians?" I answered abruptly. "Nonsense, brother. There are no Indians in this neighborhood. At least," added she with marked hesitation, "none that we need fear." "Did I not write to tell you so? You are fresh from the hostile ground, where I suppose there is an Indian in every bush. But remember, Geordie, you have travelled a long way, and unless you have brought the savages with you, you will find none here. So, gentlemen, you may go to sleep tonight without fear of being awakened by the yo-ho-hee." "Is that so certain, Miss Randolph?" inquired Gallagher, now joining in the conversation and no longer broguing it. "Your brother and I have reason to believe that some, who have already raised the war cry, are not so far off from the settlements of the Sewanee." "Miss Randolph? Ha, ha, ha! Why, Mr. Gallagher, where did you learn that respectful appellative? It is so distant you must have fetched it a long way. It used to be Virginia, and Virgine, and Virginie, and Simple Jen, for which last I could have spitted you, Mr. Gallagher, and would, had you not given up calling me so. What's the matter? It is just 3 months since we, that is, you and I, Mr. Gallagher, met last, and scarcely 2 since Geordie and I parted, and now you are both here, one talking as solemnly as Solon, the other soberly as Socrates. George, I presume, after another spell of absence, will be styling me Miss Randolph. I suppose that's the fashion at the fort. Come, fellows," she added, striking the balustrade with her whip, "your minds and your mouths, and give me the reason of this wonderful transmogrification, for by my word you shall not eat till you do." The relation in which Gallagher stood to my sister requires a little explanation. He was not new either to her or my mother. During their sojourn in the North, he had met them both, but the former often. As my almost constant companion, he had ample opportunity of becoming acquainted with Virginia, and he had, in reality, grown well acquainted with her. They met on the most familiar terms, even to using the diminutives of each other's names, and I can understand why my sister regarded Miss Randolph as a rather distant mode of address. But I understand also why he had thus addressed her. There was a period when I believed my friend in love with Virginia. That was shortly after their introduction to each other, but as time wore on, I ceased to have this belief. Their behavior was not that of lovers, at least according to my notion. They were too friendly to be in love. They used to romp together and read comic books and laugh and chatter by the hour about trivial things and call each other jack-names and the like. In fact, it was a rare thing to hear them either talk or act soberly when in each other's company. All this was so different from my ideas of how two lovers would act, so different from the way in which I should have acted, that I gave up the fancy I had held, and afterwards regarded them as two beings whose characters had a certain correspondence, and whose hearts were in unison for friendship, but not for love. One other circumstance confirmed me in this belief. I observed that my sister, during Gallagher's absence, had little relish for gaiety, which had been rather a characteristic of her girlish days. But the moment the latter would make his appearance, a sudden change would come over her, and she would enter with abandon into all the idle bagatelle of the hour. Love, thought I, does not so exhibit itself. If there was one in whom she felt a heart interest, it was not he who was present. No, Gallagher was not the man, and the play that passed between them was but the fond familiarity of two persons who esteemed each other, without a spark of love being mixed up in the affection. The dark suspicion that now rested upon his mind as upon my own had evidently saddened him, not from any feeling of jealousy, but out of pure friendly sympathy for me, perhaps too for her. His bearing towards her, though within the rules of the most perfect politeness, was changed, much changed. No wonder she took notice of it. No wonder she called for an explanation. "Quick!" cried she, cutting the vine leaves with her whip. "Is it a travesty, or are you in earnest? Unbosom yourselves both, or I keep my vow, you shall have no dinner. I shall myself go to the kitchen and countermand it." Despite the gloomy thoughts passing within, her manner and the odd menace compelled Gallagher to break into laughter, though his laugh was far short of the hearty cachinnation she had been accustomed to hear from him. I was myself forced to smile, and seeing the necessity of smothering my emotions, I stammered forth what might pass for an explanation. It was not the time for the true one. "Verily, sister," said I, "we are too tired for mirth, and too hungry as well. Consider how far we have ridden, and under a broiling sun. Neither of us has tasted a morsel since leaving the fort, and our breakfast there was none of the most sumptuous. Corn cakes and wheat coffee with pickled pork. How I long for some Aunt Sheba's Virginia biscuits and chicken fixins. Pray let us have our dinner, and then you shall see a change in us. We shall both be as merry as sandboys after it." Satisfied with this explanation, or affecting to be so, for her response was a promise to let us have our dinner, accompanied by a cheerful laugh, my sister retired to make the necessary change in her costume, while my friend and I were shown to our separate apartments. At dinner and afterwards, I did my utmost to counterfeit ease, to appear happy and cheerful. I noticed that Gallagher was enacting a similar métier. Perhaps this seeming may have deceived my mother, but not Virginia. Ere many hours had passed, I observed signs of suspicion, directed equally against Gallagher as myself. She suspected that all was not right, and began to show pique, almost spitefulness, in her conversation with us both. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 53 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. My Sister's Spirit. For the remainder of that day, and throughout the next, this unsatisfactory state of things continued, during which time the three of us, my friend, my sister, and myself, acted under a polite reserve. It was triangular, for I had not made Gallagher my confidant, but left him entirely to his conjectures. He was a true gentleman, and never even hinted at what he must have well known was engrossing the whole of my thoughts. It was my intention to unbosom myself to him and seek his friendly advice, but not until a little time had elapsed, not till I had obtained a full éclaircissement from Virginia. I waited for an opportunity to effect this, not but that many a one offered. Many a time might I have found her alone, but on each occasion my resolution forsook me. I actually dreaded to bring her to a confession. And yet I felt that it was my duty, as her brother, the nearest male relative. It was mine to guard her honour, to preserve the family escutcheon pure and untarnished. For days was I restrained from this fraternal duty, partly through a natural feeling of delicacy, partly from a fear of the disclosure I might draw forth. I dreaded to know the truth, that a correspondence had passed between my sister and the Indian chief, that it was in all probability still going on, that a clandestine meeting had taken place, more than one mayhap. All this I knew well enough. But to what length had these proceedings been carried? How far had my poor sister compromised herself? These were the interrogatories to which I dreaded the answer. I believed she would tell me the truth, that is, if entreated; if commanded, no. Of the last I felt satisfied. I knew her proud spirit, prouder of late. When roused to hostility, she could be capable of the most obstinate resistance, firm and unyielding. There was much of my mother's nature in her, and little of my father's. Personally, as already stated, she resembled her mother intellectually. There was also a similitude. She was one of those women, for she now deserved the title, who have never known the restraint of a severe discipline, and who grow up in the belief that they have no superior, no master upon earth. Hence the full development of a feeling of perfect independence, which among American women is common enough, but in other lands can only exist among those of the privileged classes. Uncontrolled by parent, guardian, or teacher, for this last had not been allowed to rule by the rod, my sister had grown to the age of womanhood, and she felt herself as masterless as a queen upon her throne. She was independent in another sense, one which exerts a large influence over the freedom of the spirit. Her fortune was her own. In the states of America, the law of entail is not allowed. It is even provided against by statute. Those statesmen, presidents, who in long lines succeeded the father of the Republic, were wise legislators. They saw lurking under this wicked law, which at most appears only to affect the family relations, the strong arm of the political tyrant, and therefore took measures to guard against its introduction to the land. Wisely did they act, as time will show, or indeed has shown already, for had the Congress of Washington's day but sanctioned the law of entail, the great American Republic would long since have passed into an oligarchy. Untrammelled by any such unnatural statute, my father had acted as all men of proper feeling are likely to do. He had followed the dictates of the heart, and divided his property in equal shares between his children. So far as independence of fortune went, my sister was my equal. Of course our mother had not been left unprovided for, but the bulk of the patrimonial estate now belonged to Virginia and myself. My sister then was an heiress, quite independent of either mother or brother, bound by no authority to either, except that which exists in the ties of the heart, in filial and sororal affection. I have been minute with my circumstances, in order to explain the delicate duty I had to perform in calling my sister to an account. Strange that I reflected not on my own anomalous position. At that hour it never entered my thoughts. Here was I affianced to the sister of this very man, with the sincere intention of making her my wife. I could perceive nothing unnatural, nothing disgraceful in the alliance, neither would society. Such in earlier times had done honour to Ralph, who had mated with a maiden of darker skin, less beauty, and far slighter accomplishments than Maumee. In later days, hundreds of others had followed his example, without the loss either of caste or character. And why should not I? In truth, the question had never occurred to me, for it never entered my thoughts that my purpose in regard to my Indian fiancée was otherwise than perfectly and regal. It would have been different had there been a taint of African blood in the veins of my intended. Then, indeed, might I have dreaded the frowns of society, for in America it is not the color of the skin that condemns, but the blood. The blood. The white gentleman may marry an Indian wife. She may enter society without protest. If beautiful, become a belle. All this I knew, while at the same time I was slave to a belief in the monstrous anomaly that where the blood is mingled from the other side, where the woman is white and the man red, the union becomes a mésalliance, a disgrace. By the friends of the former, such a union is regarded as a misfortune, a fall, and when the woman chances to be a lady, then indeed. Little regard as I had for many of my country's prejudices regarding race and color, I was not free from the influence of this social maxim. To believe my sister in love with an Indian would be to regard her as lost, fallen. No matter how high in rank among his own people, no matter how brave, how accomplished he might be, no matter if it were Osceola himself. End of chapter 53. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 54 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Asking an explanation. Suspense was preying upon me. I could endure it no longer. I at length resolved upon demanding an explanation from my sister, as soon as I could find her alone. The opportunity soon offered. I chanced to see her in the lawn, down near the edge of the lake. I saw that she was in a mood unusually cheerful. Alas, thought I, as I approached, full of my resolutions, these smiles, I shall soon change them to tears, sister. She was talking to her pets and did not hear me, or pretended she did not. Sister, I repeated in a louder voice. Well, what is it? She inquired dryly, without looking up. Pray, Virginia, leave off your play and talk to me. Certainly. That is an inducement. I've had so little of your tongue of late that I ought to feel gratified by your proposal. Why don't you bring your friend and let him try a little in that line, too? You have been playing double dummy long enough to get tired of it, I should think. But go on with the game, if it please you. It don't trouble me, I assure you. A Yankee ship and a Yankee crew, tally-hi-ho, you know, won't strike to the foe while the sky it is blue, and a tar's aloft or alow. Come now, little Fan. Fan, don't go too near the bank, or you may get a ducking, do you hear? Pray, Sister Virginia, give over this badinage. I have something of importance to say to you. Importance? What? Are you going to get married? No, that can't be it. Your face is too portentous and lugubrious. You look more like one on the road to be hanged. Ha, ha, ha! I'll tell you, sister, I am in earnest. Who said you wasn't? In earnest? I believe you, my boy. Listen to me, Virginia. I have something important, very important to talk about. I've been desirous of breaking the subject to you ever since my return. Well, why did you not? You have had opportunities enough. Have I been hid from you? No, but the fact is— Go on, brother. You have an opportunity now. If it be a petition, as your looks appear to say, present it. I am ready to receive it. Nay, Virginia, it is not that. The subject upon which I wish to speak." "What subject, man? Out with it." I was weary with so much circumlocution, and a little piqued as well. I resolved to bring it to an end. A word, thought I, will tame down her tone and render her as serious as myself. I answered, "Osceola." I looked to see her start, to see her cheek turn alternately red and pale, but to my astonishment no such symptoms displayed themselves. Not the slightest indication of any extraordinary emotion betrayed itself, either in her look or manner. She replied almost directly, and without hesitation. "What, the young chief of the Seminoles? Our old playfellow, Powell? He's to be the subject of our discourse? You could not have chosen one more interesting to me. I could talk all day long about this brave fellow." I was struck dumb by her reply, and scarcely knew in what way to proceed. "But what of him, brother George?" continued my sister, looking me more soberly in the face. "I hope no harm has befallen him." "None that I know of. The harm has befallen upon those nearer and dearer." "I do not understand you, my mysterious brother." "But you shall. I am about to put a question to you. Answer me, and answer me truly, as you value my love and friendship." "Your question, sir, without these insinuations. I can speak the truth, I fancy, without being scared by threats." "Then speak it, Virginia. Tell me, is Osceola your lover?" "Ha, ha, 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 ha! Nay, Virginia, this is no laughing matter." "By my faith, I think it is a very capital joke. Ha, ha, ha! I want no trifling, Virginia. An answer." "You shall get no answer to such an absurd question." "It is not absurd. I have good reasons for putting it." "Reasons? State them, pray." "You cannot deny that something has passed between you. You cannot deny that you have given him a meeting, and in the forest, too. Beware how you make answer, for I have the proofs. We encountered the chief on his return. We saw him at a distance. He shunned us. No wonder. We followed his trail. We saw the tracks of the pony." "Oh, you met. It was all clear enough." "Ha, ha, ha! What a pair of keen trackers, you and your friend. Astute fellows. You will be invaluable on the warpath. You will be promoted to be chief spies to the army. Ha, ha, ha! And so this is the grand secret, is it? This accounts for the demure looks and the odd-fashioned airs that have been puzzling me. My honor, eh? That was the care that was cankering you. By Diana, I have reason to be thankful for being blessed with such a chivalric brace of guardians. In England the garden of beauty is kept by the dragon of prudery, placed within call. But so oft this unamiable dragon has slept that the garden was carelessly watched after all. And so, if I have not the dragon prudery to guard me, I am to find a brace of dragons in my brother and his friend. Ha, ha, ha! Virginia, you madden me. This is no answer. Did you meet Osceola?" "I'll answer that directly. After such sharp espionage, denial would not avail me. I did meet him." "And for what purpose? Did you meet his lovers?" "That question is impertinent. I won't answer it." "Virginia, I implore you." "And cannot two people encounter each other in the woods without being charged with love-making? Might we not have come together by chance? Or might I not have had other business with the Seminole chief? You do not know all my secrets, nor do I intend you shall either." "Oh, it was no chance encounter. It was an appointment, a love-making. You could have had no other affair with him." "It is natural for you to think so, very natural, since I hear you practice such duettos yourself. How long, may I ask, since you held your last tete-a-tete with your own fair charmer, the lovely Maumee, eh, brother?" I started as if stung. How could my sister have gained intelligence of this? Was she only guessing, and had chanced upon the truth? For some moments I could not make reply, nor did I make any to her last interrogatory. I paid no heed to it, but becoming excited, pressed my former inquiries with vehemence. Sister, I must have an explanation. I insist upon it. I demand it. Demand? Oh, that is your tone, is it? That will scarcely serve you. A moment ago, when you put yourself in the imploring attitude, I had well nigh taken pity on you and told you all. But demand? Indeed, I answer no demands, and to show you that I do not, I shall now go and shut myself in my room. So, my good fellow, you shall see no more of me for this day, nor tomorrow either, unless you come to your senses. Good-bye, Geordie, and au revoir, only on condition you behave yourself like a gentleman. A Yankee ship and a Yankee crew, tally-hi-ho, you know, won't strike to the foe, etc., etc. And with this catch pealing from her lips, she passed across the parterre, entered the veranda, and disappeared within the doorway. Disappointed, mortified, sad, I stood riveted to the spot, scarcely knowing in what direction to turn myself. End of Chapter 54. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 55 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Volunteers. My sister kept her word. I saw no more of her for that day, nor until noon of the next. Then she came forth from her chamber in full riding costume, ordered White Fox to be saddled, and mounting rode off alone. I felt that I had no power over this capricious spirit. It was idle to attempt controlling it. She was beyond the dictation of fraternal authority, her own mistress, and evidently determined upon having her will and her way. After the conversation of yesterday, I felt no inclination to interfere again. She was acquainted with my secret, and knowing this, any counsel from me would come with an ill grace, and be as ill received. I resolved, therefore, to withhold it, till some crisis should arrive that would render it more impressive. For several days this coolness continued between us, at which my mother often wondered, but of which she received no explanation. Indeed, I fancied that even her affection towards me was not so tender as it used to be. Perhaps I was wronging her. She was a little angry with me about the duel with Ringgold, the first intelligence of which had gravely affected her. On my return I had received reproaches, for it was believed that I alone was to blame in bringing the affair about. Why had I acted so rudely towards Arens Ringgold? And all about nothing. A trumpery Indian belle. What mattered it to me what may have been said about the girl? Likely what was said was nothing more than the truth. I should have behaved with more prudence. I perceived that my mother had been informed upon most of the material points connected with the affair. Of one, however, she was ignorant. She knew not who the trumpery Indian belle was. She had not heard the name of Maumee. Knowing her to be ignorant of this, I listened with more calmness to the aspersive remarks. For all that, I was somewhat excited by her reproaches, and several times upon the point of declaring to her the true cause why I had called Ringgold to an account. For certain reasons I forbore. My mother would not have believed me. As for Ringgold himself, I ascertained that a great change in his fortunes had lately taken place. His father was dead, had died in a fit of passion, whilst in the act of chastising one of his slaves. A blood vessel had burst, and he had fallen, as if by a judgment of God. Arens, the only son, was now master of his vast ill-gotten wealth. a plantation with some 300 slaves upon it, and it was said that this had only made him more avaricious than ever. His aim was, as it had been that of the older Ringgold, to become owner of everybody and everything around him, a grand money despot. The son was a fit successor to the father. He had played the invalid for a while, carrying his arm in a sling, and his people said not a little vain of having been engaged in a duel. Those who understood how that affair had terminated thought he had little reason to be proud of it. It seemed the hostility between him and myself had brought about no change in his relations with our family. I learned that he had been a constant visitor at the house, and the world still believed him the accepted suitor of Virginia. Moreover, since his late accession to wealth and power, he had grown more than ever a favorite with my ambitious mother. I learned all this with regret. The old home appeared to have undergone a change. There was not the same warmth of affection as of yore. I missed my kind, noble father. My mother at times appeared cold and distant, as if she believed me undutiful. My uncle was her brother, and like her in everything. Even my fond sister seemed for the moment estranged. I began to feel as a stranger in my own house, and feeling so, stayed but little at home. Most of the day was I abroad, with Gallagher as my companion. Of course my friend remained our guest during our stay on the Sewanee. Our time was occupied partly with the duties upon which we had been commanded, and partly in following the amusement of the chase. Of deer hunting and fox running we had an abundance, but I did not enjoy it as formerly. Neither did my companion, ardent sportsman though he was, seem to take the delight in it which he had anticipated. Our military duties were by no means of an arduous nature, and were usually over before noon. Our orders had been, not so much to recruit volunteers as to superintend the organization of those already raised, and muster them into service. A corps had already advanced some length towards formation, having elected its own officers and enrolled most of its rank and file. Our part was to inspect, instruct, and govern them. The little church near the center of the settlement was the headquarters of the corps, and there the drill was daily carried on. The men were mostly of the poorer class of white settlers, small renting planters, and squatters who dwelt along the swamp edges, and who managed to eke out a precarious subsistence partly by the use of their axes and partly from the product of their rifles. The old hunter Hickman was among the number, and what did not much surprise me, I found the worthies Spence and Williams enrolled in the corps. Upon these scamps I was determined to keep a watchful eye, and hold them at a wary distance. Many of the privates were men of a higher class, for the common danger had called all kinds into the field. The officers were usually planters of wealth and influence, though there were some who, from the democratic influence of elections, were but ill qualified to wear epaulets. Many of these gentlemen bore far higher official titles than either Gallagher or myself. Colonels and majors appeared to be almost as numerous as privates, but for all this they did not demur to our exercising authority over them. In actual wartime, it is not uncommon for a lieutenant of the line or the lowest subaltern of the regular army to be placed in command of a full colonel of militia or volunteers. Here and there was an odd character who perhaps in earlier life had broken down at West Point, or had gone through a month of campaigning service in the Greek wars under Old Hickory. These, fancying themselves au fait in the military art, were not so pleasant to deal with, and at times it required all Gallagher's determined firmness to convince them that he was commander-in-chief upon the Sewanee. My friend's reputation as a fire-eater, which had preceded him, had as much weight in confirming his authority as the commission which he brought with him from headquarters. Upon the whole, we got along smoothly enough with these gentlemen, most of whom seemed desirous of learning their duty, and submitted to our instructions with cheerfulness. There was no lack of champagne, brandy, and cigars. The neighboring planters were hospitable, and had my friend or myself been inclined towards dissipation, we could not have been established in better quarters for indulging the propensity. To this, however, neither of us gave way, and our moderation, no doubt, caused us to be held in higher esteem, even among the hard drinkers by whom we were surrounded. Our new life was by no means disagreeable, and but for the unpleasantness that had arisen at home, I could have felt for the time contented and happy. At home, there was the canker. It appeared no longer a home. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 56 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Mysterious Changes. Not many days had elapsed before I observed a sudden change in the conduct of Gallagher, not towards myself or my mother, but in his manner towards Virginia. It was the day after I had held a conversation with her that I first noticed this. I noticed at the same time that her manner towards him was equally altered. The somewhat frosty politeness that had hitherto been observed between them appeared to have suddenly thawed, and their old genial friendship to become re-established on its former footing. They now played and sang and laughed together and read and chattered nonsense, as they had been used to do in times past. Ah, thought I, it is easy for him to forget. He is but a friend, and of course cannot have the feelings of a brother. Little matters it to him what may be her secret relations, or with whom. What need he care about her improprieties? She is good company, and her winning way has beguiled him from dwelling upon that suspicion, which he must have entertained as well as myself. He has either forgotten, forgiven, or else found some explanation of her conduct that seems to satisfy him. At all events, I appear to have lost his sympathy, while she has regained his confidence and friendship. I was at first astonished at this new phase in the relations of our family circle, afterwards puzzled by it. I was too proud and piqued to ask Gallagher for an explanation, and as he did not volunteer to give one, I was compelled to abide in ignorance. I perceived that my mother also regarded this altered behavior with surprise, and also with a feeling of a somewhat different kind, suspicion. I could guess the reason of this. She fancied that they were growing too fond of each other, that notwithstanding he had no fortune but his payroll, Virginia might fancy the dashing soldier for a husband. Of course, my mother, having already formed designs as to the disposal of her daughter, could not calmly contemplate such a destiny as this. It was natural enough. Then she should look with a jealous eye upon the gay confidence that had been established between them. I should have been glad if I could have shared my mother's suspicions, happy if my sister had but fixed her affections there. My friend would have been welcome to call me brother. Fortuneless though he might be, I should have no opposition to that alliance. But it never entered my thoughts that there was aught between the two but the old rollicking friendship, and love acts not in that style. As far as Captain Gallagher was concerned, I could have given my mother assurance that would have quieted her fears. And yet to a stranger they might have appeared as lovers, almost to any one except myself. They were together half the day and half the night. They rode together into the woods, and were sometimes absent for hours at a time. I perceived that my comrade began to care little for my company, and daily less. Stranger still, The chase no longer delighted him. As for duty, this he sadly neglected, and had not the lieutenant been on the ground, I fear the corps would have stood little chance of instruction. As days passed on, I fancied that Gallagher began to relapse into a more sober method. He certainly seemed more thoughtful. This was when my sister was out of sight. It was not the air he had worn after our arrival, but very different. It certainly resembled the bearing of a man in love. He would start on hearing my sister's voice from without. His ear was quick to catch every word from her, and his eyes expressed delight whenever she came into the room. Once or twice I saw him gazing at her with an expression upon his countenance that betokened more than friendship. My old suspicions began to return to me. After all, he might be in love with Virginia. Certainly she was fair enough to impress the heart even of this adamantine soldier. Gallagher was no ladies' man, had never been known to seek conquest over the sex. In fact, felt some awkwardness in their company. My sister seemed the only one before whom he could converse with fluency or freedom. Notwithstanding, and after all, he might be in love. I should have been pleased to know it, could I only have ensured him a reciprocity of his passion. But alas, that was not in my power. I wondered whether she ever thought of him as a lover, but no, she could not. Not if she was thinking of, and yet her behavior towards him was at times of such a character that a stranger to her eccentricities would have fancied she loved him. Even I was mystified by her actions. She either had some feeling for him beyond that of mere friendship, or made show of it. If he loved her, and she knew it, then her conduct was cruel in the extreme. I indulged in such speculations, though only when I could not restrain myself from dwelling upon them. They were unpleasant, at times even painful. I lived in a maze of doubt, puzzled and perplexed at what was passing around me. But at this time there turned up a new chapter in our family history, that in point of mystery eclipsed all others. A piece of information reached me that, if true, must sweep all these new-sprung theories out of my mind. I learned that my sister was in love with Arens Ringgold. In other words, that she was listening to his addresses. End of Chapter 56. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 57 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. My Informant. This I had, upon the authority of my faithful servant, Black Jake. Upon almost any other testimony I should have been incredulous, but his was unimpeachable. Negro as he was, his perceptions were keen enough, while his earnestness proved that he believed what he said. He had reasons, and he gave them. I received the strange intelligence in this wise. I was seated by the bathing pond alone, busied with a book, when I heard Jake's familiar voice pronouncing my name. "Massa George." "Well, Jake," I responded without withdrawing my eyes from the page. "I's wanted all de morning to get you alone by yourself. I's want to hab a leetle bit conversation, Massa George." The solemn tone, so unusual in the voice of Jake, awoke my attention. Mechanically closing the book, I looked up in his face. It was solemn as his speech. "A conversation with me, Jake?" "Yea, massa." "Dat am if you isn't engaged." "Oh, by no means, Jake. Go on. Let me hear what you have to say." Poor fellow, thought I. He has his sorrows, too. Some complaint about Viola. The wicked coquette is torturing him with jealousy. But what can I do? I cannot make her love him. No. One man may lead a horse to the water, but 40 can't make him drink. No, the little jade will act as she pleases in spite of any remonstrance on my part. "Well, Jake?" "Why, Massa George, I don't myself like to interfere in the affairs of the family. Dat I don't. But you see, massa, things are gwine all wrong. All wrong, by golly. In what respect? Ah, massa, dat young lady. Dat young lady. Polite of Jake to call Viola a young lady. You think she is deceiving you? More than me, Massa George. More than me. What a wicked girl. But perhaps, Jake, you only fancy these things? Have you any proofs of her being unfaithful? Is there any one in particular who is now paying her attentions? Yes, massa. Very particular. Never so particular before. Never. A white man? Gor almighty, Massa George, exclaimed Jake in a tone of surprise. You do talk curious. Of course it am a white man. No other than a white man dar show attention to that young lady. I could not help smiling, considering Jake's own complexion. He appeared to hold very exalted views of the unapproachableness of his charmer by those of her own race. I'd once heard him boast that he was the only man of color that could shine thar. It was a white man, then, who was making his misery. Who is he, Jake? I inquired. Ah, massa, he am dat our villain devil, Arens Ringgold. What? Arens Ringgold? He making love to Viola? Viola? You're a mighty, Massa George, exclaimed the black, staring till his eyes showed only the whites. Viola? Gor mighty, I never say Viola, never. Of whom then are you speaking? Oh, massa, did I not say dat young lady? Dat am de young Missa Virginie. Oh, my sister, you mean? Pooh, Jake. That is an old story. Arens Ringgold has been paying his addresses to my sister for many years, but with no chance of success. You needn't trouble yourself about that, my faithful friend. There's no danger of their getting married. She doesn't like him, Jake. I wonder who does or could, and even if she did, I would not permit it. But there's no fear, so you may make your mind easy on that score. My harangue seemed not to satisfy the black. He stood scratching his head, as if he had something more to communicate. I waited for him to speak. "'Scuse me, Massa George, for the freedom, but dar you make mighty big mistake. It am true there war a time when Missa Virginie, she no care for dat ar snake in de grass, but the times am change. Him father, the old thief, he am gone to the other world. Dat young'un, he now rich, he big planter, the biggest on the river. Old Missa, she courage him come see Missa Virginie, 'cause he rich, he good spec. I know all that, Jake. My mother always wished it. But that signifies nothing. My sister is a little self-willed, and will be certain to have her own way. There is no fear of her giving her consent to marry Arens Ringgold. "'Scuse me, Massa George. 'Scuse me gin. I tell you, Massa, you make mistake. She almost consent now. Why? What has put this notion into your head, my good fellow? Viola, Massa. Dat ere quadroon tell me all. So you are friends with Viola again? Yea, Massa George. We good friend as ever. 'Twar only my suspicion. I were wrong. She good gal. She true as the rifle. No more suspicion of her. On the part of Jake, no. I'm glad of that. But pray, what has she told you about Arens Ringgold and my sister? She tell me all. She see something every day. Every day? Why, it has many days since Arens Ringgold has visited here. No, massa, dar you am mistaken. Mas Arens, he come to the house every day. Almost every day. Nonsense. I never see him here. I never heard of his having been, since my return from the fort. But him have been. For all dat, massa, I see him myself. He come when you gone out. He be here when we goes a-huntin'. I see him come yesday, when you and he Mas Gugger or away to the volunteers. Dat he war sartin. You astonish me. Dat's not all, massa. Viola say dat Missy Virginie say she have different from what she used to. He talk love. She not angry no more. She listen to him talk. Oh, Massa George, Viola think she give her consent to marry him. Dat will be dreadful thing. Very, very dreadful. Jake, said I, listen to me. You will stay by the house when I am absent. You will note of every one who comes and goes. And whenever Arens Ringgold makes his appearance on a visit to the family, you will come for me as fast as horse can carry you. Gollies, dat I will, Massa George. You nebber fear. I come fast enough, like a streak of degreased lightning. And with this promise, the black left me. With all my disposition to be incredulous, I could not disregard the information thus imparted to me. Beyond doubt, there was truth in it. The black was too faithful to think of deceiving me, and too astute to be himself deceived. Viola had rare opportunities for observing all that passed within our family circle, and what motive could she have for inventing a tale like this? Besides, Jake himself had seen Ringgold on visits, of which I had never been informed. This confirmed the other, confirmed all. What was I to make of it? 3 who appear as lovers, the chief, Gallagher, Arens Ringgold. Has she grown wicked, abandoned, and is coquetting with all the world? Can she have a thought of Ringgold? No, it is not possible. I could understand her having an affection for the soldier, a romantic passion for the brave and certainly handsome chief. But for Arens Ringgold, a squeaking, conceited snob, with naught but riches to recommend him, this appeared utterly improbable. Of course, the influence was my mother's. Never before had I entertained a thought that Virginia would yield. If Viola spoke the truth, she had yielded, or was yielding. Ah, mother, mother, little knowest thou the fiend you would introduce to your home, and cherish as your child. End of chapter 57. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 58 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Old Hickman. The morning after, I went as usual to the recruiting quarters. Gallagher was along with me, as upon this day the volunteers were to be mustered into service, and our presence was necessary at the administering of the oath. A good company was collected, forming a troop more respectable in numbers than appearance. They were mounted volunteers, but as each individual had been his own quartermaster, no two were either armed or mounted alike. Nearly all carried rifles, though there were a few who shouldered the old family musket, a relic of Revolutionary times, and were simply armed with single or double-barreled shotguns. These, however, loaded with heavy buckshot, would be no contemptible weapons in a skirmish with Indians. There were pistols of many sorts, from the huge brass-butted holsters to small pocket pistols, single and double-barreled, but no revolvers, for as yet the celebrated Colt had not made its appearance in frontier warfare. Every volunteer carried his knife, some dagger-shaped with ornamented hafts, while a greater number were long, keen blades, similar to those in use among butchers. In the belts of many were stuck small hatchets, an imitation of the Indian tomahawk. These were to serve the double purpose of cutting a way through the brushwood or breaking in the skull of a savage, as opportunity might offer. The equipments consisted of powder horns, bullet pouches, and shot belts, in short, the ordinary sporting gear of the frontiersman or amateur hunter when out upon the still hunt of the fallow deer. The mount of the troop was as varied as the arms and accoutrements. Horses from 13 hands to 17, the tall, raw-boned steed, the plump, cob-shaped roadster, the tight, wiry native of the soil, of Andalusian race, the lean, worn-out critter that carried on his back the half-ragged squatter, side by side with the splendid Arabian charger, the fancy of some dashing young planter who bestrode him, with no slight conceit in the grace and grandeur of his display. Not a few were mounted upon mules, both of American and Spanish origin, and these, when well trained to the saddle, though they may not equal the horse in the charge, are quite equal to him in a campaign against an Indian foe. Amid thickets, through forests of heavy timber, where the ground is a marsh or strewn with logs, fallen branches, and matted with prostrate parasites, the hybrid will make way safely, when the horse will sink or stumble. Some of the most experienced backwoods hunters, while following the chase, prefer a mule to the high-mettled steed of Arabia. Motley were the dresses of the troops. There were uniforms or half-uniforms worn by some of the officers, but among the men no two were dressed in like fashion. Blanket coats of red, blue, and green, linsey woolsies of coarse texture, gray or copper-colored, red flannel shirts, jackets of brown linen or white, some of yellow nankin cotton, a native fabric, some of sky-blue cottonade, hunting shirts of dressed deerskin, with moccasins and leggins, boots of horse or alligator hide, high-lows, brogans, in short every variety of chasseur known throughout the States. The headgear was equally varied and fantastic. No stiff shakos were to be seen there, but caps of skin, and hats of wool and felt, and straw and palmetto leaf, broad-brimmed, scuffed, and slouching. A few had forage caps of blue cloth that gave somewhat of a military character to the wearers. In one respect the troop had a certain uniformity. They were all eager for the fray, burning for a fight with the hated savages who were committing such depredations throughout the land. When were they to be led against them? This was the inquiry constantly passing through the ranks of the volunteer array. Old Hickman was among the most active. His age and experience had procured him the rank of sergeant by free election, and I had many opportunities of conversing with him. The alligator hunter was still my true friend, and devoted to the interests of our family. On this very day I chanced to be with him alone, when he gave proof of his attachment by volunteering a conversation I little expected from him. Thus he began: "May a Injun sculp me, Lieutenant, if I can bar the thought of that puke a marrying your sister." "Marrying my sister? Who?" I inquired in some surprise. Was it Gallagher he meant? "Why, in course, the feller as everybody says is a-goin' to that cussed polecat or critter, Airy Ringgold." "Oh, him you mean. Everybody says so, do they?" "In course. It's the hull talk of the country. Durn me, George Randolph, if I'd let 'em. Your sister, the putty creature, she the finest and the handsomest girl in these parts, and for a derned skunk like that, notwithstanding all his dollars to get her, I can't a-bear to hear o't. Why, George, I tell you, he'll make her miserable for the whole term of her natural life. That air's what he'll be sartin to do. Durnation to him. You're kind to counsel me, Hickman, but I think the event you dread is not likely ever to come to pass." "Why do people keep talking out then? Everybody says it's a-going to be." "If it wa'n't that I am an old friend of your father, George, I wouldn't have took such a liberty, but I were his friend, and I'm your friend, and therefore it be I have spoke on the matter. We may talk o' Indians, but there ain't ne'er an Indian in old Florida is as big a thief as them Ringgolds, father and son, and the whole kit of them. The old un, he's clarred out from hyah, and whar he's gone to, 'tain't hard to tell. Old Scratch has got hold of him, and I reckon he'll be catching it by this time for the deviltries he carried on while about hyar. He'll get paid up slick for the way he treated them poor half-breeds on t'other side the crick." "The Powells?" "Yes. That were the dernedest piece o' injustice I ever knowed in all my time. By it were. You know what happened them then?" "Sartinly I do. Every trick in the whole game. 'Twere a leetle o' the meanest transaction I ever knowed a white, and a white that called himself a gentleman, to have a hand in. By it war." Hickman now proceeded, at my request, to detail with more minuteness than I had ever heard them, the facts connected with the robbery of the unfortunate family. It appeared by his account that the Powells had not voluntarily gone away from the plantation, that on the contrary, their removal had been to the friendless widow the most painful thing of all. Not only was the land of great value, the best in the whole district, but it had been to her the scene of a happy life, a home endeared by early love, by the memory of a kind husband, by every tie of the heart's affection, and she had only parted from it when driven out by the strong arm of the law, by the staff of the sheriff's officer. Hickman had been present at the parting scene, and described it in rough but feeling terms. He told me of the sad unwillingness which the family exhibited at parting, of the indignant reproaches of the son, of the tears and entreaties of mother and daughter, how the persecuted widow had offered everything left her, her personal property, even the trinkets and jewels, souvenirs given her by her departed husband, if the ruffians would only allow her to remain in possession of the house, the old homestead, consecrated to her by long happy years spent under its roof. Her appeals were in vain. The heartless persecutor was without compassion, and she was driven forth. Of all these things the old hunter spoke freely and feelingly, for although a man of somewhat vulgar speech and rough exterior, he was one whose heart beat with humanity, and who hated injustice. He had no friendship for mere wrongdoers, and he heartily detested the whole tribe of the Ringgolds. His narration rekindled within me the indignant emotions I had experienced on first hearing of this monstrous act of cruelty, and my sympathy for Osceola, interrupted by late suspicions, was almost restored, as I stood listening to the story of his wrongs. End of Chapter 58. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 59 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Hasty Messenger. In the company of Hickman, I had walked off to some distance from the crowd in order that our conversation should be unrestrained. As the moments passed, the old hunter warmed into greater freedom of speech, and from his manner I fancied he had still more developments to make. I had faith in his devotion to our family, as well as in his personal friendship to myself, and once or twice I was on the eve of revealing to him the thoughts that rendered me unhappy. In experience he was a sage, and although a rude one, he might be the best counselor I could find. I knew no other who possessed half his knowledge of the world, for Hickman had not always lived among the alligators. On the contrary, he had passed through various phases of life. I could safely trust to his devotedness. With equal safety, I might confide in the resources of his judgment. Under this belief, I should have unburdened myself of the heavy secrets weighing upon my mind, of some of them at least, had it not been that I fancied he already knew some of them. With the reappearance of Yellow Jake, I knew him to be acquainted. He alleged that he never felt sure about the mulatto's death, and had heard long ago that he was alive, but it was not of him I was thinking, but of the designs of Arens Ringgold. Perhaps Hickman knew something of these. I noticed that when his name was mentioned in connection with those of Spence and Williams, he glanced towards me, a look of strange significance, as if he had something to say of these wretches. I was waiting for him to make a disclosure when the footfall of a fast-going horse fell upon my ear. On looking up, I perceived a horseman coming down the bank of the river and galloping as earnestly as if riding a quarter race. The horse was white and the rider black. I recognized both at a glance. Jake was the horseman. I stepped out from among the trees in order that he should see me and not pass on to the church that stood a little beyond. I hailed him as he advanced. He both saw and heard me, and abruptly turning his horse, came galloping up to the spot where the old hunter and I were standing. He was evidently upon an errand, but the presence of Hickman prevented him from declaring it aloud. It would not keep, however, and throwing himself from the saddle, he drew near me and whispered it into my ear. It was just what I was expecting to hear. Arens Ringgold was at the house. "That damn nigger am thar, Massa George." Such was literally Jake's muttered announcement. I received the communication with as much show of tranquillity as I could assume. I did not desire that Hickman should have any knowledge of its nature, nor even a suspicion that there was anything extraordinary upon the tapis. So, dismissing the black messenger with a word, I turned away with the hunter, and walking back to the church enclosure, contrived to lose him in the crowd of his comrades. Soon after, I released my horse from his fastening, and without saying a word to anyone, not even to Gallagher, I mounted and moved quietly off. I did not take the direct road that led to our plantation, but made a short circuit through some woods that skirted close to the church. I did this to mislead old Hickman, or any other who might have noticed the rapid arrival of the messenger, and who, had I gone directly back with him, might have held guesses that all was not right at home. To prevent this, I appeared to curious eyes to have gone in an opposite direction to the right one. A little rough riding through the bushes brought me out into the main upriver road, and then sinking the spur, I galloped as if life or death were staked upon the issue. My object in making such haste was simply to get to the house in time, before the clandestine visitor, welcome guest of mother and sister, should make his adieus. Strong reasons as I had for hating this man, I had no sanguinary purpose. It was not my design to kill Arens Ringgold, though such might have been the most proper mode to dispose of a reptile so vile and dangerous as he. Knowing him as I did, freshly spurred to angry passion by Hickman's narrative of his atrocious behavior, I could at that moment have taken his life without fear of remorse. But although I felt fierce indignation, I was yet neither mad nor reckless. Prudential moves, the ordinary instinct of self-safety, still had their influence over me, and I had no intention to imitate the last act in the tragedy of Samson's life. The program I had sketched out for myself was of a more rational character. My design was to approach the house, if possible unobserved, the drawing-room as well, where of course the visitor would be found, an abrupt entree upon the scene, both guest and hosts taken by surprise, the demand of an explanation from all three, a complete clearing up of this mysterious imbroglio of our family relations that was so painfully perplexing me. Face to face I should confront the triad, mother, sister, wooer, and force all three to confession. "Yes," soliloquized I, with the eagerness of my intention driving the spur into the flanks of my horse. "Yes, confess they shall, they must, one and all, or—" With the first two I could not define the alternative, though some dark design, based upon the slight of filial and fraternal love, was lurking within my bosom. For Ringgold, should he refuse to give the truth, my resolve was first to cowhide him, then kick him out of doors, and finally command him never again to enter the house of which henceforth I was determined to be master. As for etiquette, that was out of the question. At that hour my soul was ill-attuned to the observance of delicate ceremony. No rudeness could be amiss in dealing with the man who had tried to murder me. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 60 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Lover's Gift. As I have said, it was my design to make an entrance unobserved. Consequently, it was necessary to observe caution in approaching the house. To this end, as I drew near the plantation, I turned off the main road into a path that led circuitously by the rear. This path would conduct me by the hummock, the bathing pond, and the orange groves, without much danger of my approach being noticed by anyone. The slaves at work within the enclosures could see me as I rode through the grounds, but these were the field hands. Unless seen by some of the domestics engaged in household affairs, I had no fear of being announced. My messenger had not gone directly back. I had ordered him to await me in an appointed place, and there I found him. Directing him to follow me, I kept on, and having passed through the fields, we rode into the thick underwood of the hummock, where, halting, we dismounted from our horses. From this point I proceeded alone. As the hunter steals upon the unexpected game, or the savage upon his sleeping foe, did I approach the house. My home, my father's home, the home of mother and sister. Strange conduct in a son and a brother, a singular situation. My limbs trembled under me as I advanced, my knees knocked together. My breast was agitated by a tumult of wild emotions. Once I hesitated and halted. The prospect of the unpleasant scene I was about to produce stayed me. My resolution was growing weak and undecided. Perhaps I might have gone back. Perhaps I might have waited another opportunity, when I might effect my purpose by a less violent development. But just then voices fell upon my ear, the effect of which was to strengthen my wavering resolves. My sister's voice was ringing in laughter that sounded light and gay. There was another, only one. I easily recognized the squealing treble of her despicable suitor. The voices re-maddened me. The tones stung me, as if they had been designedly uttered in mockery of myself. How could she behave thus? How riot in joy, while I was drooping under dark suspicions of her misbehavior? Piqued as well as pained, I surrendered all thought of honorable action. I resolved to carry through my design, but first to play the listener. I drew nearer and heard clearer. The speakers were not in the house, but outside, by the edge of the orange grove. Softly treading, gently parting the boughs, now crouching beneath them, now gliding erect, I arrived, unobserved, within 6 paces of where they stood, near enough to perceive their dresses glistening through the leaves, to hear every word that passed between them. Not many had been spoken before I perceived that I had arrived at a peculiar moment, a crisis. The lover had just offered himself for a husband, had perhaps for the first time seriously made his declaration. In all probability it was this had been eliciting my sister's laughter. "And really, Mr. Ringgold, you wish to make me your wife? You are in earnest in what you have said?" "Nay, Miss Randolph, do not mock me. You know for how many years I have been devoted to you." "Indeed I do not. How could I know that?" "By my words. Have I not told you so 100 times? Words? I hold words of little value in a matter of this kind. Dozens have talked to me as you, who, I suppose, cared very little about me. The tongue is a great trifler, Mr. Arens." "But my actions prove my sincerity. I have offered you my hand and my fortune. Is not that a sufficient proof of devotion?" "No, silly fellow, nothing of the sort. Were I to become your wife, the fortune would still remain your own. Besides, I have some little fortune myself, and that would come under your control. So you see the advantage would be decidedly in your favor." Nay, Miss Randolph, I should not think of controlling yours, and if you will accept my hand— Your hand, sir? If you would win a woman, you should offer your heart. Hearts, not hands, for me. You know that is yours already, and has been for long years. All the world knows it. You must have told the world then, and I don't like it a bit. Really, you are too harsh with me. You have had many proofs of how long and devotedly I have admired you. I would have declared myself long since, and asked you to become my wife. And why did you not? Ringgold hesitated. The truth is, I was not my own master. I was under the control of my father. Indeed? That exists no longer. I can now act as I please. And dearest Miss Randolph, if you will but accept my hand— Your hand again! Let me tell you, sir, that this hand of yours has not the reputation of being the most open one. Should I accept it, it might prove sparing of pin money. Ha, ha, ha! I am aspersed by enemies, I swear to you, that in that sense you should have no cause to complain of my liberality. I'm not so sure of that, notwithstanding the oath you would take. Promises made before marriage are too often broken after. I would not trust you, my man, not I, in faith. But you can trust me, I assure you. You cannot assure me. Besides, I have no proofs of your liberality in the past. Why, Mr. Ringgold, you never made me a present in your life. Ha, ha, ha! Had I known you would have accepted one, it would gratify me, Miss Randolph. I would give you anything I possess. Good. Now I shall put you to the test. You shall make me a gift. Name it. It shall be yours. Oh, you fancy I'm going to ask for some trifling affair, a horse, a poodle, or some bit of glittering bajottery? Nothing of this sort, I assure you. I care not what. I have offered you my whole fortune, and therefore will not hesitate to give you a part of it. Only specify what you may desire, and I shall freely give it. That sounds liberal indeed. Very well, then. You have something I desire to possess, and very much desire it. In truth, I have taken a fancy to be its owner, and had some designs of making offers to you for the purchase of it. What can you mean, Miss Randolph? A plantation. A plantation? Exactly so. Not your own, but one of which you are the proprietor. Ah! I mean that which formerly belonged to a family of half-bloods upon Tupelo Creek. Your father purchased it from them, I believe. I noted the emphasis on the word purchased. I noted hesitation and some confusion in the reply. Yes, said he, it was so. But you astonish me, Miss Randolph. Why care you for this, when you shall be mistress of all I possess? That is my affair. I do care for it. I may have many reasons. That piece of ground is a favorite spot with me. It is a lovely place. I often go there. Remember, my brother is owner here. He is not likely to remain a bachelor all his life, and my mother may desire to have a home of her own. But no, I shall give you no reasons. Make the gift or not, as you please. And if I do, you will? Name conditions, and I will not accept it. Not if you ask me on your knees. Ha, ha, ha. I shall make none, then. If you will accept it, it is yours. Ah, that is not all, Master Arens. You might take it back just as easily as you have given it. How am I to be sure that you would not? I must have the deeds. You shall have them. And when? Whenever you please, within the hour, if you desire it. I do, then. Go get them. But remember, sir, I make no conditions. Remember that. Oh, exclaimed the overjoyed lover, I make none. I have no fears. I leave all to you. In an hour you shall have them. Adieu. And so saying, he made a hurried departure. I was so astonished by the nature of this dialogue, so taken by surprise at its odd ending, that for a time I could not stir from the spot. Not until Ringgold had proceeded to some distance did I recover my self-possession, and then I hesitated what course to pursue, whether to follow him or permit him to depart unmolested. Virginia had gone away from the ground, having glided silently back into the house. I was even angrier with her than with him, and obedient to this impulse, I left Ringgold to go free, and went straight for an explanation with my sister. It proved a somewhat stormy scene. I found her in the drawing-room in company with my mother. I stayed for no circumlocution. I listened to no denial or appeal, but openly announced to both the character of the man who had just left the house, openly declared him my intended murderer. "Will you marry this man?" "Never, George, never. I never intended it, never," she repeated emphatically, as she sank upon the sofa, burying her face in her hands. My mother was incredulous, even yet incredulous. I was proceeding to the proofs of the astounding declaration I had made, when I heard my name loudly pronounced outside the window. Someone was calling me in haste. I ran out upon the veranda to inquire what was wanted. In front was a man on horseback, in blue uniform with yellow facings, a dragoon. He was an orderly, a messenger from the fort. He was covered with dust. His horse was in a lather of sweat and foam. The condition of both horse and man showed that they had been going for hours at top speed. The man handed me a piece of paper, a dispatch hastily scrawled. It was addressed to Gallagher and myself. I opened it and read, "Bring on your men to Fort King as fast as their horses can carry them. The enemy is around us in numbers. Every rifle is wanted. Lose not a moment. Clinch." End of Chapter 60. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 61 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Victor Sheremet. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section The Route. The dispatch called for instant obedience. Fortunately, my horse was still under the saddle, and in less than 5 minutes I was upon his back and galloping for the volunteer camp. Among these eager warriors, the news produced a joyous excitement, expressed in a wild hurrah. Enthusiasm supplied the place of discipline, and in less than half an hour the corpse was accoutred and ready for the road. There was nothing to cause delay. The command to march was given. The bugle sounded the forward, and the troop, filing by twos into a long, somewhat irregular line, took the route for Fort King. I galloped home to say adieu. It was a hurried leave-taking, less happy than my last, but I rode away with more contentment, under the knowledge that my sister was now warned, and there was no longer any danger of an alliance with Arens Ringgold. The orderly who brought the dispatch rode back with the troop. As we marched along, he communicated the camp news and rumors in circulation at the fort. Many events had occurred of which we had not heard. The Indians had forsaken their towns, taking with them their wives, children, cattle, and chattels. Some of their villages they had themselves fired, leaving nothing for their pale-faced enemies to destroy. This proved a determination to engage in a general war. Had other proofs of this disposition been wanting? Whither they had gone, even our spies had been unable to find out. It was supposed by some that they had moved farther south, to a more distant part of the peninsula. Others alleged that they had betaken themselves to the great swamp that stretches for many leagues around the headwaters of the Massacre River, and known as the Cove of the Outhliacoochee. This last conjecture was the more likely, though so secretly and adroitly had they managed their migration that not a trace of the movement could be detected. The spies of the friendly Indians, the keenest that could be employed, were unable to discover their retreat. It was supposed that they intended to act only on the defensive, that is, to make plundering forays on whatever quarter was left unguarded by troops, and then retire with their booty to the fastnesses of the swamp. Their conduct up to this time had rendered the supposition probable enough. In such case, the war might not be so easily brought to a termination. In other words, there might be no war at all, but a succession of fruitless marches and pursuits. For it was well enough understood that if the Indians didn't choose to stand before us in action, we should have but little chance of overhauling them in their retreat. The fear of the troops was that their adversaries would take to the cover where it would be difficult, if not altogether impossible, to find them. However, this state of things could not be perpetual. The Indians could not always subsist upon plunder, where the booty must be every day growing less. They were too numerous for a mere band of robbers, though there existed among the whites a very imperfect idea of their numbers. Estimates placed them at from 1 to 5,000 souls, runaway Negroes included, and even the best informed frontiersmen could give only rude guesses on this point. For my part, I believed that there were more than 1,000 warriors, even after the defection of the traitor clans, and this was the opinion of one who knew them well, old Hickman the hunter. How then were so many to find subsistence in the middle of a morass? Had they been provident and there accumulated a grand commissariat? No, this question could at once be answered in the negative. It was well known that the contrary was the case, for in this year the Seminoles were without even their usual supply. Their removal had been urged in the spring, and in consequence of the doubtful prospect before them, many had planted little, some not at all. The crop, therefore, was less than in ordinary years, and previous to the final council at Fort King, numbers of them had been both buying and begging food from the frontier citizens. What likelihood, then, of finding subsistence throughout a long campaign? They would be starved out of their fortresses. They must come out, and either stand fight or sue for peace, so people believed. This topic was discussed as we rode along. It was one of primary interest to all young warriors, thirsting for fame, inasmuch as should the enemy determine to pursue so inglorious a system of warfare, where were the laurels to be plucked? A campaign in the miasmatic and pestilential climate of the swamps was more likely to yield a luxuriant crop of cypresses. Most hoped, and hence believed, that the Indians would soon grow hungry and shoot themselves in a fair field of fight. There were different opinions as to the possibility of their subsisting themselves for a lengthened period of time. Some, and these were men best acquainted with the nature of the country, expressed their belief that they could. The old alligator hunter was of this way of thinking. "Tho've got," said he, "that ere darned brier we, the big roots they calls county, Smilax pseudochina. It grows putty nigh all over the swamp, and in some places as thick as cane brake. It you're the best o' eating and drinking too, for they make a drink o' it. And then there's the acorns o' the live oak. Them ain't such bad eating, when well roasted in the ashes. They may gather thousands of bushels, I reckon. And next there's the cabbage in the head o' the big palmeter, that Errol G. them greens. As to their meat, there's deer and there's bar, a good grease to them in the swamp, and there's alligator, a tolerably goodish win o' them varmint, I reckon, to say nothing o' turtle, and turkey, and squirrels, and snakes, and sandrats for darn a red skin. He can eat anything that crawls, from a pumpkin to a polecat. Don't you believe it, fellers? Them are Injuns ain't a gwine to starve, so easy as you think for, to hold out by that teeth and toenails, just so long as there's a eatable thing in the darnashed swamp. That's what they'll do. This sage reasoning produced conviction in the minds of those who heard it. After all, the dispersed enemy might not be so helpless as was generally imagined. The march of the volunteers was not conducted in a strict military style. It was so commenced, but the officers soon found it impossible to carry out the tactics. The men, especially the younger ones, could not be restrained from occasionally falling out of the lines to help themselves to a pull out of some odd-looking flask, and at intervals one would gallop off into the woods in hopes of getting a shot at a deer or a turkey he had caught a glimpse of through the trees. Reasoning with these fellows on the part of their officers proved rather a fruitless affair, and getting angry with them was only to elicit a sulky rejoinder. Sergeant Hickman was extremely wroth with some of the offenders. "Greenhorns!" he exclaimed. "Darnation greenhorns! Let them go on at it. May a alligator eat me if they don't behave different by and by. I'll stake my critter agin and hoss in the crowd that some of them fellers get scalped afore sundown. Darn if they don't." No one offered to take the old hunter's bet, unfortunately for them, as his words proved prophetic. A young planter, fancying himself as safe as if riding through his own sugar canes, had galloped off from the line of march. A deer seen browsing in the Savanna offered an attraction too strong to be resisted. He hadn't been gone 5 minutes, had scarcely passed out of sight of his comrades, when 2 shots were heard in quick succession, and the next moment his riderless horse came galloping back to the troop. The line was halted and faced in the direction whence the shots had been heard. An advance party moved forward to the ground. No enemy was discovered, nor the traces of any, except those exhibited in the dead body of the young planter, that lay perforated with a brace of bullets just as it had fallen out of the saddle. It was a lesson, though an unpleasant one, to his comrades, and after this there were no more attempts at deer stalking. The man was buried on the spot where he lay, and with the troop more regularly and compactly formed, now an easier duty for its officers, we continued the march unmolested, and before sunset were within the stockade of the fort. End of chapter 61.
Chapter 62 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Knock on the Head. Excepting the memory of one short hour, Fort King had for me no pleasant reminiscences. There had been some new arrivals in my absence, but none of them worthy of companionship. They only rendered quarters more crowded and accommodation more difficult to obtain. The sutlers and the blacklegs were rapidly making their fortunes, and these with the quartermaster, the commissary, and the beef contractor appeared to be the only prosperous men about the place. The beau was still chief aide-de-camp, gaily caparisoned as ever, but of him I had almost ceased to think. It was not long before I was ordered upon duty, almost a moment after my arrival, and that as usual of a disagreeable kind. Before I had time to obtain a moment's rest after the long ride, even before I could wash the road dust from my skin, I was summoned to the headquarters of the commander-in-chief. What could he want with me in such hot haste? Was it about the duels? Were these old scores going to be reckoned up? Not without some apprehension did I betake myself into the presence of the general. It proved, however, to be nothing concerning the past, though, when I learned the duty I was to perform, I half regretted that it was not a reprimand. I found the agent closeted with the commander-in-chief. They had designed another interview with Omatla and Black Dirt. I was merely wanted as an interpreter. The object of this fresh interview with the chiefs was stated in my hearing. It was to arrange a plan for concerted action between the troops and the friendly Indians, who were to act as our allies against their own countrymen. The latter, as was known by certain information, being collected in large force in the cove of Outhliacoochee, but that it was confidentially hoped would be discovered by the aid of the friendly chiefs and their spies, who were constantly on the run. The meeting had been already prearranged. The chiefs, who, as already stated, had gone to Fort Brooke, and were there living under protection of the garrison, were to make a secret journey and meet the agent and general at an appointed place, the old ground, the hummock by the pond. The meeting had been fixed for that very night, as soon as it should be dark enough to hide the approach of both tempters and traitors. Shortly after twilight, therefore, we three proceeded to the spot, the general, the agent, and the interpreter, just as we had done on the former occasion. The chiefs were not there, and this caused a little surprise. By the noted punctuality with which an Indian keeps his assignation, it was expected they would have been on the ground, for the hour appointed had arrived. What is detaining them? What can be detaining them? Mutually inquired the commissioner and the general. Scarcely an instant passed till the answer came. It came from afar, and in a singular utterance, but it could be no other than a reply to the question. So both my companions conjectured. Borne upon the night breeze was the sound of strife, the sharp cracking of rifles and pistols, and distinctly heard above all, the shrill "Yo-ho! Ee!" The sounds were distant, away amid the far woods, but they were sufficiently distinct to admit of the interpretation that a life-and-death struggle was going on between two parties of men. It could be no feint, no false alarm to draw the soldiers from the fort, or terrify the sentinel on his post. There was an earnestness in the wild treble of those shrill cries that convinced the listener that human blood was being spilled. My companions were busy with conjectures. I saw that neither possessed a high degree of courage, for that is not necessary to become a general. In my warlike experience, I have seen more than one hiding behind a tree or piece of a wall. One, indeed, who was afterwards elected the chief of 20 millions of people, I have seen sulking in a ditch to screen himself from a stray shot, while his lost brigade, half a mile in the advance, was gallantly fighting under the guidance of a sub-lieutenant. But why should I speak of these things here? The world is full of such heroes. "It is they, by," exclaimed the commissioner. "They have been waylaid. They are attacked by the others. That rascal Powell for 1,000. "It is extremely probable," replied the other, who seemed to have a somewhat steadier nerve and spoke more coolly. "Yes, it must be. There are no troops in that direction. No whites either, not a man. It must therefore be an affair among the Indians themselves. And what else than attack upon the friendly chiefs? You are right, Thompson. It is as you say. If so, General, it will be of no use our remaining here. If they have waylaid Omatla, they will of course have superior numbers, and he must fall. We need not expect him. No, he is not likely to come. Neither he nor Lusta. As you say, it is idle for us to remain here. I think we may as well return to the fort." There was a moment's hesitation, during which I fancied both generals were debating in their minds whether it would be graceful thus to give up their errand and purpose. "If they should come," continued the soldier. "General," said I, taking the liberty to interrupt him, "if you desire it, I will remain upon the ground for a while and see. If they should come," I added, in continuation of the broken sentence, "I can proceed to the fort and give you notice." I could not have made a proposition more agreeable to the two. It was instantly accepted, and the brace of official heroes moved away, leaving me to myself. It was not long ere I had cause to regret my generous rashness. My late companions could scarcely have reached the fort when the sounds of the strife suddenly ceased, and I heard the Kahaquini, the Seminole shout of triumph. I was still listening to its wild intonations when half a dozen men, dark-bodied men, rushed out of the bushes and surrounded me where I stood. Despite the poor light the stars afforded, I could see shining blades, guns, pistols, and tomahawks. The weapons were too near my eyes to be mistaken for the fireflies that had been glittering around my head. Besides, the clink of steel was in my ears. My assailants made no outcry, perhaps because they were too near the fort, and my own shouts were soon suppressed by a blow that leveled me to the earth, depriving me as well of consciousness as of speech. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 63 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. An Indian Executioner. After a short spell of obliviousness, I recovered my senses. I perceived that the Indians were still around me, but no longer in the menacing attitude in which I had seen them before being struck down. On the contrary, they appeared to be treating me with kindness. One of them held my head upon his knee, while another was endeavoring to staunch the blood that was running freely from a wound in my temples. The others stood around regarding me with interest and apparently anxious about my recovery. Their behavior caused me some surprise, for I had no other thought than that they had intended to kill me. Indeed, as I sank under the stroke of the tomahawk, my senses had gone out, under the impression that I was killed. Such a reflection is not uncommon to those whom a blow has suddenly deprived of consciousness. My surprise was of an agreeable character. I felt that I still lived, that I was but little hurt, and not likely to receive any further damage from those who surrounded me. They were speaking to one another in low tones, pronouncing the prognosis of my wound, and apparently gratified that they had not killed me. "We have spilled your blood, but it is not dangerous," said one, addressing himself to me in his native tongue. "It was I who gave the blow. Hulwak. It was dark. Friend of the rising sun, we did not know you. We thought you were the Outhliacoochee, the great speaker, the commissioner. It is his blood we intended to spill. We expected to find him here. He has been here. Where gone?" I pointed in the direction of the fort. "Hulwak!" exclaimed several in a breath, and in a tone that betokened disappointment, and then turning aside, they conversed with each other in a low voice. "Fear not," said the first speaker, again standing before me. "Friend of the rising sun, we will do no further harm to you, but you must go with us to the chiefs. They are not far off. Come." I was once more upon my feet, and perhaps by a desperate effort might have escaped. The attempt, however, might have cost me a second knockdown, perhaps my life. Moreover, the courtesy of my captors at once set my mind at ease. Go where they might, I felt I had nothing to fear from them, and without hesitation I consented to accompany them. My captors, throwing themselves into single file, and assigning me a position in their midst, at once started off through the woods. For some time we walked rapidly, the path taken by the leader of the party being easily followed, even in the darkness, by those behind. I observed that we were going in the direction whence had been heard the sounds of the conflict that had long since ceased to vibrate upon the air. Of whatever nature had been the struggle, it was evidently brought to a close, and even the victors no longer uttered the Kahaquini. We had advanced about a mile when the moon arose, and the woods became more open. I could see my captives more distinctly. I recognized the features of one or two of them, from having seen them at the council. They were warriors of the Miccosauck tribe, the followers of Osceola. From this I conjectured that he was one of the chiefs before whom I was being conducted. My conjecture proved correct. We had not gone much further when the path led into an opening in the woods, in the midst of which a large body of Indians, about 100 in all, were grouped together. A little apart was a smaller group, the chiefs and head warriors. In their midst I observed Osceola. The ground exhibited a singular and sanguinary spectacle. Dead bodies were lying about, gashed with wounds still fresh and bleeding. Some of the dead lie upon their backs, their unclosed eyes glaring ghastly upon the moon, all in the attitudes in which they had fallen. The scalping knife had done its work, as the whitish patch upon the crowns, laced with seams of crimson red, showed the skulls divested of the hirsute covering. Men were strolling about with the fresh scalps in their hands, or elevated upon the muzzles of their guns. There was no mystery in what I saw. I knew its meaning well. The men who had fallen were of the traitor tribes, the followers of Outhliacoochee and Omatla. According to the arrangement with the commissioner, the chiefs had left Fort Brooke accompanied by a chosen band of their retainers. Their intention had become known to the patriots. Their movements had been watched. They had been attacked on the way, and after a short struggle overpowered. Most of them had fallen in the melee. A few, with the chief Outhliacoochee, had contrived to escape, while still another few, among whom was Omatla himself, had been taken prisoners during the conflict and were yet alive. They had been rescued from death, only to suffer it in a more ceremonial shape. I saw the captives where they stood, close at hand, and fast bound to some trees. Among them I recognized their leader, by the grace of Commissioner Thompson, king of the Seminole nation. By those around, His Majesty was now regarded with but slight deference. Many a willing regicide stood near him, and would have taken his life without further ceremony. But these were restrained by the chiefs who opposed the violent proceeding, and who had come to the determination to give Omatla a trial, according to the laws and customs of their nation. As we arrived upon the ground, this trial was going on. The chiefs were in council. One of my captors reported our arrival. I noticed a murmur of disappointment among the chiefs as he finished making his announcement. They were disappointed. I was not the captive they had been expecting. No notice was taken of me, and I was left free to loiter about and watch their proceedings if I pleased. The council soon performed its duty. The treason of Omatla was too well known to require much canvassing, and of course he was found guilty and condemned to expiate the crime with his life. The sentence was pronounced in the hearing of all present. The traitor must die. A question arose: who was to be his executioner? There were many who would have volunteered for the office, for to take the life of a traitor, according to Indian philosophy, is esteemed an act of honor. There would be no difficulty in procuring an executioner. Many actually did volunteer, but the services of those were declined by the council. This was a matter to be decided by vote. The vote was immediately taken. All knew of the vow made by Osceola. His followers were desirous he should keep it, and on this account he was unanimously elected to do the deed. He accepted the office. Knife in hand, Osceola approached the captive, now cowering in his bonds. All gathered around to witness the fatal stab. Moved by an impulse I could not resist, I drew near with the rest. We stood in breathless silence, expecting every moment to see the knife plunged into the heart of the criminal. We saw the arm upraised, and the blow given, but there was no wound, no blood. The blow had descended upon the thongs that bound the captive, and Omatla stood forth free from his fastenings. There was a murmur of disapprobation. What could Osceola mean? Did he design that Omatla should escape? The traitor condemned by the council? By all? But it was soon perceived he had no such intention. Far different was his design. "Omatla," said he, looking his adversary sternly in the face, You were once esteemed a brave man, honored by your tribe, by the whole Seminole nation. The white men have corrupted you. They have made you a renegade to your country and your cause. For all that you shall not die the death of a dog. I will kill, but not murder you. My heart revolts to slay a man who is helpless and unarmed. It shall be a fair combat between us, and men shall see that the right triumphs. Give him back his weapons. Let him defend himself if he can." The unexpected proposal was received with some disapprobation. There were many who were indignant at Outhliacoochee's treason, and still wild with the excitement produced by the late conflict, would have butchered him in his bonds. But all saw that Osceola was determined to act as he had proposed, and no opposition was offered. One of the warriors, stepping forward, handed his weapons to the condemned chief, only his tomahawk and knife, for so Osceola was himself armed. This done by a sort of tacit understanding, the crowd drew back, and the two combatants stood alone in the center. The struggle was brief as bloody. Almost at the first blow, Osceola struck the hatchet from the antagonist's hand, and with another stroke, rapidly following, felled Outhliacoochee to the earth. For a moment the victor was seen bending over his fallen adversary, with his long knife unsheathed and glittering in the moonlight. When he rose erect, the steel had lost its sheen. It was dimmed with crimson blood. Osceola had kept his oath. He had driven his blade through the heart of the traitor. Outhliacoochee had ceased to live. White men afterwards pronounced this deed an assassination, a murder. It was not so, any more than the death of Charles, of Caligula, of Tarquin, of 100 other tyrants who have oppressed or betrayed their country. Public opinion upon such matters is not honest. It takes its color from the cant of the times, changing like the hues of the chameleon. Sheer hypocrisy, shameful inconsistency. He only is a murderer who kills from a murderer's motive. Osceola was not in this class. My situation was altogether singular. As yet the chiefs had taken no notice of my presence, and notwithstanding the courtesy which had been extended to me by those who conducted me thither, I was not without some apprehensions as to my safety. It might please the council, excited as they were with what had just transpired, and now actually at war with our people, to condemn me to a fate similar to that which had befallen Outhliacoochee. I stood waiting their pleasure, therefore, in anything but a comfortable frame of mind. It was not long before I was relieved from my apprehensions. As soon as the affair with Outhliacoochee was ended, Osceola approached, and in a friendly manner stretched out his hand, which I was only too happy to receive in friendship. He expressed regret that I had been wounded and made captive by his men, explained the mistake, and then calling one of his followers, ordered him to guide me back to the fort. I had no desire to remain longer than I could help upon such tragic ground, and bidding the chief adieu, I followed my conductor along the path. Near the pond, the Indian left me, and without encountering any further adventures, I re-entered the gates of the fort. End of chapter 63. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 64 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Banquet with a Bad Ending. As by duty bound, I delivered a report of the scene I had involuntarily been witness to. It produced a lively excitement within the fort, and an expedition was instantly ordered forth, with myself to act as guide. A bit of sheer folly, the search proved bootless, as anyone might have prophesied. Of course we found the place, and the bodies of those who had fallen, upon which the wolves had already began ravening, but we discovered no living Indians, not even the path by which they had retreated. The expedition consisted of several hundred men, in fact the whole garrison of the fort. Had we gone out with a smaller force, in all probability we should have seen something of the enemy. The death of Outhliacoochee was the most serious incident that had yet occurred, at all events the most important in its bearings. By the whites, Outhliacoochee had been constituted king. By killing, the Indians showed their contempt for the authority that had crowned him, as well as their determination to resist all interference of the kind. Outhliacoochee had been directly under the protection of the white chiefs. This had been guaranteed to him by promise as by treaty, and therefore the taking his life was a blow struck against his patrons. The government would now be under the necessity of avenging his death. But the incident had its most important bearings upon the Indians, especially upon Outhliacoochtee's own people. Terrified by the example and dreading lest similar retribution might be extended to themselves, many of Outhliacoocht's tribe, sub-chiefs and warriors, forsook their alliance and enrolled themselves in the ranks of the patriots. Other clans that had hitherto remained undecided, acting under similar motives, now declared their allegiance to the national will, and took up arms without further hesitation. The death of Outhliacoochee, besides being an act of stern justice, was a stroke of fine policy on the part of the hostile Indians. It proved the genius of him who had conceived and carried it into execution. Outhliacoochee was the first victim of Osceola's vow of vengeance. Soon after appeared the second. It was not long before the tragedy of the traitor's death was eclipsed by another, far more thrilling and significant. One of the chief actors in this drama disappears from the stage. On our arrival at the fort, it was found that the commissariat was rapidly running short. No provision had been made for so large a body of troops, and no supplies could possibly reach Fort King for a long period of time. We were to be the victims of the usual improvidence exhibited by governments not accustomed to warlike operations. Rations were stinted to the verge of starvation, and the prospect before us began to look very starvation-like itself. In this emergency, the commander-in-chief performed an act of great patriotism. Independent of his military command, General Clinch was a citizen of Florida, a proprietor and planter upon a large scale. His fine plantation lay at a short distance from Fort King. His crop of maize, covering nearly 100 acres, was just ripening, and this, without more ado, was rationed out to the army. Instead of bringing the commissariat to the troops, the reverse plan was adopted, and the troops were marched upon their food, which had yet to be gathered before being eaten. 4/5 of the little army was thus withdrawn from the fort, leaving rather a weak garrison, while a new stockade was extemporized on the general's plantation, under the title of Fort Drane. There were slanderous people who insinuated that in this curious matter the good old general was moved by other motives than those of mere patriotism. There was some talk about Uncle Sam, well known as a solvent and liberal paymaster, being called upon to give a good price for the general's corn. Besides, so long as an army bivouacked upon his plantation, no danger need be apprehended from the Indian incendiaries. Perhaps these insinuations were but the conceits of camp satire. I was not among those transferred to the new station. I was not a favorite with the commander-in-chief, and no longer upon his staff. My duties kept me at Fort King, where the commissioner also remained. The days passed tamely enough, whole weeks of them. An occasional visit to Fort Drane was a relief to the monotony of garrison life, but this was a rare occurrence. The fort had been shorn of its strength, and was too weak for us to go much beyond its walls. It was well known that the Indians were in arms. Traces of their presence had been observed near the post, and a hunting excursion, or even a romantic saunter in the neighboring woods, the usual resources of a frontier station, could not have been made without some peril. During this period I observed that the commissioner was very careful in his outgoings and incomings. He rarely passed outside the stockade, and never beyond the line of sentries. Whenever he looked in the direction of the woods, or over the distant Savanna, a shadow of distrust appeared to overspread his features, as though he was troubled with an apprehension of danger. This was after the death of the traitor chief. He had heard of Osceola's vow to kill Omatla. Perhaps he had also heard that the oath extended to himself. Perhaps he was under the influence of a presentiment. Christmas came round. At this season, wherever they may be found, whether amid the icebergs of the north, or on the hot plains of the tropic, on board ship, within the walls of a fortress, even in a prison, Christians incline to merrymaking. The frontier post is no exception to the general rule, and Fort King was a continued scene of festivities. The soldiers were released from duty. Alone the sentinels were kept to their posts, and with such fare as could be procured, backed by liberal rations of Monongahela, the week passed cheerily enough. A sutler in the American army is generally a thriving adventurer, with the officers liberal both of cash and credit, and on festive occasions not unfrequently their associate and boon companion. Such was he, the sutler at Fort King. On one of the festal days he had provided a sumptuous dinner, no one about the fort so capable, to which the officers were invited, the commissioner himself being the honored guest. The banquet was set out in the sutler's own house, which, as already mentioned, stood outside the stockade, several hundred yards off, and near to the edge of the woods. The dinner was over, and most of the officers had returned within the fort, where, as it was now getting near night, it was intended the smoking and wine drinking should be carried on. The commissioner, with half a dozen others, officers and civilian visitors, still lingered to enjoy another glass under the hospitable roof where they had eaten their dinner. I was among those who went back within the fort. We had scarcely settled down in our seats when we were startled by a volley of sharp cracks, which the ear well knew to be the reports of rifles. At the same instant was heard the wild intonation, easily distinguishable from the shouting of civilized men, the war cry of the Indians. We needed no messenger to inform us what the noises meant. The enemy was upon the ground and had made an attack. We fancied upon the fort itself. We rushed into the open air, each arming himself as best he could. Once outside, we saw that the fort was not assailed, but upon looking over the stockade, we perceived that the house of the sutler was surrounded by a crowd of savages, plumed and painted in full fighting costume. They were in quick motion, rushing from point to point, brandishing their weapons and yelling the yo-ho-ee-hee. Straggling shots were still heard as the fatal gun was pointed at some victim endeavoring to escape. The gates of the fort were standing wide open, and soldiers who had been strolling outside now rushed through, uttering shouts of terror as they passed in. The sutler's house was at too great a distance for the range of musketry. Some shots were discharged by the sentries and others who chanced to be armed, but the bullets fell short. The artillerists ran to their guns, but on reaching these it was found that the stables, a row of heavy log houses, stood directly in the range of the sutler's house, thus sheltering the enemy from the aim of the gunners. All at once the shouting ceased, and the crowd of dusky warriors was observed moving off towards the woods. In a few seconds they had disappeared among the trees, vanishing as if by magic from our sight. He who commanded at the fort, an officer slow of resolve, now mustered the garrison and ventured a sortie. It extended only to the house of the sutler, where a halt was made while we contemplated the horrid scene. The sutler himself, 2 young officers, several soldiers and civilians lay upon the floor dead, each with many wounds. Conspicuous above all was the corpse of the commissioner. He was lying upon his back, his face covered with gore, and his uniform torn and bloody. 16 bullets had been fired into his body, and a wound more terrible than all was observed over the left breast. It was the gash made by a knife, whose blade had passed through his heart. I could have guessed who gave that wound, even without the living testimony that was offered on the spot. A negress, the cook who had concealed herself behind a piece of furniture, now came forth from her hiding-place. She had been witness of all. She was acquainted with the person of Osceola. It was he who had conducted the tragedy. He had been the last to leave the scene, and before taking his departure, the negress had observed him give that final stab, no doubt in satisfaction of the deadly vow he had made. After some consultation, a pursuit was determined upon, and carried out with considerable caution. But as before, it proved fruitless. As before, even the track by which the enemy had retreated could not be discovered. End of chapter 64. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 65 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 65. Dade's Massacre. This melancholy finale to the festivities of Christmas was, if possible, rendered more sad by a rumor that shortly after reached Fort King. It was the rumor of an event which has since become popularly known as Dade's Massacre. The report was brought by an Indian runner belonging to one of the friendly clans, but the statements made were of so startling a character that they were at first received with a cry of incredulity. Other runners, however, continuously arriving, confirmed the account of the first messenger, until his story, tragically improbable as it appeared, was accepted as truth. It was true in all its romantic coloring, true in all its sanguinary details. The war had commenced in real earnest, inaugurated by a conflict of the most singular kind, singular both in character and result. An account of this battle is perhaps of sufficient interest to be given. In the early part of this narrative, it has been mentioned that an officer of the United States Army gave out the vaunt that he could march through all the Seminole Reserve with only a corporal's guard at his back. That officer was Major Dade. It was the destiny of Major Dade to find an opportunity for giving proof of his warlike prowess. Though with something more than a corporal's guard at his back, the result was a sad contrast to the boast he had so thoughtlessly uttered. To understand this ill-fated enterprise, it is necessary to say a word topographically of the country. On the west coast of the peninsula of Florida is a bay called Tampa, by the Spaniards Espiritu Santo. At the head of this bay was erected Fort Brooke, a stockade similar to Fort King, and lying about 90 miles from the latter, in a southerly direction, it was another of those military posts established in connection with the Indian Reserve, a depot for troops and stores, also an entrepot for such as might arrive from the ports of the Mexican Gulf. About 200 soldiers were stationed here at the breaking out of hostilities. They were chiefly artillery, with a small detachment of infantry. Shortly after the fruitless council at Fort King, these troops, or as many of them as could be spared, were ordered by General Clinch to proceed to the latter place and unite with the main body of the army. In obedience to these orders, 100 men, with their quota of officers, were set in motion for Fort King. Major Dade commanded the detachment. On the eve of Christmas, 1835, they had taken the route, marching out of Fort Brooke in high spirits, buoyant with the hope of encountering and winning laurels in a fight with the Indian foe. They flattered themselves that it would be the first conflict of the war, and therefore that in which the greatest reputation would be gained by the victors. They dreamt not of defeat. With flags flying gaily, drums rolling merrily, bugles sounding the advance, cannon pealing their farewell salute, and comrades cheering them onwards, the detachment commenced its march, that fatal march from which it was destined never to return. Just 7 days after, on the 31st of December, a man made his appearance at the gates of Fort Brooke, crawling upon his hands and knees. In his tattered attire could scarcely be recognized the uniform of a soldier, a private of Dade's detachment, for such he was. His clothes were saturated with water from the creeks and soiled with mud from the swamps. They were covered with dust and stained with blood. His body was wounded in 5 places, severe wounds all, one in the right shoulder, one in the right thigh, one near the temple, one in the left arm, and another in the back. He was wan, wasted, emaciated to the condition of a skeleton, and presented the aspect of one. When, in a weak, trembling voice, he announced himself as Private Clark of the 2nd Artillery, his old comrades had with difficulty identified him. Shortly after, 2 others, Privates Sprague and Thomas, made their appearance in a similar plight. Their report was similar to that already delivered by Clark, that Major Dade's command had been attacked by the Indians, cut to pieces, massacred to a man, that they themselves were the sole survivors of that band who had so lately gone forth from the fort in all the pride of confident strength and the hopeful anticipation of glory. And their story was true to the letter. Of all the detachment, these 3 miserable remnants of humanity alone escaped. The others, 106 in all, had met death on the banks of the Amazora. Instead of the laurel, they found the cypress. The 3 who escaped had been struck down and left for dead upon the field. It was only by counterfeiting death they had succeeded in afterwards crawling from the ground and making their way back to the fort. Most of this journey Clark performed upon his hands and knees, proceeding at the rate of a mile to the hour, over a distance of more than 60 miles. End of chapter 65. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 66 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Battleground. The affair of Dade's Massacre is without a parallel in the history of Indian warfare. No conflict of a similar kind had ever occurred, at least none so fatal to the whites engaged in it. In this case they suffered complete annihilation. 4 of the 3 wounded men who had escaped, 2 of them shortly after died of their wounds. Nor had the Indians any great advantage over their antagonists, beyond that of superior cunning and strategy. It was near the banks of the Amazora, Outhliacoochee of the Seminoles, and after crossing that stream that Major Dade's party had been attacked. The assault was made in ground comparatively open, a tract of pine woods where the trees grew thin and straggling, so that the Indians had in reality no great advantage either from position or entrenchment. Neither has it been proved that they were greatly superior in numbers to the troops they destroyed, not more than 2 to 1, and this proportion in most Indian wars has been considered by their white antagonists as only fair odds. Many of the Indians appeared upon the ground mounted, but these remained at a distance from the fire of the musketry, and only those on foot took part in the action. Indeed, their conquest was so soon completed that the horsemen were not needed. The first fire was so deadly that Dade's followers were driven into utter confusion. They were unable to retreat. The mounted Indians had already outflanked them and cut off their chance of escape. Dade himself, with most of his officers, fell at the first volley, and the survivors had no choice but fight it out on the ground. A breastwork was attempted by felling trees and throwing their trunks into a triangle, but the hot fire from the Indian rifles soon checked the progress of the work, and the parapet never rose even breast high above the ground. Into this insecure shelter the survivors of the first attack retreated, and there fell rapidly under the well-aimed missiles of their foes. In a short while the last man lay motionless, and the slaughter was at an end. When the place was afterwards visited by our troops, this triangular enclosure was found, filled with dead bodies, piled upon one another, just as they had fallen, crosswise, lengthways, in every attitude of death. It was afterwards noised abroad that the Indians had inhumanly tortured the wounded and horribly mutilated the slain. This was not true. There were no wounded left to be tortured, except the 3 who escaped. And as for the mutilation, but 1 or 2 instances of this occurred, since known to have been the work of runaway Negroes, actuated by motives of personal revenge. Some scalps were taken, but this is the well-known custom of Indian warfare, and white men ere now have practiced the fashion, while under the frenzied excitement of battle. I was one of those who afterwards visited the battleground on a tour of inspection ordered by the Commander-in-Chief, and the official report of that tour is the best testimony as to the behavior of the victors. It reads as follows. Major Dade and his party were destroyed on the morning of the 28th of December, about 4 miles from their camp of the preceding night. They were advancing in column of route when they were attacked by the enemy, who rose in a swarm out of the cover of long grass and palmettos. The Indians suddenly appeared close to their files. Muskets were clubbed, knives and bayonets used, and parties clenched in deadly conflict. In the second attack, our own men's muskets, taken from the dead and wounded, were used against them. A crossfire cut down a succession of artillerists when the cannon were taken, the carriages broken and burned, and the guns rolled into a pond. Many Negroes were in the field, but no scalps were taken by the Indians. On the other hand, the Negroes, with hellish cruelty, pierced the throats of all whose cries or groans showed that there was still life in them. Another official report runs thus. We approached the battlefield from the rear. Our advanced guard had passed the ground without halting when the commanding officer and his staff came upon one of the most appalling scenes that can be imagined. We first saw some broken and scattered boxes, then a cart, the 2 oxen, of which were lying dead, as if they had fallen asleep, their yokes still on them. A little to the right, 1 or 2 horses were seen. We next came to a small enclosure made by felling trees, in such a manner as to form a triangular breastwork. Within the triangle, along the north and west faces of it, were about 30 bodies, mostly mere skeletons, although much of the clothing was left upon them. They were lying in the positions they must have occupied during the fight. Some had fallen over their dead comrades, but most of them lay close to the logs, with their heads turned towards the breastwork, over which they had delivered their fire, and their bodies stretched with striking regularity parallel to each other. They had evidently been shot dead at their posts, and the Indians had not disturbed them except by taking the scalps of some, which it is said was done by their Negro allies. The officers were all easily recognized. Some still wore their rings and breastpins, and money was found in their pockets. It may be proper to observe that the attack was not made from a hummock, but in a thinly wooded country, the Indians being concealed by palmettos and grass. From this report it appears that the Indians were fighting, not for plunder, not even from motives of diabolical revenge. Their motive was higher and purer. It was the defense of their country, of their hearths and homes. The advantage they had over the troop of Major Dade was simply that of ambush and surprise. This officer, though a man of undoubted gallantry, was entirely wanting in those qualities necessary to a leader, especially one engaged against such a foe. He was a mere book soldier, as most officers are, lacking the genius which enables the great military chieftain to adapt himself to the circumstances that surround him. He conducted the march of his detachment as if going upon parade, and by so doing he carried it into danger and subsequent destruction. But if the commander of the whites in this fatal affair was lacking in military capacity, the leader of the Indians was not. It soon became known that he who planned the ambush and conducted it to such a sanguinary and successful issue was the young chief of the Baton Rouge, Osceola. He could not have stayed long upon the ground to enjoy his triumph. It was upon that same evening, at Fort King, 40 miles distant from the scene of Dade's massacre, that the commissioner fell before his vow of vengeance. End of Chapter 66. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 67 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Battle of Outhliacoochee. The murder of the commissioner called for some act of prompt retribution. Immediately after its occurrence, several expresses had been dispatched by different routes to Camp Drain, some of whom fell into the hands of the enemy, while the rest arrived safely with the news. By daybreak of the following morning, the army, more than 1,000 strong, was in motion and marching towards the Amazura. The avowed object of this expedition was to strike a blow at the families of the hostile Indians, their fathers and mothers, their wives, sisters, and children, whose lurking place amidst the fastnesses of the great swamp, the Cove, had become known to the general. It was intended that they should be captured, if possible, and held as hostages until the warriors could be induced to surrender. With all others who could be spared from the fort, I was ordered to accompany the expedition, and accordingly joined it upon the march. From the talk I heard around me, I soon discovered the sentiment of the soldiery. They had but little thought of making captives. Exasperated by what had taken place at the fort, further exasperated by what they called Dade's massacre, I felt satisfied that they would not stay to take prisoners, old men or young men, women or children. All would alike be slain. No quarter would be given. I was sick even at the prospect of such a wholesale carnage as was anticipated. Anticipated, I say, for all confidently believed it would take place. The hiding place of these unfortunate families had become known. There were guides conducting us thither, who knew the very spot. How could we fail to reach it? An easy surprise was expected. Information had been received that the warriors, or most of them, were absent upon another and more distant expedition, and in a quarter where we could not possibly encounter them. We were to make a descent upon the nest in the absence of the eagles, and with this intent the army was conducted by silent and secret marches. But the day before, our expedition would have appeared easy enough, a mere exciting frolic, without peril of any kind. But the news of Dade's defeat had produced a magical effect upon the spirits of the soldiers, and whilst it exasperated, it had also cowed them. For the first time they began to feel something like a respect for their foe, mingled perhaps with a little dread of him. The Indians, at least, knew how to kill. This feeling increased as fresh messengers came in from the scene of Dade's conflict, bringing new details of that sanguinary affair. It was not without some apprehension, then, that the soldier marched onwards, advancing into the heart of the enemy's country, and even the reckless volunteer kept close in the ranks as he rode silently along. About midday we reached the banks of the Amazora. The stream had to be crossed before the cove could be reached, for the vast network of swamps and lagoons bearing this name extended from the opposite side. A ford had been promised the general, but the guides were at fault. No crossing place could be found. At the point where we reached, the river ran past, broad, black, and deep. Too deep to be waded even by our horses. Were the guides playing traitor and misleading us? It certainly began to assume that appearance. But no, it could not be. They were Indians, it is true, but well proved in their devotion to the whites. Besides, they were men compromised with the national party, doomed to death by their own people. Our defeat would have been their ruin. It was not treason, as shown afterwards. They had simply been deceived by the trails and had gone the wrong way. It was fortunate for us they had done so. But for this mistake of the guides, the army of General Clinch might have been called upon to repeat on a larger scale the drama so lately enacted by Dade and his companions. Had we reached the true crossing some 2 miles further down, we should have entered an ambush of the enemy, skillfully arranged by that leader who so well understood his forest tactics. The report of the warriors having gone on a distant expedition was a mere ruse, the prelude to a series of strategic maneuvers devised by Osceola. The Indians were at that moment where we should have been, but for the mistakes of the guides. The ford was beset upon both sides by the foe, the warriors lying unseen like snakes among the grass, ready to spring forth the moment we should attempt the crossing. Fortunate it was for Clinch and his army that our guides possessed so little skill. The general acted without this knowledge at the time, else had he known the dangerous proximity, his behavior might have been different. As it was, a halt was ordered, and after some deliberation, it was determined we should cross the river at the point where the army had arrived. Some old boats were found, scows, with a number of Indian canoes. These would facilitate the transport of the infantry, while the mounted men could swim over upon their horses. Rafts of logs were soon knocked together, and the passage of the stream commenced. The maneuver was executed with considerable adroitness, and in less than an hour one half of the command had crossed. I was among those who got first over, but I scarcely congratulated myself on the success of the enterprise. I felt sad at the prospect of being soon called upon to aid in the slaughter of defenseless people, of women and children, for around me there was no other anticipation. It was a feeling of positive relief, almost of joy, that I heard that wild war cry breaking through the woods, the well-known yo-ho-hee of the Seminoles. Along with it came the ringing detonations of rifles, the louder report of musketry, while bullets whistling through the air and breaking branches from the surrounding trees told us that we were assailed in earnest and by a large force of the enemy. That portion of the army already over had observed the precaution to post itself in a strong position among heavy timber that grew near the river bank, and on this account the first volley of the Indians produced a less deadly effect. For all that, several fell, and those who were exposed to view were still in danger. The fire was returned by the troops, repeated by the Indians, and again answered by the soldiers, now rolling continuously, now in straggling volleys or single shots, and at intervals altogether ceasing. For a long while but little damage was done on either side, but it was evident that the Indians, under cover of the underwood, were working themselves into a more advantageous position, in fact, surrounding us. The troops, on the other hand, dare not stir from the spot where they had landed, until a larger number should cross over. After that, it was intended we should advance and force the Indians from the coverts at the point of the bayonet. The troops from the other side continued to cross. Hitherto they had been protected by the fire of those already over, but at this crisis a maneuver was effected by the Indians that threatened to put an end to the passing of the river, unless under a destructive fire from their rifles. Just below our position, a narrow strip of land jutted out into the stream, forming a miniature peninsula. It was a sandbar caused by an eddy on the opposite side. It was lower than the main bank and bare of timber, except at its extreme point, where a sort of island had been formed, higher than the peninsula itself. On this island grew a thick grove of evergreen trees, palms, live oaks, and magnolias, in short a hummock. It would have been prudent for us to have occupied this hummock at the moment of our first crossing over, but our general had not perceived the advantage. The Indians were not slow in noticing it, and before we could take any steps to hinder them, a body of warriors rushed across the isthmus and took possession of the hummock. The result of this skillful maneuver was soon made manifest. The boats in crossing were swept down by the current within range of the wooded islet, out of whose evergreen shades was now poured a continuous stream of blue fiery smoke, while the leaden missiles did their work of death. Men were seen dropping down upon the rafts, or tumbling over the sides of the canoes, with a heavy plunge upon the water that told they had ceased to live, while the thick fire of musketry that was directed upon the hummock altogether failed to dislodge the daring band who occupied it. There were but few of them, for we had seen them distinctly as they ran over the isthmus, but it was evident they were a chosen few, skilled marksmen every man. They were dealing destruction at every shot. It was a moment of intense excitement. Everywhere the conflict was carried on with more equality, since both parties fought under cover of the trees, and but little injury was sustained or inflicted by either. The band upon the islet were killing more of our men than all the rest of the enemy. There was no other resource than to dislodge them from the hummock, to drive them forth at the bayonet's point. At least this was the design that now suggested itself to the commander-in-chief. It seemed a forlorn hope. Whoever should approach from the land side would receive the full fire of the concealed enemy, be compelled to advance under a fearful risk of life. To my surprise, the duty was assigned to myself. Why, I know not, since it could not be from any superior courage or ardor I had hitherto evinced in the campaign. But the order came from the general, direct and prompt, and with no great spirit I prepared to execute it. With a party of rifles, scarcely outnumbering the enemy we were to attack at such a serious disadvantage, I started forth for the peninsula. I felt as if marching upon my death, and I believe that most of those who followed me were the victims of a similar presentiment. Even though it had been a certainty, we could not now turn back. The eyes of the whole army were upon us. We must go forwards. We must conquer or fall. In a few seconds we were upon the island, and advancing by rapid strides towards the hummock. We had hopes that the Indians might not have perceived our approach, and that we should get behind them unawares. They were vain hopes. Our enemies had been watchful. They had observed our maneuver from its beginning, had faced round, and were waiting with rifles loaded, ready to receive us. But half conscious of our perilous position, we pressed forwards and had got within 20 yards of the grove, when the blue smoke and red flame suddenly jetted forth from the trees. I heard the bullets shower past my ears. I heard the cries and groans of my followers as they fell thickly behind me. I looked around. I saw that every one of them was stretched upon the ground, dead or dying. At the same instant, a voice reached me from the grove. "Go back, Randolph, go back. By that symbol upon your breast, your life has been spared. But my braves are chafed, and their blood is hot with fighting. Tempt not their anger. Away, away." End of chapter 67. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 68 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A victory ending in a retreat. I saw not the speaker, who was completely hidden behind a thick trellis of leaves. It was not necessary I should see him to know who addressed me. On hearing the voice, I instantly recognized it. It was Osceola who spoke. I cannot describe my sensations at that moment, nor tell exactly how I acted. My mind was in a chaos of confusion, surprise, and fear, mingling alike in my emotions. I remember facing more towards my followers. I saw that they were not all dead. Some were still lying where they had fallen, doubled up or stretched out in various attitudes of death, motionless, beyond doubt lifeless. Some still moved, their cries for help showing that life was not extinct. To my joy, I observed several who had regained their feet and were running, or rather scrambling, rapidly away from the ground, and still another few who had risen into half-erect attitudes and were crawling off upon their hands and knees. These last were still being fired upon from the bushes, and as I stood wavering, I saw one or two of them leveled along the grass by the fatal bullets that rained thickly around me. Among the wounded who lay at my feet, there was a young fellow whom I knew. He appeared to be shot through both limbs, and could not move his body from the spot. His appeal to me for help was the first thing that aroused me from my indecision. I remembered that this young man had once done me a service. Almost mechanically, I bent down, grasped him around the waist, and raising his body, commenced dragging him away. With my burden, I hurried back across the isthmus as fast as my strength would permit, nor did I stop till beyond the range of the Indian rifles. Here I was met by a party of soldiers sent to cover our retreat. In their hands I left my disabled comrade, and hastened onward to deliver my melancholy report to the commander-in-chief. My tale needed no telling. Our movement had been watched, and our discomfiture was already known throughout the whole army. The general said not a word, and without giving time for explanation, ordered me to another part of the field. All blamed his imprudence in having ordered such a desperate charge, especially with so small a force. For myself, I had gained the credit of a bold leader, but how I chanced to be the only one who came back unscathed out of that deadly fire was a puzzle which at that moment I did not choose to explain. For an hour or more the fight continued to be carried on, in the shape of a confused skirmish among swamps and trees, without either party gaining any material advantage. Each held the position it had taken up, though the Indians retained their freedom of the forest beyond. To have retired from ours would have been the ruin of the whole army, since there was no other mode of retreat but by recrossing the stream, and that could only have been effected under the fire of the enemy. And yet to hold our position appeared equally ruinous. We could effect nothing by being thus brought to a standstill, for we were actually besieged upon the bank of the river. We had vainly endeavored to force the Indians from the bush. Having once failed, a second attempt to cut our way through them would be a still more perilous emprise. And yet to remain stationary had also its prospects of danger. With scanty provisions, the troops had marched out of their cantonments. Their rations had already exhausted. Hunger stared the army in the face. Its pangs were already felt, and every hour would render them more severe. We began to believe that we were besieged, and such was virtually the fact. Around us in a semicircle swarmed the savages, each behind his protecting tree, thus forming a defensive line equal in strength to a fortified entrenchment. Such could not be forced without the certainty of great slaughter among our men. We perceived, too, that the number of our enemies was hourly increasing. A peculiar cry, which some of the old Indian fighters understood, heard at intervals, betokened the arrival of fresh parties of the foe. We felt the apprehension that we were being outnumbered, and might soon be overpowered. A gloomy feeling was fast spreading itself through the ranks. During the skirmishes that had already occurred, we noticed that many of the Indians were armed with fusils and muskets. A few were observed in uniform, with military accoutrements. One, a conspicuous leader, was still more singularly attired. From his shoulders was suspended a large silken flag, after the fashion of a Spanish cloak of the times of the conquistadors. Its stripes of alternate red and white with a blue starry field at the corner were conspicuous. Every eye in the army looked upon it and recognized in the fantastic draping, thus tauntingly displayed, the loved flag of our country. These symbols were expressive. They did not puzzle us. Their presence among our enemies was easily explained. The flag, the muskets and fusils, the uniforms and equipments, were trophies from the battlefield where Dade had fallen. Though the troops regarded these objects with bitter indignation, their anger was impotent. The hour for avenging the disastrous fate of their comrades had not yet arrived. It is not improbable we might have shared their destiny had we remained much longer upon the ground, but a plan of retreat offered, of which our general was not loath to take advantage. It was the happy idea of a volunteer officer, an old campaigner of the Hickory Wars, versed in the tactics of Indian fighting. By his advice, a feint was made by the troops who had not yet crossed, the volunteers. It was a pretended attempt to effect the passage of the river at a point higher upstream. It was good strategy. Had such a passage been possible, it would have brought the enemy between two fires, and thus put an end to the surround. But a crossing was not intended, only a ruse. It had the effect designed. The Indians were deceived by it and rushed in a body up the bank to prevent the attempt at crossing. Our beleaguered force took advantage of their temporary absence, and the regulars, making an adroit use of the time, succeeded in getting back to the safe side of the river. The wily foe was too prudent to follow us, and thus ended the Battle of Outhliacoochee. In the hurried council that was held, there was no two opinions as to what course of action we should pursue. The proposal to march back to Fort King was received with a wonderful unanimity, and with little loss of time we took the route and arrived without further molestation at the fort. End of Chapter 68. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 69 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Another swamp fight. After this action, a complete change was observed in the spirit of the army. Boasting was heard no more, and the eagerness of the troops to be led against the enemy was no longer difficult to restrain. No one expressed desire for a second expedition across the Outhliacoochee, and the cove was to remain unexplored until the arrival of reinforcements. The volunteers were disheartened, wearied of the campaign, and not a little cowed by the resistance they had so unexpectedly encountered. Bold and bloody as it was unlooked for, the enemy hitherto despised, if it had aroused by its conduct a strong feeling of exasperation and vengeance, had also purchased the privilege of respect. The Battle of Outhliacoochee cost the United States Army nearly 100 men. The Seminole loss was believed to be much greater, though no one could give a better authority for this belief than that of a guess. No one had seen the enemy slain, but this was accounted for by the assertion that during the fight they had carried their dead and wounded from the field. How often has this absurd allegation appeared in the dispatches of generals, both victorious and defeated? It is the usual explanation of a battlefield found too sparsely strewn by the bodies of the foe. The very possibility of such an operation argues either an easy conflict or a strong attachment between comrade and comrade, too strong indeed for human nature. With some fighting experience, I can affirm that I never saw a dead body, either of comrade or foeman, moved from the ground where he had fallen, so long as there was a shot ringing upon the ear. In the Battle of Outhliacoochee, no doubt some of our enemies had bit the dust, but their loss was much less than that of our own troops. For myself, and I had ample opportunity for observation, I could not swear to a single dead Indian, nor have I met with a comrade who could. Notwithstanding this, historians have chronicled the affair as a grand victory, and the dispatch of the commander-in-chief is still extant, a curious specimen of warlike literature. In this document may be found the name of almost every officer engaged, each depicted as a peerless hero, a rare monument of vanity and boasting. To speak the honest truth, we had been well whipped by the redskins, and the chagrin of the army was only equaled by its exasperation. Clinch, although esteemed a kind general, the soldier's friend, as historians term him, was no longer regarded as a great warrior. His glory had departed. If Osceola owed him any spite, he had reason to be satisfied with what he had accomplished, without molesting the old veteran further. Though still living, he was dead to fame. A fresh commander-in-chief now made his appearance, and hopes of victory were again revived. The new general was Gaines, another of the veterans produced by seniority of rank. He had not been ordered by the government upon this special duty, but Florida being part of his military district, had volunteered to take the guidance of the war. Like his predecessor, Gaines expected to reap a rich harvest of laurels, and, like the former, was he doomed to disappointment. Again it was a cypress wreath. Without delay, our army, reinforced by fresh troops from Louisiana and elsewhere, was put in motion, and once more marched upon the cove. We reached the banks of the Amazora, but never crossed that fatal stream, equally fatal to our glory as our lives. This time the Indians crossed, almost upon the ground of the former action, with the difference that it was now upon the nether bank of the stream. We were attacked by the Red Warriors, and after some hours of sharp skirmishing, compelled to shelter our proud battalions within the protecting pickets of a stockade. Within this enclosure we were besieged for a period of 9 days, scarcely daring to trust ourselves outside the wooden walls. Starvation no longer stared us in the face. It had actually come upon us, and but for the horses we had hitherto bestrode, with whose flesh we were fain to satisfy the cravings of our appetites, 1/2 the army of Camp Izard would have perished of hunger. We were saved from destruction by the timely arrival of a large force that had been dispatched to our rescue under Clinch, still commanding his brigade. Having marched direct from Fort King, our former general had the good fortune to approach the enemy from their rear, and by surprising our besiegers, disentangled us from our perilous situation. The day of our delivery was memorable by a single incident, an armistice of a peculiar character. Early in the morning, while it was yet dark, a voice was heard hailing us from a distance in a loud "Ho there! Halloa!" It came from the direction of the enemy, since we were surrounded. It could not be otherwise, but the peculiar phraseology led to the hope that Clinch's brigade had arrived. The hail was repeated and answered, but the hope of a rescue vanished when the stentorian voice was recognized as that of Abram, the Black Chief, and quondam interpreter of the council. "What do you want?" was the interrogatory ordered by the commander-in-chief. "A talk," came the curt reply. "For what purpose?" "We want to stop fighting." The proposal was agreeable as unexpected. What could it mean? Were the Indians starving, like ourselves, and tired of hostilities? It was probable enough. For what other reason should they desire to end the war so abruptly? They had not yet been defeated, but, on the contrary, victorious in every action that had been fought. But one other motive could be thought of. We were every hour expecting the arrival of Clinch's brigade. Runners had reached the camp to say that he was near, and reinforced by it, we should be not only strong enough to raise the siege, but to attack the Indians with almost a certainty of defeating them. Perhaps they knew, as well as we, that Clinch was advancing, and were desirous of making terms before his arrival. The proposal for a talk was thus accounted for by the commander-in-chief, who was now in hopes of being able to strike a decisive blow. His only apprehension was that the enemy should retreat before Clinch could get forward upon the field. An armistice would serve to delay the Indians upon the ground, and without hesitation the distant speaker was informed that the talk would be welcome. A meeting of parlementaires from each side was arranged, the hour as soon as it should be light. There were to be 3 of the Indians and 3 from the camp. A small savanna extended from the stockade. At several hundred yards' distance, it was bounded by the woods. As soon as the day broke, we saw 3 men emerge from the timber and advance into the open ground. They were Indian chiefs in full costume. They were the commissioners. All 3 were recognized from the camp: Abram, Coahajo, and Osceola. Outside musket range, they halted, placing themselves side by side in erect attitudes and facing the enclosure. 3 officers, 2 of whom could speak the native tongue, were sent forth to meet them. I was one of the deputation. In a few seconds, we stood face to face with the hostile chiefs. End of Chapter 69. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 70 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Talk. Before a word was uttered, all 6 of us shook hands, so far as appearance went, in the most friendly manner. Osceola grasped mine warmly, as he did so, saying with a peculiar smile, "Ah, Randolph, friends sometimes meet in war as well as in peace." I knew to what he referred, but could only answer him with a significant look of gratitude. An orderly sent to us with a message from the general was seen approaching from the camp. At the same instant, an Indian appeared coming out of the timber, and keeping pace with the orderly. Simultaneously with the latter arrived upon the ground. The deputation was determined we should not outnumber it. As soon as the orderly had whispered his message, the talk began. Abram was the spokesman on the part of the Indians, and delivered himself in his broken English. The others merely signified their assent by a simple nod, or the affirmation, "Ho!" while their negative was expressed by the exclamation, "Coree." "Do you white folk want to make peace?" abruptly demanded the Negro. "The terms we give you are these. You lay down arm and stop the war. You Sogas go back and stay in the forts. We Indian cross over the Outhliacoochee, and from this time forth, forever after, we make the Grand River the line o' boundary atween the 2. We promise live in peace and good terms we all white neighbor. That's all got say." "Brothers," said our speaker in reply, "I fear these conditions will not be accepted by the white general, nor our great father, the President. I am commissioned to say that the Commander-in-Chief can treat with you on no other conditions than those of absolute submission, and under promise that you will now agree to the removal." "Coree! Coree! Never!" haughtily exclaimed Coahajo and Osceola in one breath, and with a determined emphasis they proved they had no intention of offering to surrender. "And what for we submit?" asked the black, with some show of astonishment. "We not conquered. We conquer you every fight. We whip you people 1, 2, 3 time. We whip you. Damn. We kill you well, too. What for we submit? We come here give condition, not ask 'em." "It matters little what has hitherto transpired," observed the officer in reply. "We are by far stronger than you. We must conquer you in the end." Again the two chiefs simultaneously cried, "Coree!" "Maybe, white men, you make big mistake 'bout our strength. We not so weak you tink for. Damn! No, we show you our strength." As the Negro said this, he turned inquiringly towards his comrades, as if to seek their assent to some proposition. Both seemed to grant it with a steady nod, and Osceola, who now assumed the leadership of the affair, faced towards the forest, at the same time giving utterance to a loud and peculiar intonation. The echoes of his voice had not ceased to vibrate upon the air, when the evergreen grove was observed to be in motion along its whole edge, and the next instant a line of dusky warriors showed itself in the open ground. They stepped forth a pace or two, then halted in perfect order of battle, so that their numbers could easily be told off from where we stood. "Count the red warriors!" cried Osceola in a triumphant tone. "Count them, and be no longer ignorant of the strength of your enemy." As the Indian uttered these words, a satirical smile played upon his lips, and he stood for some seconds confronting us in silence. "Now," continued he, once more pointing to his followers, "do yonder braves, there are 1,500 of them, do they look starving and submissive? No, they are ready to continue the war till the blood of the last man sinks into the soil of his native land. If they must perish, it will be here in Florida, in the land of their birth, upon the graves of their fathers. We have taken up the rifle because you wronged us and would drive us out. For the wrongs we have had revenge. We have killed many of your people, and we are satisfied with the vengeance we have taken. We want to kill no more. But about the removal, we have not changed our minds. We shall never change them. We have made you a fair proposition. Accept it, and in this hour the war shall cease. Reject it, and more blood shall be spilled. Aye, by the spirit of Outhliacoochee, rivers of blood shall flow. The red poles of our lodges shall be painted again and again with the blood of our pale-faced foes. Peace or war, then, you are welcome to your choice." As Osceola ceased speaking, he waved his hand towards his dusky warriors by the wood, who, at the sign, disappeared among the trees, silently, rapidly, almost mysteriously. A meet reply was being delivered to the passionate harangue of the young chief, when the speaker was interrupted by the report of musketry, heard in the direction of the Indians, but further off. The shots followed each other in rapid succession, and were accompanied by shouts that, though feebly borne from the far distance, could be distinguished as the charging cheers of men advancing into a battle. "Ha! Foul play!" cried the chiefs in a breath. "Pale-faced liars! You shall rue this treason." And without waiting to exchange another sentence, all three sprang off from the spot, and ran at full speed towards the covert of the woods. We turned back within the lines of the camp, where the shots had also been heard, and interpreted as the advance of Clinch's brigade attacking the Indian outposts in the rear. We found the troops already mustered in battle array, and preparing to issue forth from the stockade. In a few minutes the order was given, and the army marched forth, extending itself rapidly both right and left along the bank of the river. As soon as the formation was complete, the line advanced. The troops were burning for revenge. Cooped up as they had been for days, half famished and more than half disgraced, they had now an opportunity to retrieve their honor, and were fully bent upon the punishment of the savage foe, with an army in their rear rapidly closing upon them by an extended line, for this had been prearranged between the commanders, another similarly advancing upon their front. How could the Indians escape? They must fight. They would be conquered at last. This was the expectation of all, officers and soldiers. The commander-in-chief was himself in high spirits. His strategic plan had succeeded. The enemy was surrounded and trapped. A great victory was before him, A harvest of laurels. We marched forward, we heard shots, but now only solitary or straggling. We could not hear the well-known war cry of the Indians. We continued to advance. The hummocks were carried by a charge, but in their shady coverts we found no enemy. Surely they must be before us, between our lines and those of the approaching reinforcement. Is it possible they can have retreated, escaped? No, yonder they are, on the other side of the meadow, just coming out from the trees. They are advancing to give us battle. Now for the charge! Now! Ha! Those blue uniforms and white belts, those forage caps and sabers. These are not Indians. It is not the enemy. They are our friends, the soldiers of Clinch's brigade. Fortunate it was that at that moment there was a mutual recognition, else might we have annihilated one another. End of chapter 70. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 71 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 71. Mysterious Disappearance of an Army. The two divisions of the army now came together, and after a rapid council had been held between the commanders, continued scouring the field in search of our enemy. Hours were spent in the search, but not an Indian foe could be found. Osceola had performed a piece of strategy unheard of in the annals of war. He had carried an army of 1,600 men from between two others of nearly equal numbers, who had completely enfiladed him, without leaving a man upon the ground, without leaving a trace of his retreat. That host of Indian warriors, so lately observed in full battle array, had all at once broken up into 1,000 fragments, and, as if by magic, had melted out of sight. The enemy was gone, we knew not whither, and the disappointed generals once more marched their forces back to Fort King. The dispersion, as it was termed, of the Indian army was, of course, chronicled as another victory. It was a victory, however, that killed poor old Gaines, at least his military fame, and he was only too glad to retire from the command he had been so eager to obtain. A third general now took the field as commander-in-chief, an officer of more notoriety than either of his predecessors, Scott. A lucky wound received in the old British wars, seniority of rank, a good deal of political buffoonery, but above all a free translation of the French system of tactics, with the assumption of being their author, had kept General Scott conspicuously before the American public for a period of 20 years. Note 1. Scott's whole career, political as well as military, had been a series of faux pas. His campaign in Mexico will not bear criticism. The numerous blunders he there committed would have led to most fatal results, had they not been neutralized by the judgment of his inferior officers, and the indomitable valor of the soldiery. The Battle of Melon del Rey, the Armistice of Santa Anna, were military errors unworthy of a cadet fresh from college. I make bold to affirm that every action was a mob fight, the result depending upon mere chance, or rather upon the desperate bravery of the troops upon one side, and the infamous cowardice of those on the other. End of note 1. He who could contrive such a system of military maneuvering could not be otherwise than a great soldier, so reasoned his countrymen. Of course, wonderful things were expected from the new commander-in-chief, and great deeds were promised. He would deal with the savages in a different way from that adopted by his predecessors. He would soon put an end to the contemptible war. There was much rejoicing at the appointment, and preparations were made for a campaign on a far more extensive scale than had fallen to the lot of either of the chiefs who preceded him. The army was doubled, almost trebled, the commissariat amply provided for, before the great general would consent to set foot upon the field. He arrived at length, and the army was put in motion. I am not going to detail the incidents of this campaign. There were none of sufficient importance to be chronicled, much less of sufficient interest to be narrated. It consisted simply of a series of harassing marches, conducted with all the pomp and regularity of a parade review. The army was formed into 3 divisions, somewhat bombastically styled right wing, left wing, and center. Thus formed, they were to approach the cove of the Outhliacoochee, again that fatal cove, from 3 different directions: Fort King, Fort Brooke, and the St. John's. On arriving on the edge of the great swamp, each was to fire minute guns as signals for the others, and then all 3 were to advance in converging lines towards the heart of the Seminole fastness. The absurd maneuver was carried out and ended, as might have been expected, in complete failure. During the march no man saw the face of a red Indian. A few of their camps were discovered, but nothing more. The cunning warriors had heard the signal guns, and well understood their significance. With such a hint of the position of their enemy, they had but little difficulty in making their retreat between the wings. Perhaps the most singular, if not the most important, incident occurring in Scott's campaign was one that came very near costing me my life. If not worthy of being given in detail, it merits mention as a curious case of abandonment. While marching for the cove with his center wing, the idea occurred to our great commander to leave behind him, upon the banks of the Amazura, what he termed a post of observation. This consisted of a detachment of 40 men, mostly our Suwannee volunteers, with their proportion of officers, myself among the number. We were ordered to fortify ourselves on the spot, and stay there until we should be relieved from our duty, which was somewhat indefinitely understood even by him who was placed in command of us. After giving these orders, the general, at the head of his central wing, marched off, leaving us to our fate. Our little band was sensibly alive to the perilous position in which we were thus placed, and we at once set about making the best of it. We felled trees, built a blockhouse, dug a well, and surrounded both with a strong stockade. Fortunately, we were not discovered by the enemy for nearly a week after the departure of the army, else we should most certainly have been destroyed to a man. The Indians, in all probability, had followed the center wing, and thus for a time were carried out of our neighborhood. On the 6th day, however, they made their appearance, and summoned us to surrender. We refused and fought them, again and again, at intervals during a period of 50 days. Several of our men were killed or wounded, and among the former the gallant chief of our devoted band, Hollow Man, who fell from a shot fired through the interstices of the stockade. Provisions had been left with us to serve us for 2 weeks. They were eked out to last for 7. For 30 days we subsisted upon rockcorn and water, with a few handfuls of acorns, which we contrived to gather from the trees growing within the enclosure. In this way we held out for a period of 50 days, and still no commander-in-chief, no army came to relieve us. During that gloomy siege, we never heard word of either. No white face ever showed itself into our anxious eyes that gazed constantly outward. We believed ourselves abandoned, forgotten. And such in reality was the fact. General Scott, in his eagerness to get away from Florida, had quite forgotten to relieve the post of observation, and others, believing that we had long since perished, made no effort to send a rescue. Death from hunger stared us in the face, until at length the brave old hunter, Hickman, found his way through the lines of our besiegers, and communicated our situation to our friends at home. His tale produced a strong excitement, and a force was dispatched to our relief, that succeeded in dispersing our enemies and setting us free from our blockhouse prison. Thus terminated Scott's campaign, and with it his command in Florida. The whole affair was a burlesque, and Scott was only saved from ridicule and the disgrace of a speedy recall by a lucky accident that fell in his favor. Orders had already reached him to take control of another Indian war, the Creek that was just breaking out in the states of the Southwest, and this afforded the discomfited general a well-timed excuse for retiring from the flowery land. Florida was destined to prove to American generals a land of melancholy remembrances. No less than 7 of them were successively beaten at the game of Indian warfare by the Seminoles and their wily chieftains. It is not my purpose to detail the history of their failures and mishaps. From the disappearance of General Scott, I was myself no longer with the main army. My destiny conducted me through the more romantic byways of the campaign, the paths of La Petite Guerre, and of these only am I enabled to rate. Adieu, then, to the grand historic. End of Chapter 71. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 72 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 72. The Condition of Black Jake. We had escaped from the blockhouse in boats, down the river to its mouth, and by sea to St. Mark's. Thence the volunteers scattered to their homes, their term of service having expired. They went as they listed, journeying alone, or in straggling squads of 3 or 4 together. One of these groups consisted of old Hickman the hunter, a companion of Outhliacoochee, myself, and my ever-faithful henchman. Jake was no longer the Black Jake of yore. A sad change had come over his external aspect. His cheekbones stood prominently out, while the cheeks themselves had fallen in. His eyeballs had retreated far within their sockets, and the neglected wool stood out over his temples in a thick, frizzled shock. His skin had lost its fine ebon polish, and showed distinct traces of corrugation. Wherever scratched by his now elongated fingernails, a whitish, dandruffy surface was exhibited. The poor fellow had fared badly in the blockhouse, and 3 weeks of positive famine had played sad havoc with his outward man. Starvation, however, but little affected his spirits. Through it all, he had preserved his jovial mood, and his light humor often roused me from my despondency. While gnawing the corn cob and washing down the dry maize with a gourd of cold water, he would indulge in rapturous visions of hominy and hog-meat, to be devoured whenever it should please fate to let him return to the old plantation. Such delightful prospects of future enjoyment enabled him the better to endure the pinching present, for anticipation has its joys. Now that we were free and actually heading homewards, now that the visions were certain soon to become realities, Jake's joviality could no longer be kept within his bounds. His tongue was constantly in motion, his mouth was ever open from the double tier of ivories displayed in a continuous smile, while his skin seemed to be rapidly recovering its dark, oily luster. Jake was the soul of our party as we trudged wearily along, and his gay jokes affected even the staid old hunters, at intervals eliciting from both loud peals of laughter. For myself, I scarcely shared their mirth. Only now and then When the sallies of my follower proved irresistible, there was a gloom over my spirit which I could not comprehend. It should have been otherwise. I should have felt happy at the prospect of returning home, of once more beholding those who were dear. But it was not so. It had been so on my first getting free from our blockhouse prison, but this was only a natural reaction, consequent upon escape from what appeared almost certain death. My joy had been short-lived. It was past and gone, and now that I was nearing my native home, dark shadows came over my soul. A presentiment was upon me that was all not well. I could in no way account for this feeling, for I had heard no evil tidings. In truth, I had heard nothing of home or of friends for a period of nearly 2 months. During our long siege, no communication had ever reached us, and at St. Mark's we met but slight news from the settlements of the Suwannee. We were returning in ignorance of all that had transpired these during our absence, if aught had transpired worthy of being known. This ignorance itself might have produced uncertainty, doubt, even apprehension, but it was not the sole cause of my presentiment. Its origin was different. Perhaps the recollection of my abrupt departure, the unsettled state in which I had left the affairs of our family, the parting scene, now vividly recalled, remembrances of Ringgold, reflections upon the wicked designs of this wily villain. All these may have contributed to form the apprehensions under which I was suffering. 2 months was a long period. Many months could happen within 2 months, even in the narrow circle of one's own family. Long since it had been reported that I had perished at the hands of the Indian foe. I was believed to be dead, at home, wherever I was known, and the belief might have led to ill results. Was my sister still true to her word, so emphatically pronounced in that hour of parting? Was I returning home to find her still my loved sister, still single and free? Or had she yielded to maternal solicitation and become the wife of the vile caitiff after all? With such conjectures occupying my thoughts, no wonder I was not in a mood for merriment. My companions noticed my dejection, and in their rude but kind way rallied me as we rode along. They failed, however, to make me cheerful like themselves. I could not cast the load from my heart. Try as I would, the presentiment lay heavy upon me, that all was not well. Alas, alas, the presentiment proved true. No, not true, but worse. Worse than my worst apprehensions. Worse even than that I had most feared. The news that awaited me was not of marriage, but of death, the death of my mother. And worse than death, horrid doubt of my sister's fate. Before reaching home, a messenger met me, one who told an appalling tale. The Indians had attacked the settlement, or rather my own plantation, for their foray had gone no further. My poor mother had fallen under their savage knives. My uncle, too, and my sister. She had been carried off? I stayed to hear no more, but driving the spurs into my jaded horse, galloped forward like one suddenly smitten with madness. End of Chapter 72. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 73 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 73. A Bad Spectacle. My rate of speed soon brought me within the boundaries of the plantation, and without pausing to breathe my horse, I galloped on, taking the path that led most directly to the house. It was not the main road, but a wood path here and there closed up with bars. My horse was a spirited animal, and easily leaped over them. I met a man coming from the direction of the house, a white man, a neighbor. He made motions as if to speak, no doubt, of the calamity. I did not stop to listen. I had heard enough. My eyes alone wanted satisfaction. I knew every turn of the path. I knew the points where I should first come in sight of the house. I reached it and looked forwards. Father of mercy, there was no house to be seen. Half bewildered, I reined up my horse. I strained my eyes over the landscape. In vain, no house. Had I taken the wrong road? Or was I looking in the wrong direction? No. There stood the giant tulip tree that marked the embouchure of the path. There stretched the Savanna. Beyond it, the home fields of indigo and maize. Beyond these, the dark wood knoll of the hammock. But beyond this last, there was nothing I could recognize. The whole landscape appeared to have undergone a change. The gay white walls, the green jalousies, the cheerful aspect of home that, from that same spot, had so often greeted me, returning hungry and wearied from the hunt, were no longer to be seen. The sheds, the negro cabins, the offices, even the palings had disappeared. From their steads I beheld thick volumes of smoke ascending to the sky, and rolling over the sun till his disk was red. The heavens were frowning upon me. From what I had already learned, the spectacle was easy of comprehension. It caused no new emotion, either of surprise or vain. I was not capable of suffering more. Again putting my horse to his speed, I galloped across the fields towards the scene of desolation. As I neared the spot, I could not perceive the forms of men moving about through the smoke. They appeared to be 50 or 100 of them. Their motions did not betoken excitement. Only a few were moving at all, and these with a leisurely gait that told they were not in action. The rest stood in groups, in lounging attitudes, evidently more spectators of the conflagration. They were making no attempt to extinguish the flames, which I now observed mingling with the smoke. A few were rushing to and fro, most of them on horseback, apparently in the endeavor to catch some horses and cattle that, having escaped from the burnt enclosure, were galloping over the fields, neighing and lowing. One might have fancied that the men around the fair were those who had caused it, and for a moment such an idea was in my mind. The messenger had said that the foray had just taken place, that very morning at daybreak. It was all I had heard as I hurried away. It was yet early, scarcely an hour after sunrise, for we had been traveling by night to avoid the hot hours. Were the savages still upon the ground? Were those men Indians? In the lurid light, amidst the smoke, chasing the cattle, as if with the intention of driving them off, the conjecture was probable enough. But the report said they had gone away. How else could the details have been known? The murder of my mother, the rape of my poor sister, with the savages still upon the ground? How had these facts been ascertained? Perhaps they had gone, and returned again to collect the booty and fire the buildings. For an instant such fancies were before my mind. They had no influence in checking my speed. I never thought of tightening the rein. My bridle arm was not free. With both hands I was grasping the ready rifle. Vengeance had made me mad. Even had I been certain that the dark forms before me were those of the murderers, I was determined to dash forwards into their midst, and perish upon the body of a savage. I was not alone. The black was at my heels, and close behind. I could hear the clattering hoofs of the hunters' horses. We galloped up to the selvage of the smoke. The deception was at an end. They were not Indians or enemies, but friends who stood around and who hailed our approach neither with words nor shouts, but with the ominous silence of sympathy. I pulled up by the fire and dismounted from my horse. Men gathered around me with looks of deep meaning. They were speechless. No one uttered a word. All saw that it was a tale that needed no telling. I was myself the first to speak. In a voice so husky as scarcely to be heard, I inquired, "Where?" The interrogatory was understood. It was anticipated. One had already taken me by the hand and was leading me gently around the fire. He said nothing, but pointed towards the hammock. Unresistingly, I walked by his side. As we neared the pond, I observed a larger group than any I had yet seen. They were standing in a ring, with their faces turned inwards and their eyes bent upon the earth. I knew she was there. At our approach, the men looked up, and suddenly the ring opened, both sides mechanically drawing back. He who had my hand conducted me silently onwards till I stood in their midst. I looked upon the corpse of my mother. Beside it was the dead body of my uncle, and beyond, the bodies of several black men, faithful slaves, who had fallen in defense of their master and mistress. My poor mother, shot, stabbed, scalped. Even in death had she been defeatured. Though I had anticipated it, the spectacle shocked me. My poor mother. Those glassy eyes would never smile upon me again. Those pale lips would neither chide nor cheer me more. I could control my emotions no longer. I burst into tears, and falling upon the earth, flung my arms around the corpse, and kissed the cold, mute lips of her who had given birth to me. End of chapter 73. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 74 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 74. To the Trail. My grief was profound, even to misery. The remembrance of occasional moments of coldness on the part of my mother, the remembrance, more especially, of the last parting scene, rendered my anguish acute. Had we but parted in affection, in the friendly confidence of former years, my loss would have been easier to endure. But no, her last words to me were spoken in reproach, almost in anger, and it was the memory of these that now so keenly embittered my thoughts. I would have given the world, could she have heard but one word, to know how freely I forgave her. My poor mother, all was forgiven. Her faults were few and venial. I remembered them not. Ambition was her only sin. Among those of her station, almost universal, but I remembered it no more. I remembered only her many virtues, only that she was my mother. Never until that moment had I known how dearly I loved her. It was no time to indulge in grief. Where was my sister? I sprang to my feet as I gave wild utterance to the interrogatory. It was answered only by signs. Those around me pointed to the forest. I understood the signs. The savages had borne her away. Up to this hour, I had felt no hostility towards the red men. On the contrary, my sentiments had an opposite inclination. If not friendship for them, I had felt something akin to it. I was conscious of the many wrongs they had endured, and were now enduring at the hands of our people. I knew that in the end they would be conquered, and must submit. I had felt sympathy for their unfortunate condition. It was gone. The sight of my murdered mother produced an instantaneous change in my feelings, and sympathy for the savage was supplanted by fierce hostility. Her blood called aloud for vengeance, and my heart was eager to obey the summons. As I rose to my feet, I registered vows of vengeance. I stood not alone. Old Hickman and his fellow hunter were at my back, and 50 others joined their voices in a promise to aid me in the pursuit. Black Jake was among the loudest who clamored for retribution. He too had sustained his loss. Viola was nowhere to be found. She had been carried off with the other domestics. Some may have gone voluntarily, but all were absent, all who were not dead. The plantation and its people had no longer an existence. I was homeless, as well as motherless. There was no time to be wasted in idle sorrowing. Immediate action was required and determined upon. The people had come to the ground armed and ready, and a few minutes sufficed to prepare for the pursuit. A fresh horse was procured for myself, others of the companions of my late journey, and after snatching a breakfast hastily prepared, we mounted and struck off upon the trail of the savages. It was easily followed, for the murderers had been mounted, and their horses' tracks betrayed them. They had gone some distance up the river before crossing, and then swam their horses over to the Indian side. Without hesitation, we did the same. The place I remembered well. I had crossed there before, 2 months before, while tracking the steed of Osceola. It was the path that had been taken by the young chief. The coincidence produced upon me a certain impression, and not without pain did I observe it. It led to reflection. There was time, as the trail was in places less conspicuous, and the finding it delayed our advance. It led to inquiry. Had anyone seen the savages, or noted to what band they belonged? Who was their leader? Yes, all these questions were answered in the affirmative. 2 men, lying concealed by the road, had seen the Indians passing away, had seen their captives too, my sister, Viola, with other girls of the plantation. These were on horseback, each clasped in the arms of a savage. The blacks traveled afoot. They were not bound. They appeared to go willingly. The Indians were red sticks, led by Osceola. Such was the belief of those around me, founded upon the report of the men who had lain in ambush. It is difficult to describe the impression produced upon me. It was painful in the extreme. I endeavored not to believe the report. I resolved not to give it credence until I should have further confirmation of its truthfulness. Osceola, oh heavens! Surely he would not have done this deed. It could not have been he. The men might have been mistaken. It was before daylight the savages had been seen. The darkness might have deceived them. Every feat performed by the Indians, every foray made, was put down to the credit of Osceola. Osceola was everywhere. Surely he had not been there. Who were the 2 men? The witnesses? Not without surprise did I listen to the answer. They were Spence and Williams. To my surprise, too, I now learned that they were among the party who followed me, volunteers to aid me in obtaining revenge for my wrongs. Strange, I thought, but stranger still that Arens Ringgold was not there. He had been present at the scene of the conflagration, and, as I was told, among the loudest in his threats of vengeance, but he had returned home. At all events, he was not one of the band of pursuers. I called Spence and Williams, and questioned them closely. They adhered to their statement. They admitted that it was dark when they had seen the Indians returning from the massacre. They could not tell for certain whether they were the warriors of the Red Stick tribe or those of the Long Swamp. They believed them to be the former. As to who their leader was, they had no doubt whatever. It was Osceola who led them. They knew him by the 3 ostrich feathers in his headdress, which rendered him conspicuous among his followers. These fellows spoke positively. What interest could they have in deceiving me? What could it matter to them whether the chief of the murderous band was Osceola, Coahajo, or Anopa himself? Their words produced conviction, combined with other circumstances, deep, painful conviction. The murder of my mother, he who had fired my home, and borne my sister into a cruel captivity, could be no other than Osceola. All memory of our past friendship died upon the instant. My heart burned with hostility and hate, for him it had once so ardently admired. End of Chapter 74. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 75 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Alarm. There were other circumstances connected with the bloody affair that upon reflection appeared peculiar and mysterious. By the sudden shock, my soul had been completely benighted, and these circumstances had escaped my notice. I merely believed that there had been an onslaught of the Indians, in which my mother had been massacred and my sister borne away from her home, that the savages, not satisfied with blood, had added fire, that these outrages had been perpetrated in revenge for past wrongs, endured at the hands of their pale-faced enemies, that the like had occurred elsewhere, and was almost daily occurring. Why not on the banks of the Suwannee, as in other districts of the country? In fact, it had been rather a matter of wonder that the settlement had been permitted to remain so long unmolested. Others far more remote from the Seminole strongholds had already suffered a like terrible visitation, and why should ours escape? The immunity had been remarked, and the inhabitants had become lulled by it into a false security. The explanation given was that the main body of the Indians had been occupied elsewhere, watching the movements of Scott's Triple Army, and as our settlement was strong, no small band had dared to come against it. But Scott was now gone. His troops had retired within the forts, their summer quarters, for winter is the season of campaigning in Florida, and the Indians, to whom all seasons are alike, were now free to extend their marauding expeditions against the trans-border plantations. This appeared the true explanation why an attack upon the plantation of the Suwannee had been so long deferred. During the first burst of my grief, on receiving news of the calamity, I accepted it as such. I and mine had merely been the victims of a general vengeance. But the moments of bewilderment soon passed, and the peculiar circumstances to which I have alluded began to make themselves apparent to my mind. First of all, why was our plantation the only one that had been attacked? Our house the only one given to the flames? Our family the only one murdered? These questions startled me, and natural it was that they did so. There were other plantations along the river equally unprotected, other families far more noted for their hostility to the Seminole race. Nay, what was yet a greater mystery, the Ringgold plantation lay in the very path of the marauders, as their trail testified. They had passed around it to reach our house, and both Arens Ringgold and his father had long been notorious for bitter enmity to the red men and violent aggressions against their rights. Why then had the Ringgold plantation been suffered to remain unmolested, while ours was singled out for destruction? Were we the victims of a peculiar and special vengeance? It must have been so, Beyond a doubt, it was so. After long reflection, I could arrive at no other conclusion. By this alone could the mystery be solved. And Powell, oh! Could it have been he, my friend, a fiend guilty of such an atrocious deed? Was it probable? Was it possible? No, neither. Despite the testimony of the two men, vile wretches I knew them to be, despite what they had seen and said, my heart refused to believe it. What motive could he have for such special murder? Ah, what motive? True, my mother had been unkind to him, more than that, ungrateful. She had once treated him with scorn. I remembered it well. He, too, might remember it. But surely he, the noble youth, to my mind the beau ideal of heroism, would scarcely have harbored such petty spite, and for so long would scarcely have repaid it by an act of such bloody retribution. No, no, no. Besides, would Powell have left untouched the dwelling of the Ringgolds? Of Arens Ringgold, one of his most hated foes, one of the 4 men he had sworn to kill. This of itself was the most improbable circumstance connected with the whole affair. Ringgold had been at home, might have been entrapped in his sleep. His black retainers would scarcely have resisted. At all events, they could have been overcome as easily as ours. Why was he permitted to live? Why was his house not given to the flames? Upon the supposition that Osceola was the leader of the band, I could not comprehend why he should have left Arens Ringgold to live, while killing those who were scarcely his enemies. New information imparted to me as we advanced along the route produced new reflections. I was told that the Indians had made a hasty departure, that they had in fact retreated. The conflagration had attracted a large body of citizen soldiery, a patrol upon its rounds, and the appearance of these, unexpected by the savages, had caused the latter to scamper off to the woods. But for this, it was conjectured, other plantations would have suffered the fate of ours, perhaps that of Ringgold himself. The tale was probable enough. The band of marauders was not large. We knew by their tracks there were not more than 50 of them, and this would account for their retreat on the appearance even of a smaller force. The people alleged that it was a retreat. The information gave a different complexion to the affair. I was again driven to conjectures, again forced to suspicions of Osceola. Perhaps I but half understood his Indian nature. Perhaps, after all, he was the monster who had struck the blow. Once more I interrogated myself as to his motive. What motive? Ha, my sister Virginia! O God! Could love, passion, fiendish desire to possess? The Injuns! 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 End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A false alarm. The significant shout had once put a period to my reflections. Believing the savages to be in sight, I spurred towards the front. The horseman had drawn bridle and halted. A few who had been straggling from the path hurried up and ranged themselves close to the main body, as if for protection. A few others, who had been riding carelessly in the advance, were seen galloping back. It was from these last the cry of Injuns had come, and several of them still continued to repeat it. "Injuns?" cried Hickman interrogatively, and with an air of incredulity. "Whar do you see them?" "Yonder," responded one of the retreating horsemen, "in yon clump of live oaks. It's full of them. I'll be doggoned if I believe it. rejoined the old hunter, with a contemptuous toss of the head. "I'll lay a plug of Jimmy's River. It war stumps, you seed. Injuns don't show 'emselves in timber like this here, specially to such vermints as you. You'll hear 'em afore you see 'em, I calculate." "But we did hear 'em," replied one. "We heard them calling out to one another." "Bah!" exclaimed the hunter. "You'll hear 'em different from that, I guess, when you gets near enough. It'll be the sprang of their rifles you'll hear fust thing. Doggone the Indians thar. 'Twar a coon or a catbird ye've hearin' a screamin'. I knowed you'd make a scamper the fust thing as flittered afore ye. Stay where ye's are now," he added in a tone of authority. "Just stay where ye's are a bit." So saying, he slipped down from his saddle and commenced hitching his bridle to a branch. "Come, Jim Weatherford," he said, addressing himself to his hunter comrade. "You come along. We'll see whether it be Injuns or stumps that's gi'n these fellows such a doggone scare." Weatherford, anticipating the request, had already dropped to the ground, and the two, having secured their horses, rifle in hand, slunk silently off into the bushes. The rest of the party, gathering still more closely together, remained in their saddles to await the result. There was but slight trial upon their patience, for the two pioneers were scarce out of sight when we heard their voices ringing together in loud peals of laughter. This encouraged us to advance. Where there was so much merriment, there could be but little danger, and without waiting for the return of the scouts, we rode forwards, directing our course by their continued cachinnations. An opening brought both of them into view. Weatherford was gazing downwards, as if examining some tracks, while Hickman, who saw us coming up, stood with extended arm, pointing toward the straggling woods that lay beyond. We turned our eyes in the direction indicated. We observed a number of half-wild horned cattle that, startled by the trampling of our troops, were scampering off among the trees. "Now," cried the hunter triumphantly, "thar's your Injuns. Ain't they a savage consarn? Ha, ha, ha!" Everyone joined in the laugh except those who had given the false alarm. "I knowed thar war no Injuns," continued the alligator hunter. "That ain't the way they'll make their appearance. You'll hear 'em afore you sees 'em. And jest one word o' advice to you greenhorns as don't know a red Injun from a red cow. Let somebody as diz know go in the divance, and the rest of ye keep well together, or I'll stake high on that some of ye's'll sleep the night without har in your heads." All acknowledged that Hickman's advice was sage and sound. The hint was taken, and leaving the two old hunters henceforth to lead the pursuit, the rest drew more closely together and followed them along the trail. The plan adopted in this instance was that followed in all well-devised tracking parties when in pursuit of an enemy. It matters not of what elements the body is composed, be it naval, military, or civilian, be there present commodores, generals, or governors, all yield the pas to some old hunter or scout, who follows the trail like a sleuth-hound, and whose word is supreme law for the nonce. It was evident the pursued party could not be far in advance of us. This we knew from the hour at which they had been seen retreating from the settlement. After my arrival on the plantation, no time had been lost, only 10 minutes spent in preparation, and altogether there was scarce an hour's difference between the times of our starting. The fresh trail confirmed the fact. They could not be a league ahead of us unless they had ridden faster than we. This was scarce probable, encumbered as they were with their black captives, whose larger tracks, here and there distinctly perceptible, showed that they were marching afoot. Of course, the savage horsemen would be detained in getting them forwards, and in this lay our main hope of overtaking them. There were but few who feared for the result, should we only be able to come up with the enemy. The white men were full of wrath and revenge, and this precluded all thoughts of fear. Besides, we could tell by their trail that the Indians scarce outnumbered us. Not above 50 appeared to constitute the band. No doubt they were able warriors, and our equals man to man, But those who had volunteered to assist me were also the true grit, the best men of the settlement for such a purpose. No one talked of going back. All declared their readiness to follow the murderers even to the heart of the Indian Territory, even into the cove itself. The devotion of these men cheered me, and I rode forwards with lighter heart, lighter with the prospect of vengeance, which I believed to be near. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Split Trail. It proved not to be so near us as we had anticipated. Pressing forward as fast as our guides could lift the trail, we followed it for 10 miles. We had hoped to find revenge at half the distance. The Indians either knew that we were after them or, with their wonted wisdom, were marching rapidly into the mere suspicion of a pursuit. After the committal of such horrid atrocities, it was natural for them to suppose they would be pursued. Evidently they were progressing as fast as we, but not faster. Though the sun was boiling hot, sap still oozed from the boughs that had accidentally broken. The mud turned up by their horses' hooves, as the guides expressed it, had not yet crusted over, and the crusted herbage was wet with its own juice and still procumbent. To the denizen of the city, accustomed to travel from street to street by the assistance of signboards at every corner and numbers on every door, it must appear almost incredible that the wild savage or untutored hunter can without guide or compass unerringly follow, day after day, the track of some equally cunning foe. To the pursuing party, every leaf, every twig, every blade of grass is a sign, and they read them as plainly as if the route were laid down upon a map. While the pursuing party is thus attentive to detect sign, the escaping one is as vigilant to avoid leaving any, and many are the devices resorted to efface the trail. "Just half an hour ahead," remarked old Hickman, as he rose erect after examining the tracks for the 20th time. "Just half an hour, dog darn 'em. I never knowed redskins to travel so fast afore. They're a streaking it like a gang of scared bucks, and just 'bout now thar breech clouts are in a purty considerable sweat, and some of thar duds is standing at an angle of 45, I reckon." A peal of laughter was the reply to this sally of the guide. "Not so loud, fellers, not so loud," said he, interrupting the laughter by an earnest wave of his hand. "By Jerusalem, they'll hear ye, and if they do, there'll be some o' us 'ithout scalps afore sundown. For your lives, boys, keep still as mice, not a word, or we'll be hearn. They're as sharp-eared as their own dogs, and darn me if I believe they're more'n half a mile ahead of us." The guide once more bent himself over the trail, and after a short reconnaissance of the tracks, repeated his last words with more emphasis. "No, by, not more'n half a mile. Hush, boys, keep as quiet as possums, and I promise ye we'll tree the varmints in less'n an hour. Hush!" Obedient to the injunctions, we rode forwards as silently as it was possible for us to proceed on horseback. We strove to guide our horses along the softer borders of the path to prevent the thumping of their hoofs. No one spoke above a whisper, and even then there was but little conversation, as each was earnestly gazing forwards, expecting every moment to see the bronzed savages moving before us. In this way we proceeded for another half-mile, without seeing aught of the enemy except their tracks. A new object, however, now came in view. The clear sky shining through the trunks of the trees. We were all woodsmen enough to know that this indicated an opening in the forest. Most of my companions expressed pleasure at the sight. We had now been riding a long way through the somber woods, our path often obstructed by slimy and fallen logs, so that a slow pace had been unavoidable. They believed that in the open ground we should move faster and have a better chance of sighting the pursued. Some of the older heads, and especially the two guides, were affected differently by the new appearance. Hickman at once gave expression to his chagrin. "Cuss the clearin'!" he exclaimed. "It are a Savanna, and a big un, too. Doggone the thing, it'll spoil all." "How?" I inquired. "You see, Geordie, if they're already across it, they'll leave some on t'other side to watch. They'll be sartin to do that, whether they know we're arter 'em or not. Wall, what follers? We can no more cross without being seen than a caravan of camels. And what follers that? Once they've sighted us, in course they'll know how to get out o' our way, judgin' from the time we've been a-travellin'. Hey, it's darned near sundown. I reckon we must be close to our big swamp. If they spy us a-comin' arter, they'll make straight custrut for thar, and then I know what they'll do." "What?" "They'll scatter thar, and if they do, we might as well go sarchin' for birds' nest in snow time." "What should we do?" "It are best for the Hullahee to stop here a bit. Me and Jim Weatherford'll steal for bad to the edge of the timber, and see if they've got across the Savanna. If they are, then we must make round it the best way we kin, and take up their trail on the t'other side. There's no other chance. If we're seen crossin' the open ground, we may just as well turn tail to 'em and take the back track home again." To the counsel of the alligator hunter there was no dissenting voice. All acknowledged its wisdom, and he was left to carry out the design without opposition. He and his companion once more dismounted from their horses, and leaving us standing among the trees, advanced stealthily towards the edge of the opening. It was a considerable time before they came back, and the other men were growing impatient. Many believed we were only losing time by this tardy reconnaissance, and the Indians would be getting further away. Sand advised that the pursuit should be continued at once, and that, seen or not, we ought to ride directly onwards. However, consonant with my own feelings, burning as I was for a conflict with the murderers, I knew it would not be a prudent course. The guides were in the right. These returned at length and delivered their report. There was a Savanna, and the Indians had crossed it. They had got into the timber on its opposite side, and neither man nor horse was to be seen. They could scarcely have been out of sight before Hickman and Weatherford arrived upon its nearer edge, and the former averred that he had seen the trail of one of their horses disappearing among the bushes. During their absence the cunning trackers had learned more. From the sign they had gathered another important fact, that there was no longer a trail for us to follow. On entering the Savanna, the Indians had scattered. The paths they had taken across the grassy meadow were as numerous as their horses. As the hunter expressed it, the trail war split up into 50 pieces. The latter had ascertained this by crawling out among the long grass and noting the tracks. One in particular had occupied their attention. It was not made by the hoofprints of horses, though some of these ran alongside, but by the feet of men. They were naked feet, and a superficial observer might have fancied that but one pair of them had passed over the ground. The skilled trackers, however, knew this to be a ruse. The prints were large and misshapen, and too deeply indented in the soil to have been produced by a single individual. The long heel and scarcely convex instep, the huge balls and broad prints of the toes, were all signs that the hunters easily understood. They knew that it was the trail of the Negro captives who had proceeded thus by the direction of their captors. This unexpected ruse on the part of the retreating savages created chagrin as well as astonishment. For the moment all felt outwitted. We believed that the enemy was lost. We should be cheated of our revenge. Some even talked of the idleness of carrying the pursuit further. A few counseled us to go back, and it became necessary to appeal to their hatred of the savage foe, with most of them a hereditary passion, and once more to invoke their vengeance. At this crisis, old Hickman cheered the men with fresh hope. I was glad to hear him speak. "We can't get at 'em tonight, boys," said he after much talk had been spent. "We dassn't cross over this here clearin' by daylight, and it's too big to get round it. It'd take a 20-mile ride to circumvent the derned thing. Nary a mind. Let us halt here till the dark comes on. Then we can steal across, and if me and Jim Weatherford don't scare up the trail on the t'other side, then this child never ate alligator. I know they'll come together again, and we'll be like enough to find the derned varmints camped somewhere in a clump, not seeing us arter 'em any more. They'll be feeling as safe as a bear in a bee tree, and that's just the time to take 'em." The plan was adopted, and dismounting from our jaded horses, we awaited the setting of the sun. There are few situations more trying to the boiling blood and pent-up fury of the pursuer, especially if he have bitter cause for vengeance, than a check in the chase. The loss of the trail, of course, often involves the escape of the foe, and though it may be after a while recovered, yet the delay affords such advantage to the enemy that every moment serves only to increase the anxiety and whet the fury of the pursuer. This, then, was my case on the present occasion. While yielding to the advice of the hunter, because I knew it to be the best plan under the circumstances, I nevertheless could scarce control my impatience or submit to the delay, but felt impelled to hurry forward and alone and single-handed, if need be, inflict upon the savage miscreants the punishment due to their murderous deeds. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Crossing the Savanna. We now suffered the very acme of misery. While riding in hot haste along the trail, there was an excitement almost continuous that precluded the possibility of intense reflection, and kept my mind from dwelling too minutely upon the calamity that had befallen me. The prospect of retribution, ever appearing nearer at hand, at every step nearer, all but cancelled my emotions of grief. And motion itself, knowing it to be forward, and towards the object of hatred, had a certain effect in soothing my troubled soul. Now that that prospect was suspended, and I was free to reflect on the events of the morning, my soul was plunged into the deepest misery. My fancy distressed me with dire images. Before me appeared the corpse of my murdered mother, her arms outstretched, waving me on to vengeance. My sister, too, wan, tearful, dishevelled, dishonoured. No wonder that with painful impatience I awaited the going down of the sun. I thought I had never seen that grand orb sink so slowly. The delay tortured me almost to distraction. The sun's disk was blood-red. From a thick haze that hung over the woods, the heavens appeared lowering and angry. They had the hue of my own spirit. At length twilight came on. Short it was, as is usual in southern latitudes, though it appeared long and tardy in passing away. Darkness followed, and once more, springing to my saddle, I found relief in motion. Emerging from the timber, we rode out upon the open savanna. The two hunters acting as guides conducted us across. There was no attempt made to follow any of the numerous trails. In the darkness it would have been impossible. But even had there been light enough left them, the guides would have pursued a different course. Hickman's conjecture was that on reaching the opposite side, the marauding party would come together at some rendezvous previously agreed upon. The trail of any one, therefore, would be sufficient for our purpose, and in all probability would conduct us to their camp. Our only aim, then, was to get across the Savanna unobserved, and this the darkness might enable us to accomplish. Silently as spectres, we marched over the open meadow. We rode with extreme slowness, lest the hoof-strokes should be heard. Our tired steeds needed no taming down. The ground was favorable, a surface of soft, grassy turf, over which our animals glided with noiseless tread. Our only fears were that they should scent the horses of the Indians and betray us by their neighing. Happily, our fears proved groundless, and, after half an hour's silent marching, we reached the other side of the Savanna and drew up under the shadowy trees. It was scarce possible we could have been observed. If the Indians had left spies behind them, the darkness would have concealed us from their view, and we had made no noise by which our approach could have been discovered, unless their sentinels had been placed at the very point where we re-entered the woods. We saw no signs of any, and we believed that none of the band had lingered behind, and we had not been seen. We congratulated one another in whispers, and in like manner deliberated on our future plans of proceeding. We were still in our saddles, with the intention to proceed further. We should have dismounted on the spot, and waited for the light of morning to enable us to take up the trail, but circumstances forbade us. Our horses were suffering from thirst, and their riders were no better off. We had met with no water since before noon, and a few hours under the burning skies of Florida are sufficient to render thirst intolerable. Whole days in a colder climate would scarce have an equal effect. Both horses and men suffered acutely. We could neither sleep nor rest. Without relief, water must be sought for before a halt could be made. We felt hunger as well, for scarce any provision had been made for the long march, but the pangs of this appetite were easier to be endured. Water of itself would satisfy us for the night, and we resolved to ride forward in search of it. In this dilemma, the experience of our two guides promised relief. They had once made a hunting excursion to the Savanna we had crossed. It was in the times when the tribes were friendly and white men were permitted to pass freely through the reserve. They remembered a pond, at which upon that occasion they had made their temporary encampment. They believed it was not far distant from the spot where we had arrived. It might be difficult to find in the darkness, but to suffer on or search for it were our only alternatives. The latter was of course adopted, and once more allowing Hickman and Weatherford to pioneer the way, the rest of us rode silently after. We moved in single file, each horse guided by the one that immediately preceded it. In the darkness no other mode of march could be adopted. Our party was thus strung out into a long line, here and there moving according to the sinuosities of the path, and gliding like some monstrous serpent among the trees. End of Chapter 78. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 79 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Groping among the timber. At intervals the guides were at fault, and then the whole line was forced to halt and remain motionless. Several times both Hickman and Weatherford were puzzled as to the direction they should take. They had lost the points of the compass and were bewildered. Had there been light, they could have recovered this knowledge by observing the bark upon the trees, a craft well known to the backwoods hunter. But it was too dark to make such an observation. Even amidst the darkness, Hickman alleged he could tell north from south by the feel of the bark, and for this purpose I now saw him groping against the trunks. I noticed that he passed from one to another, trying several of them, the better to confirm his observations. After carrying on these singular maneuvers for a period of several minutes, he turned to his comrade with an exclamation that betokened surprise. "Doggone my cats, Jim," said he, speaking in an undertone. "These woods are altered since you and I were hyar. What the old scratch can the matter be wi' 'em? The bark's all peeled off, and they're as dry as punk." "I was thinking they had a curious look," replied the other, "but I supposed it was the darkness of the night." "Here a bit o' it. The trees is altered some ways since we were hyar afore. They're broom pines that I recollect well enough. Let's get a bunch o' the leaves and see how they looks." Saying this, he reached his hand upwards and plucked one of the long fascicles that drooped overhead. "Ugh!" replied he, crushing the needles between his fingers. "I see how it are now. The darnation moths have been at 'em. The trees are dead." "D'ye think they're all dead?" he inquired after a pause, and then advancing a little, he proceeded to examine some others. "Dead as darnation, every tree o' 'em. Wall, we must go by guesswork. There's no help for it, boys. Old Hick can guide you no furrer. I'm dead beat, and know no more about the direction of that 'ere pond than the greenest greenhorn among ye." This acknowledgment produced no very pleasant effect. Thirst was torturing all those who heard it. Hitherto, trusting that the skill of the hunters would enable them to find water, they had sustained it with a degree of patience. It was now felt more acutely than ever. "Stay," said Hickman, after a few moments had elapsed. "All's not lost that's in danger. If I aren't able to guide ye to the pond, I reckon I've got a critter as kin. Kin ye, old boss?" he continued, addressing himself to the animal he bestrode. "A wiry old jade that Hickman had long been master of. Can ye find the water? Gee up, old beeswax, and let's see if ye kin." Giving his critter a kick in the ribs, and at the same time full freedom of the bridle, he once more started forwards among the trees. We all followed as before, building fresh hopes upon the instinct of the animal. Surely the pride of man ought to be somewhat abased when he reflects that he, the lord of the creation, is oftentimes foiled in attempts which, by the mere instincts of the lower animals, are of easy accomplishment. What a lesson of humility this ought to teach to the wanton and cruel oppressor of those noble animals whose strength and instinct and endurance are all made subservient to his comfort. It is in the hour of danger and peril alone that man realizes his dependence upon agencies other than his own lordly will. We had not proceeded far when it became known that Hickman's horse had got scent of the water. His owner alleged that he smelt it, and the latter knew this, as well as if it had been one of his hounds taking up the trail of the deer. The horse actually exhibited signs of such an intelligence. His muzzle was protruded forwards, and now and then he was heard to sniff the air, while at the same time he walked forward in a direct line as if making for some object. Surely he was heading for water, such was the belief. It produced a cheering effect, and the men were now advancing in better spirits, when to their surprise Hickman suddenly drew up and halted the line. I rode forward to him to inquire the cause. I found him silent and apparently reflective. "Why have you stopped?" I inquired. "You must all ye wait here a bit." "Why must we? demanded several, who had pressed alongside. "'Tain't safe for us to go forward this way. I've got an idea that them redskins is by the pond. They've camped there for sartin. It's the only water that is about hyar, and it's devilish. Like that thar, they've rendezvoused and camped. If that be the case and we ride forward in this fashion, they'll hear us a-comin' and be off again into the bushes, where we'll see no more of them. Ain't that like enough, fellers?" This interrogatory was answered in the affirmative. "Well, then," continued the guide, "better for yous all to stay here, while me and Jim Weatherford goes for'ard to see if the Injuns is thar. We can find the pond now. I know where it lies by the direction the horse were taken. It ain't fur off. If the redskins ain't thar, we'll soon be back, and then ye can all come on as fast as ye like." This prudent course was willingly agreed to, and the two hunters, once more dismounting, stole forwards afoot. They made no objection to my going along with them. My misfortunes gave me a claim to be their leader, and leaving my bridle in the hands of one of my companions, I accompanied the guides upon their errand. We walked with noiseless tread. The ground was thickly covered with the long needles of the pine, forming a soft bed upon which the footstep made no sound. There was little or no underwood, and this enabled us to advance with rapidity, and in a few minutes we were a long way from the party we had left behind. Our only care was about keeping the right direction, and this we had almost lost, or believed so, when to our astonishment we beheld a light shining through the trees. It was the gleam of a fire that appeared to be blazing freely. Hickman at once pronounced it the campfire of the Indians. At first we thought of returning and bringing on our comrades to the attack, but upon reflection we determined to approach nearer the fire and make certain whether it was the enemy's camp. We advanced no longer in erect attitudes, but crawling upon our hands and knees. Whenever the glare penetrated the woods, we avoided it, and kept under the shadow of the tree trunks. The fire burned in the midst of an opening. The hunters remembered that the pond was so placed, and now observing the sheen of water, we knew it must be the same. We drew nearer and nearer, until it was no longer safe to advance. We were close to the edge of the timber that concealed us. We could see the whole surface of the open ground. There were horses picketed over it, and dark forms recumbent under the firelight. They were murderers asleep. Close to the fire, one was seated upon a saddle. He appeared to be awake, though his head was drooped to the level of his knees. The blaze was shining upon this man's face, and both his features and complexion might have been seen but for the interposition of paint and plumes. The face appeared to be of a crimson red, and 3 black ostrich feathers, bending over the brow, hung straggling down his cheeks. These plumed symbols produced painful recognition. I knew that it was the headdress of Osceola. I looked further. Several groups were beyond. In fact, the whole open space was crowded with prostrate human forms. There was one group, however, that fixed my attention. It consisted of 3 or 4 individuals seated or reclining along the grass. They were in shade, and from our position their features could not be recognized. But their white dresses and the outlines of their forms, soft even in the obscurity of the shadow, told that they were females. 2 of them were side by side, a little apart from the others. One appeared to be supporting the other, whose head rested in her lap. With emotions fearfully vivid, I gazed on these 2 forms. I had no doubt they were Viola and my sister. End of chapter 79. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 80 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Signal Shots. I shall not attempt to depict my emotions at that moment. My pen is unequal to the task. Think of my situation and fancy them if you can. Behind me, a mother murdered and basely mutilated. A near relative slain, in like fashion. My home, my whole property given to the flames. Before me, a sister torn from the maternal embrace, borne ruthlessly along by savage captors, perhaps defiled by their fiendish leader. And he, too, before my eyes, the false, perfidious friend, the ravisher, the murderer. Had I not cue for indulging in the wildest emotions? And wild they were, each moment growing wilder, as I gazed upon the object of my vengeance. They were fast rising beyond my control. My muscles seemed to swell with renewed rage. The blood coursed through my veins like streams of liquid fire. I almost forgot the situation in which we were. But one thought was in my mind: vengeance. Its object was before me, unconscious of my presence, as if he had been asleep, almost within reach of my hand, perfectly within range of my rifle. I raised the piece to the level of those drooping plumes. I sighted their tips. I knew that the eyes were underneath them. My finger rested against the trigger. In another instant, that form, in my eyes hitherto heroic, would have been lifeless upon the grass, but my comrades forbade the act. With a quick instinct, Hickman grasped the lock of my gun, covering the nipple with his broad palm, while Weatherford clutched at and held the barrel. I was no longer master of the piece. I was angry at the interruption, but only for an instant. A moment's reflection convinced me they had acted right. The old hunter, putting his lips close to my ear, addressed me in an earnest whisper. "Not yet, Geordie, not yet. For your life don't make a fuss. 'Twould be no use to kill him. The rest of the varmints would be sartin to get off, and sartin to tote the weemen along wi' him. We three ain't enough to stop 'em. We'd only get scalped ourselves. We must slide back for the others, and then we'll be able to surround 'em. That's the idea, ain't it, Jim?" Weatherford, fearing to trust his voice, nodded an affirmative. "Come, then," added Hickman, in the same low whisper. "We mustn't lose a minute. Let's get back as rapidly as possible. Keep your backs down low. Gently, gently." And as he continued giving these injunctions, he faced towards the ground, extended his body to its full length, and crawling off like an alligator, was soon lost behind the trunks of the trees. Weatherford and I followed in similar fashion, until safe beyond the circle of the firelight, when all three of us came to a stop and arose erect to our feet. We stood for a moment listening backwards. We were not without anxiety lest a retreat might have disturbed the camp, but no sounds reached us save those to which we had been listening: the snore of some sleeping savage, the crop of the browsing horses, or the stomp of a hoof upon the firm turf. Satisfied that we had passed away unobserved, we started upon the back track, which the hunters could now follow like a path well known to them. We advanced, dark as it was, almost in a run, and were progressing rapidly when our speed was suddenly checked by the report of a gun. Each halted as if shot. Surprise it was that stopped us, but the report came not from the Indian camp, but the opposite direction, that in which our party had been left. But it could not be one of them who had fired. They were at too great a distance for their guns to have been heard so distinctly. Had they advanced nearer, tired of waiting for our return? Were they still advancing? If so, the shot was most imprudent. It would be certain to put the camp on the qui vive. What had they fired at? It must have been an accidental discharge. It must have been. These conjectures were rapid as thought itself. We did not communicate them to one another. Each fancied them for himself. We had scarce time even to speak when a second shot rang in our ears. It came from the same direction as the former, appearing almost a repetition, and had there been time to reload, we should so have judged it. But there had not been time, even for the most accomplished rifleman. 2 guns, therefore, had been fired. My companions were puzzled as well as myself. The firing was inexplicable under any other hypothesis than that some Indians had strayed from their camp and were making signals of distress. We had no time to reflect. We could now hear behind us the camp in full alarm, and we knew it was the shots that had caused it. We heard the shouts of men, the neighing and hurried trampling of horses. Without pausing longer, we again hurried onwards in the direction of our friends. Further on, we perceived some men on horseback. 2 there appeared to be, but in the darkness we were not certain, as their forms were scarce distinguishable. They appeared to retreat as we approached, gliding off like ghosts among the trees. No doubt, these were they who had fired the shots. They were just in the direction whence the reports had come, and at the proper distance. Were they Indians or whites? Hoping they were our friends, risking the chances of their being our foes, old Hickman hailed them. We paused to listen. There was no reply, not even an exclamation from either. We could hear by the hoof-strokes of their horses that they were hurrying off in a direction altogether different from either our party or the camp. There was something mysterious in the behavior of these horsemen. For what purpose had they fired their guns? If to signal a camp, why had they retreated from us, as we came from it? Why, moreover, had they gone off in a direction that did not lead to it? For its position was now known to them by the noise of the alarm they had themselves occasioned. To me their behavior was inexplicable. Hickman appeared to have found some clue to it, and the knowledge seemed to have an angular effect upon him. He exhibited signs of surprise, mingled with strong feelings of indignation. "Devil swamp 'em, the wuthless skunks! If 'tar them, and I'm good as sure it are, I can't be mistaken in the crack of them 2 guns. What say ye, Jim Weatherford? Do you recognize 'em? I war thinking I'd hear 'em afore somewhars, but I can't exactly tell whar. Stay, one on 'em's precious like the ring o' Ned Spencer's rifle. Precious like. It are the same, and t'other's Bill Williams's. What on earth can the 2 be arter? We left 'em long wi' the rest, and hyar they are now. I'm sartin it's them gallivantin' about through the woods, and firing off their guns to spoil everything we've done. They've sot the Indians off to a sartainty. Devil swamp 'em both! What can they be arter? Some helniferous game, I s'pect. By the tarnal catawampus, I'll make 'em both pay for this when we gets together. Come along quick, fellers. Let's get the party up, or we'll be too late. Them Indians'll make track and slope afore we get near 'em. Darn the shots! They've spoilt the hull business. Quick, come along here." Obedient to the old hunter's directions, we hurried on after him. End of Chapter 80. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 81 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. An empty camp. We had not gone far before we came within earshot of voices mingled with the hollow thumping of horses' hoofs. We recognized the voices as those of our comrades, and hailed them as they came nearer, for we perceived they were advancing towards us. They had heard the reports, and believing them to proceed from our rifles, had fancied we were engaged with the Indians, and were now riding forwards to our aid. "Hallo, boys!" shouted Hickman, as they drew nearer. "Is Bill Williams and Ned Spence among ye? Speak out if ye be." There was no reply to this interrogatory. It was succeeded by a dead silence of some seconds' duration. Evidently, the two men were not there, else they would have answered for themselves. "Where are they? Where have they gone to?" were the inquiries that passed through the crowd. "Aye, where are they?" repeated Hickman. "They're not hyar, that's plain. By the tarnal alligator, that's some ugly game afoot atween them two fellers. But come, boys, we must ford. The Injuns is just afore ye. It's no use creepin' any more. They're a-gwine to slope, and if we don't get up to 'em in 3 shakes of a squirrel's tail, there won't be a cussed varmint o' 'em on the ground. Hooray for redskin scalps! Look to your guns. Let's forward and gie 'em particular hell." And with this emphatic utterance, the old hunter dashed into the front and led the way towards the camp of the savages. The men followed, helter-skelter, the horses crowding upon each other's heels. No strategic method was observed. Time was the important consideration, and the aim was to get up to the camp before the Indians could retreat from it. A bold charge into their midst, a volley from our guns, and then with knives and pistols to close the conflict. This was the program that had been hastily agreed upon. We had arrived near the camp, within 300 yards of it. There was no uncertainty as to the direction. The voices of the savages that continued to be heard ever since the first alarm served to guide us on the way. All at once these voices became bushed, no longer reached us, either the shouting of the men or the hurried trampling of their horses. In the direction of the camp all was still as death. But we no longer needed the guidance of sounds. We were within sight of the campfires, or at least of their light, that glittered afar among the trees. With this as our beacon, we continued to advance. We rode forwards, but now less recklessly. The change from confused noise to perfect silence had been so sudden and abrupt as to have the effect of making us more cautious. The very stillness appeared ominous. We read in it a warning. It rendered us suspicious of an ambuscade. The more so, as all had heard of the great talent of the Red Stick Chief for this very mode of attack. When within 100 yards of the fires, our party halted. Several dismounted and advanced on foot. They glided from trunk to trunk till they had reached the edge of the opening, and then came back to report. The camp was no longer in existence. Its occupants were gone. Indians, horses, captives, plunder had all disappeared from the ground. The fires alone remained. They showed evidence of being disturbed in the confusion of the hasty decampment. The red embers were strewed over the grass, their last flames faintly flickering away. The scouts continued to advance among the trees till they had made the full circuit of the little opening. For 100 yards around it, the woods were searched with caution and ease, but no enemy was encountered, no ambuscade. We had arrived too late, and the savage foes had escaped us, had carried off their captives from under our very eyes. It was impossible to follow them in the darkness, and with mortified spirits we advanced into the opening, and took possession of the deserted camp. It was our determination to remain there for the rest of the night, and renew the pursuit in the morning. Our first care was to quench our thirst by the pond, then that of our animals. The fires were next extinguished, and a ring of sentries consisting of nearly half the number of our party was placed among the tree trunks that stood thickly around the opening. The horses were staked over the ground, and the men stretched themselves around the sward, so lately occupied by the bodies of their savage foes. In this wise we awaited the dawning of day. To none of our party, not even to myself, Was this escape of the enemy, or circumvention, as he termed it, so mortifying as to old Hickman, who, though priding himself upon his superior cunning and woodcraft, was obliged to confess himself outwitted by a rascally red stick? End of chapter 81. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 82 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Dead Forest. My comrades, wearied with the long ride, were soon in deep slumber, the sentries only keeping awake. For me was neither rest nor sleep, my misery for bad repose. Most of the night I spent in passing to and fro around the little pond that lay faintly gleaming in the center of the open ground. I fancied I found relief in thus roving about. It seemed to still the agitation of my spirit and prevented my reflections from becoming too intense. A new regret occupied my thoughts. I regretted that I had not carried out my intention to fire at the chief of the murderers. I regretted I had not killed him on the spot. The monster had escaped, and my sister was still in his power, perhaps beyond the hope of rescue. As I thought thus, I blamed the hunters for having hindered me. Had they foreseen the result, they might have acted otherwise, but it was beyond human foresight to have anticipated the alarm. The two men who had caused it were again with us. Their conduct, so singular and mysterious, had given rise to strong suspicion of their loyalty, and their reappearance, they had joined us while advancing towards the camp, had been hailed with an outburst of angry menace. Some even talked of shooting them out of their saddles, and this threat would most probably have been carried into effect had the fellows not offered a ready explanation. They alleged that they had got separated from the troop before it made its last halt. How they did not say. That they knew nothing of the advance of the scouts, or that the Indians were near. That they had got lost in the woods, and had fired their guns as signals, in hopes that we should answer them. They acknowledged having met 3 men afoot, but they believed them to be Indians, and kept out of their way. That afterwards, seeing the party near, they had recognized and ridden up to it. Most of the men were contented with this explanation. What motive, reasoned they, could the two have in giving an alarm to the enemy? Who could suspect them of rank treason? Not all, however, were satisfied. I heard old Hickman whisper some strange words to his comrade as he glanced significantly toward the estrays. "Keep your eyes skinned, Jim, and watch the skunks well. There's something not wholesome about 'em." As there was no one who could openly accuse them, they were once more admitted into the ranks, and were now among those who were stretched out and sleeping. They lay close to the edge of the water. In my rounds I passed them repeatedly, and in the somber darkness I could just distinguish their prostrate forms. I regarded them with strange emotions, for I shared the suspicions of Hickman and Weatherford. I could scarce doubt that these fellows had strayed off on purpose, that actuated by some foul motive they had fired their guns to warn the Indians of the approach of our party. After midnight there was a moon. There were no clouds to intercept her beams, and on rising above the tree-tops, she poured down a flood of brilliant light. The sleepers were awakened by the sudden change. Some rose to their feet, believing it to be day. It was only upon glancing up to the heavens they became aware of their mistake. The noise had put every one on the alert, and some talked of continuing the pursuit by the light of the moon. Such a course would have coincided with my own wishes, but the hunter guides opposed it. Their reasons were just. In open ground they could have lifted the trail, but under the timber the moon's light would not have availed them. They could have tracked by torchlight, but this would only be to expose us to an ambuscade of the enemy. Even to advance by moonlight would be to subject ourselves to a like danger. Circumstances had changed. The savages now knew we were after them. In the night march, the pursued have the advantage of the pursuers. Even though their numbers be inferior, the darkness gives them every facility of effecting a surprise. Thus reasoned the guides. No one made opposition to their views, and it was agreed that we should keep our ground till daylight. It was time to change the sentinels. Those who had slept now took post, and the relieved guard came in and flung themselves down to snatch a few hours of rest. Williams and Spence took their turn with the rest. They were posted on one side the glade. Next to one another, Hickman and Weatherford had fulfilled their guard tour. As they stretched themselves out along the grass, I noticed that they had chosen a spot near to where the suspected men were placed. By the moonlight, they must have had a view of the latter. Notwithstanding their recumbent attitudes, the hunters did not appear to go to sleep. I observed them at intervals. Their heads were close together and slightly raised above the ground, as if they were whispering to one another. As before, I walked round and round, the moonlight enabling me to move more rapidly. Ofttimes did I make the circuit of the little pond. How oft, it would be difficult to determine. My steps were mechanical. My thoughts had no connection with the physical exertions I was making, and I took no note of how I progressed. After a time there came a lull over my spirits. For a short interval, both my griefs and vengeful passions seemed to have departed. I knew the cause. It was a mere psychological phenomenon, one of common occurrence. The nerves that were organs of the peculiar emotions under which I had been suffering had grown wearied and refused to act. I knew it was but a temporary calm, the lull between two billows of the storm. During its continuance I was sensible to impressions from external objects. I could not help noticing the singularity of the scene around me. The bright moonlight enabled me to note its features somewhat minutely. We were encamped upon what by backwoodsmen is technically termed a glade, oftener in their idiom a glede, a small opening in the woods, without timber or trees of any sort. This one was circular, about 50 yards in diameter, with the peculiarity of having a pond in its midst. The pond, which was only a few yards in circumference, was also a circle, perfectly concentric with the glade itself. It was one of those singular natural basins found throughout the peninsula, and appeared as if scooped out by mechanical art. It was deeply sunk in the earth and filled with water, till within 3 feet of its rim. The liquid was cool and clear, and under the moonbeams shone with a silvery effulgence. Of the glade itself nothing more, except that it was covered with sweet-smelling flowers, that now, crushed under the hoofs of horses and the heels of man, gave forth a redoubled fragrance. The picture was pretty. Under happier circumstances, I should have contemplated it with pleasure. But it was not the picture that so much occupied my attention at that moment. Rather was it the framing. Around the glade stood a ring of tall trees, as regular as if they had been planted, and beyond these, as far as the eye could penetrate the depths of the forest, were others of like size and aspect. The trunks of all were nearly of one thickness, few of them reaching a diameter of 2 feet, but all rising to the height of many yards, without leaf or branch. They stood somewhat densely over the ground, but in daylight the eye might have ranged to a considerable distance through the intervals, for there was no underwood, save the low dwarf palmetto, to interrupt the view. They were straight and almost cylindrical as palms, and they might have been mistaken for trees of this order, had it not been for their large heads of leaves terminating in cone-shaped summits. They were not palms. They were pines, broom pines. Pinus australis, a species of trees with which I was perfectly familiar, having ridden many hundreds of miles shaded by the pendant fascicles of their acicular foliage. The sight of these trees, therefore, would have created no curiosity had I not noticed in their appearance something peculiar. Instead of the deep green which should have been exhibited by their long drooping leaves, they appeared of a brownish yellow. Was it fancy, or was it the deceptive light of the moon that caused this apparent change from their natural hue? One or the other, soliloquized I, on first noticing them. But as I continued to gaze, I perceived that I was in error. Neither my own fancy nor the moon's rays were at fault. The foliage was really of the color it appeared to be. Drawing nearer to them, I observed that the leaves were withered, though still adhering to the twigs. I noticed, moreover, that the trunks were dry and dead-like, the bark scaled or scaling off, that the trees, in short, were dead and decaying. I remembered what Hickman had stated while groping for the direction. That was at some distance off, but as far as I could see, the woods presented the same dim color. I came to the conclusion that the whole forest was dead. The inference was correct, and the explanation easy. The Sphinx had been at work. The whole forest was dead. End of Chapter 82. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 83 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Circular Conflict. Strange as it may seem, even in that hour, these observations had interested me. But while making them, I observed something that gratified me still more. It was the blue dawn that, mingling with the yellower light of the moon, affected the hue of the foliage upon which I had been gazing. Morning was about to break. Others had noticed it at the same instant, and already the sleepers were rising from their dewy couch and looking to the girths of their saddles. We were a hungry band, but there was no hope of breakfast, and we prepared to start without it. The dawn was of only a few minutes' duration, and as the sky continued to brighten, preparations were made for the start. The sentries were called in. All except 4 were prudently left to the last minute to watch in 4 different directions. The horses were unpicketed and bridled. They had worn their saddles all night, and the guns of the party were carefully reprimed and capped. Many of my comrades were old campaigners, and every precaution was taken that might influence our success in a conflict. It was expected that before noon we should come up with the savages, or track them home to their lair. In either case, we should have a fight, and all declared their determination to go forwards. Some minutes were spent in arranging the order of our march. It was deemed prudent that a few of the more skilled of the men should go forward as scouts on foot and thoroughly explore the woods before the advance of the main body. This would secure us from any sudden attack, in case the enemy had formed an ambuscade. The old hunters were once more to act as trackers and lead the van. These arrangements were completed, and we were on the point of starting. The men had mounted their horses, the scouts were already entering the edge of the timber, when all on a sudden several shots were heard, and at the same time the alarm cries of the sentries who had fired them. The 4 had discharged their pieces almost simultaneously. The woods appeared to ring with 100 echoes, But they were not echoes. They were real reports of rifles and musketry, and the shrill war cry that accompanied them was easily distinguished above the shouting of our own sentries. The Indians were upon us. Upon us, or, to speak less figuratively, around us. The sentries had fired all at once. Therefore each must have seen Indians in his own direction. But it needed not this to guide us to the conclusion that we were surrounded. From all sides came the fierce yells of the foe, as if echoing one another, and their bullets whistled past us in different directions. Beyond doubt, the glade was encompassed within their lines. In the first volley 2 or 3 men were hit, and as many horses, but the balls were spent, and did but little damage. From where they had fired, the glade was beyond the carry of their guns. Had they crept a little nearer before delivering their fire, the execution would have been fearful, clumped together as we were at the moment. Fortunately, our sentries had perceived their approach, and in good time given the alarm. It had saved us. There was a momentary confusion, with noise, the shouting of men, the neighing and prancing of horses. But above the din was heard the guiding voice of old Hickman. "Offer your horses, fellers, and take to the trees. Down wi' ye, quick! To the trees, and keep 'em back, or by the tarnal arthquake, every mother's son of us'll get sculped. To the trees! To the trees!" The same idea had already suggested itself to others, and before the hunter had ceased calling out, the men were out of their saddles and making for the edge of the timber. Some ran to one side, some to the other, each choosing the edge that was nearest him, and in a few seconds our whole party had ensconced itself. The body of each individual sheltered behind the trunk of a tree. In this position we formed a perfect circle, our backs turned upon each other, and our faces to the foe. Our horses, thus hurriedly abandoned, and wild with the excitement of the attack, galloped madly over the ground. With trailing bridles and stirrups striking against their flanks, most of them dashed past us, and scampering off, were either caught by the savages, or breaking through their lines, escaped into the woods beyond. We made no attempt to head them. The bullets were hurtling past our ears. It would have been certain death to have stepped aside from the trunks that sheltered us. The advantage of the position we had gained was apparent at a single glance. Fortunate it was that our sentries had been so tardily relieved. Had these been called in a moment sooner, the surprise would have been complete. The Indians would have advanced to the very edge of the glade, before uttering their war cry or firing a shot, and we should have been at their mercy. They would have been under cover of the timber, and perfectly protected from our guns, while we in the open ground must have fallen before their fire. But for the well-timed alarm, they might have massacred us at will. Disposed as we now were, our antagonists had not much advantage. The trunks of the trees entrenched us both. Only the concave side of our line was exposed, and the enemy might fire at it across the opening. But as the glade was 50 yards in diameter, and at no point had we permitted the Indians to get up to its edge, we knew that their bullets could not carry across, and were under no apprehension on this score. The maneuver, improvised though it was, had proved our salvation. We now saw it was the only thing we could have done to save ourselves from immediate destruction. Fortunate it was that the voice of Hickman had hurried us so quickly to our posts. Our men were not slow in returning the enemy's fire. Already their pieces were at play, and every now and then was heard the sharp whip-like spang of the rifles around the circle of the glade. At intervals, too, came a triumphant cheer, as some savage, who had too rashly exposed his red body, was known to have fallen to the shot. Again the voice of the old hunter rang over the glade. Cool, calm, and clear. It was heard by everyone. Mind your hindsights, boys, and shoot sure. Don't waste near a grain of your powder. You'll need the whole on't afore we've done with the cussed niggers. Don't a one of ye pull a trigger till you've drawed a bead on a redskin. These injunctions were full of significance. Hitherto the younger hands had been firing somewhat recklessly, discharging their pieces as soon as loaded, and only wounding the trunks of the trees. It was to stay this proceeding that Hickman had spoken. His words produced the desired effect. The reports became less frequent, but the triumphant cheer that betokened a hit was heard as often as ever. In a few minutes after the first burst of the battle, the conflict had assumed altogether a new aspect. The wild yells uttered by the Indians in their first onslaught, intended to frighten us into confusion, were no longer heard, and the shouts of the white men had also ceased. Only now and then were heard the deep hurrah of triumph, or a word spoken by some of our party to give encouragement to his comrades. At long intervals only rang out the yo-ho-ee-hee, uttered by some warrior chief, to stimulate his braves to the attack. The shots were no longer in volleys, but single or two or three at a time. Every shot was fired with an aim, and it was only when the aim proved true, or he who fired it believed it so, that voices broke out on either side. Each individual was too much occupied in looking for an object for his aim to waste time in idle words or shouts. Perhaps in the whole history of war there is no account of a conflict so quietly carried on, no battle so silently fought. In the interludes between the shots there were moments when the stillness was intense, moments of perfect but ominous silence. Neither was battle ever fought in which both sides were so oddly arrayed against each other. We were disposed in two concentric circles, the outer one formed by the enemy, the inner by the men of our party, deployed almost regularly around the glade. These circles were scarce 40 paces apart, at some points perhaps a little less, where a few of the more daring warriors, sheltered by the trees, had worked themselves closer to our line. Never was battle fought where the contending parties were so near each other without closing in hand-to-hand conflict. We could have conversed with our antagonists without raising our voices above the ordinary tone, and were enabled to aim, literally, at the whites of their eyes. Under such circumstances was the contest carried on. End of chapter 83. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 84 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Dead Shot by Jake. For full 2 hours, the singular conflict was continued, without any material change in the disposition of the combatants. Now and then an odd man might be seen darting from tree to tree, with a velocity as if projected from a howitzer, his object either to find a trunk that would afford better cover to his own body, or a point that would uncover the body, or a portion of it, of some marked antagonist. The trunks were barely thick enough to screen us. Some kept on their feet, taking the precaution to make themselves as small as possible, by standing rigidly erect and keeping their bodies carefully aligned. Others, perceiving that the pines bulged a little at the roots, had thrown themselves flat upon their faces, and in this attitude continued to load and fire. The sun was long since ascending the heavens, for it had been near sunrise when the conflict began. There was no obscurity to hide either party from the view of the other, though in this the Indians had a slight advantage on account of the opening in our rear. But even in the depth of the forest there was light enough for our purpose. Many of the dead fascicles had fallen. The ground was deeply bedded with them, and those that still drooped overhead formed but a gauzy screen against the brilliant beams of the sun. There was light sufficient to enable our marksmen to sight any object as large as a dollar piece that chanced to be within range of their rifles. A hand, a portion of an arm, a leg badly aligned, a jawbone projecting outside the bark, a pair of shoulders too brawny for the trunk that should have concealed them. Even the outstanding skirt of a dress were sure to draw a shot, perhaps two, from one side or the other. A man to have exposed his full face for 10 seconds would have been almost certain of receiving a bullet through his skull, for on both sides there were sharpshooters. Thus 2 hours had passed, and without any great injury received or inflicted by either party. There were some casualties, however, and every now and then a fresh incident added to the number, and kept up the hostile excitement. We had several wounded, 1 or 2 severely, and 1 man killed. The latter was a favorite with our men, and his death strengthened their desire for vengeance. The Indian loss must have been greater. We had seen several fall to our shots. In our party were some of the best marksmen in Florida. Hickman was heard to declare he had drawed a bead upon 3, and whenever he drawed his bead, he was doggone sartain to put his bullet. Weatherford had shot his man, killing him on the spot. This was beyond conjecture, for the dead body of the savage could be seen lying between 2 trees where it had fallen. His comrades feared that in dragging it away, they might expose themselves to that terrible rifle. The Indians had not yet learned that refinement of civilized warriors who seek from their opponents a temporary truce in which to pay an empty compliment to the dead, while with cunning eye and wary step they seize the opportunity to scrutinize where to make the most effectual onslaught upon the living. After a time the Indians began to practice a chapter of tactics, which proved that in this mode of warfare they were our superiors. Instead of 1, 2 of them would place themselves behind a tree, or 2 trees that stood close together, and as soon as one fired, the other was ready to take aim. Of course, the man at whom the first shot had been discharged, fancying his vis-a-vis now carried an empty gun, would be less careful about his person and likely enough to expose it. This proved to be the case, for before the bit of craft was discovered, several of our men received wounds, and 1 man of our number was shot dead by his tree. This ruse freshly exasperated our men, the more so that they could not reciprocate the strategy, since our numbers were not sufficient to have taken post by 2s. It would have thinned our line, so that we could not have defended the position. We were compelled, therefore, to remain as we were, more careful not to expose ourselves to the cunning fence of our enemies. There was one case, however, in which the savages were paid back in their own coin. Black Jake and I were partners in this revanche. We occupied 2 trees almost close together, and had for antagonists no less than 3 savages, who had been all the morning most active in firing at us. I had received 1 of their bullets through the sleeve of my coat, and Jake had the dandruff driven out of his wool, but neither of us had been wounded. During the contest, I had got sight upon 1 and fancied I had spilled his blood. I could not be certain, however, as the 3 were well sheltered behind a clump of trees and covered also by a thicket of dwarf palmettos. One of these Indians Jake wished particularly to kill. He was a huge savage, much larger than either of the others. He wore a headdress of king vulture plumes, and was otherwise distinguished by his costume. In all probability a chief. What was most peculiar about this man's appearance was his face, for we could see it at intervals, though only for an instant at a time. It was covered all over with a scarlet pigment, vermilion it was, and shone through the trees like a counterpart of the sun. It was not this, however, that had rendered the Indian an object of Jake's vengeance. The cause was different. The savage had noticed Jake's peculiar color, and had taunted him with it several times during the fray. He spoke in his native tongue, but Jake comprehended it well enough. He was spited, exasperated, and vowed vengeance against the Scarlet Chief. I contrived at length to give him an opportunity, cunningly adjusting my cap, so that it appeared to contain my head, I caused it to protrude a little around the trunk of the tree. It was an old and well-known ruse. But for all that, in Jake's phraseology, it fooled the Indian. The red countenance appeared above the palmettos. A puff of smoke rose from below it. The cap was jerked out of my hand as I heard the report of the shot that had done it. A little after, I heard another crack, louder and nearer. The report of the Negro's piece. I peeped around the tree to witness the effect. A spot of darker red dappled the bright disk of the Indian's face. The vermilion seemed suddenly encrimsoned. It was but a glance I had, for in the next instant the painted savage doubled back among the bushes. During all the time we had been engaged, the Indians did not appear desirous of advancing upon us, although certainly they were superior to us in point of numbers. The party we had been pursuing must have been joined by another one as numerous as itself. Not less than 100 were now upon the ground, and had been so from the beginning of the fight. But for this accession, they would hardly have dared to attack us, and but for it, we should have charged them at once, and tried the chances of a hand-to-hand conflict. We had seen, however, that they far outnumbered us, and were content to hold our position. They appeared satisfied with theirs, though by closing rapidly inwards, they might have overpowered us. After all, their ranks would not have been smartly thinned before reaching our line, and some of their best men would have fallen. No men calculate such chances more carefully than Indians, and perhaps none are inferior to them in charging a foe that is entrenched. The weakest fort, even the most flimsy stockade, can be easily defended against the red warriors of the West. Their intention having been foiled by the failure of their first charge, they appeared not to contemplate another, contented to hold us in siege, for to that situation were we, in reality, reduced. After a time, their firing became less frequent, until it nearly ceased altogether. But we knew that this did not indicate any intention to retreat. On the contrary, we saw some of them kindling fires afar off in the woods, no doubt with the design of cooking their breakfasts. There was not a man among us who did not envy them their occupation. End of chapter 84. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 85 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Meagre Meal. To us the partial armistice was of no advantage. We dared not stir from the trees. Men were athirst, and water within sight, the pond glittering in the center of the glade. Better there had been none, since they dared not approach it. It only served to tantalize them. The Indians were seen to eat, without leaving their lines. A few waited on the rest, and brought them food from the fires. Women were observed passing backwards and forwards, almost within range of our guns. We were, all of us, hungry as famished wolves. We had been 24 hours without tasting food, even longer than that, and the sight of our enemies, feasting before our very eyes, gave a keen edge to our appetites, at the same time rekindling our indignation. They even taunted us on our starving condition. Old Hickman had grown furious. He was heard to declare that the war hungry enough to eat an Indian raw if he could get his teeth upon one, and he looked as if he would have carried but the threat. "The sight of cussed redskins," continued he, "swallerin' whole collops o' meat while Christian whites hain't near ye a bone to pick, are enough to rile one to the last gin in the ends o' the toes. By the tarnal alligator it are. It is a bare place, indeed, where such men as Hickman and Weatherford will not find resources. and the energies of both were now bent upon discovery. They were seen scratching among the dead needles of the pines, that, as already stated, formed a thick layer over the surface of the ground. Of what were they in search? Worms, grubs, larvae, or lizards? One might have fancied so, but no, it had not come to that. Hungry as they were not yet ready to feed upon the reptilia. A better resource had suggested itself to them, and shortly after an exclamation of joy announced that they had discovered the object of their search. Hickman was seen holding up a brownish-colored mass of conical form, somewhat resembling a large pineapple. It was a cone of the broom pine, easily recognizable by its size and shape. "Now, fellers," shouted he, in a voice loud enough to be heard by all around the glade, "just gather a wheen o' these hyar tree eggs, and break 'em open. You'll find kernels inside of them that ain't bad chawin'. They ain't equal to hog and hominy, but we ha'n't got hog and hominy, and these hyar'll sarve in a pinch, I reckon. If ye'll only root among the rubbish round ye, you'll scare up a wheen. Just try it." The suggestion was eagerly adopted, and in an instant all hands were seen scratching up the dead leaves in search of pine cones. Some of these were found lying upon the surface near at hand, and were easily procured, while others were jerked within reach by ramrods or the barrels of rifles. Less or more, every one was enabled to obtain a supply. The cones were quickly cut open, and the kernels greedily devoured. It was by no means an inferior food, for the seeds of the broom pine are both nutritive and pleasant to the palate. Their quality gave universal satisfaction. It was only in quantity they were deficient, for there was not enough of them within reach to stay the cravings of 50 stomachs, hungry as ours were. There was some joking over this dry breakfast, and the more reckless of the party laughed while they ate, as though it had been a nutting frolic. But the laughter was short-lived. Our situation was too serious to admit of much levity. It was an interval while the firing of the enemy had slackened, almost ceased, and we had ample time to consider the perils of our position. Up to this time it had not occurred to us that, in reality, we were besieged. The hurried excitement of the conflict had left us no time for reflection. We only looked upon the affair as a skirmish that must soon come to an end, by one side or the other proving victorious. The contest no longer wore that look. It had assumed the aspect of a regular siege. We were encompassed on every side, shut up as if in a fortress, but not half so secure. Our only stockade was the circle of standing trees, and we had no blockhouse to retire to, no shelter in the event of being wounded. Each man was a sentry, with a tour of guard duty that must be continual. Our situation was indeed perilous in the extreme. There was no prospect of escape. Our horses had all galloped off long since. One only remained, lying dead by the side of the pond. It had been killed by a bullet, but it was not from the enemy. Hickman had fired the shot. I saw him, and wondered at the time what could be his object. The hunter had his reasons, but it was only afterwards I learned them. We could hold our ground against 5 times our number, almost any odds. But how about food? Thirst we did not fear. At night we should have relief. Under the cover of night we could approach the pond, one after another. We had no apprehension from want of water. But how about food? The cones we had gathered were but a bite. There were no more within reach. We must yield to hunger, to famine. We conversed with one another freely, as if face to face. We canvassed our prospects. They were gloomy enough. How was the affair to end? How were we to be delivered from our perilous situation? These were the questions that occupied the thoughts of all. We could think of only one plan that offered a plausible chance of escape, and that was to hold our position until nightfall, make a sally in the darkness, and fight our way through the lines of our foes. It would be running the gauntlet. A few of us would certainly fall, perhaps many, but some would escape. To stay where we were would be to expose our whole party to certain sacrifice. There was no likelihood of our being rescued by others. No one entertained such a hope. As soon as hunger overcame us, we should be massacred to a man. Rather than patiently abide such a fate, we resolved, while yet strong, to risk all chances and fight our way through the enemy's line. Darkness would favor the attempt, and thus resolved we awaited the going down of the sun. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Bullet from Behind. If we thought the time long, it was not from want of occupation. During the day the Indians at intervals renewed their attack, and notwithstanding all our vigilance, we had another man killed and several slightly wounded. In these skirmishes the savages showed a determination to get nearer our line, by making their advances from tree to tree. We perfectly understood their object in this. It was not that they had any design of closing with us, though their numbers might have justified them in doing so. They were now far more numerous than at the beginning of the fight. Another fresh band had arrived upon the ground, for we had heard the shouts of welcome that hailed their coming. But even with this accession of strength, they did not design to come to the encounter sharp weapons. Their purpose in advancing was different. They had perceived that by getting close to our convex line, they would be near enough to fire upon those on the opposite side of the glade, who, of course, were then exposed to their aim. To prevent this, therefore, became our chief object and anxiety, and it was necessary to redouble our vigilance. We did so, regarding with scrutinous glances the trunks behind which we knew the savages were skulking, and eyeing them as keenly as the ferret hunter watches the burrows of the warren. They had but slight success in their endeavors to advance. It cost them several of their boldest men, for the moment one of them essayed to rush forwards, the cracks of 3 or 4 rifles could be heard, and one of these was sure to deliver its messenger of death. The Indians soon became tired of attempting this dangerous maneuver, and, as evening approached, appeared to give up their design, and content themselves by holding us in siege. We were glad when the sun set and the twilight came on. It would soon pass, and we should be able to reach the water. The men were maddened with thirst, for they had been suffering from it throughout the whole day. During the daylight many would have gone to the pond had they not been restrained by the precepts of the more prudent, and perhaps more effectually by an example of which they had all been witnesses. One, more reckless than the rest, had risked the attempt. He succeeded in reaching the water, drank to satisfaction, and was hastening back to his post when a shot from the savages stretched him dead upon the sward. He was the man last killed, and his lifeless body now lay in the open ground, before the eyes of his comrades. It proved a warning to all, for, despite the torture of thirst, no one cared to repeat the rash experiment. At length the welcome darkness descended. Only a glimmer of grey light lingered in the leaden sky. Men in 2s and 3s were now seen approaching the pond. Like spectres they moved, silently gliding over the open ground, but in stooping attitudes, and heads bent eagerly forwards in the direction of the water. We did not all go at once, though all were alike, eager to quench their thirst. But the admonitions of the old hunter had their effect, and the more continent agreed to bear their pangs a little longer, and wait till the others should get back to their posts. It was prudent we so acted, for at this crisis the Indians, no doubt suspecting what was going forward, renewed their fire with fresh energy. Whole volleys were discharged inwards and without aim. The darkness must have hindered an aim, but for all that the bullets buzzed past our ears as thickly as hornets upon their flight. There was a cry raised that the enemy was closing upon us, and those who had gone to the water rushed rapidly back, some even without staying to take the much-desired drink. During all this time I had remained behind my tree. My black follower had also stuck to his post, like a faithful sentinel as he was. We talked of relieving one another by turns. Jake insisted that I should drink first. I had partially consented to this arrangement when the fire of the enemy suddenly reopened. Like others, we were apprehensive that the savages were about to advance, and we knew the necessity of keeping them back. We agreed to keep our ground for a little longer. I had one eye round the trunk of the tree, with my rifle raised to the level, and was watching for a flash from the gun of some savage to guide me in my aim, when, all on a sudden, I felt my arm jerked upwards, and my gun shaken out of my grasp. There was no mystery about it. A bullet had passed through my arm, piercing the muscles that upheld it. I had shown too much of my shoulder, and was wounded. Nothing more. My first thought was to look to my wound. I felt it distinctly enough, and that enabled me to discover the place. I saw that the ball had passed through the upper part of my right arm, just below the shoulder, and in its further progress had creased the breast of my uniform coat, where its trace was visible in the torn cloth. There was still light sufficient to enable me to make these observations, and furthermore that a thick stream of blood was gushing from the wound. I commenced unbuttoning my coat, the better to get at the wound. The black was ready by my side, rending his shirt into ribbons. All at once I heard him uttering an exclamation of surprise, followed by the words, "Gorramity! Mass George, that shot come from behind!" "From behind!" I shouted, echoing his words, and once more looking to the wound. "Yes, mass, yes. Sartin he come from behind." Some suspicion of this had already been in my thoughts. I fancied that I had felt the shot from that quarter. It had been no fancy. On a more minute examination of the wound, and the torn traces upon the breast of my coat, the direction of the bullet was plainly perceived. Undoubtedly had struck me from behind. "Good God, Jake!" I exclaimed. "It is so! The Indians have advanced to the other side of the glade. We are lost!" Under this belief we both faced towards the opening, when at that moment, as if to confirm us, another bullet whistled past our ears, and struck with a heavy thud into the tree by which we were kneeling. This one had certainly been fired from the other side of the glade. We saw the flash and heard the report of the gun that had sent it. What had become of our comrades on that side? Had they abandoned their posts and permitted the Indians to advance? Were they all by the pond, and thus neglecting their duty? These were the first conjectures both of my companions and myself. It was too dark for us to see our men under the shadows of the pines, but neither did they appear in the open ground. We were puzzled, and shouted aloud for an explanation. If there were replies, we heard them not, for at that moment a wild yell from our savage enemies drowned all other cries, and a sight burst upon our eyes that caused the blood to curdle within our veins. Directly in point of the position that Jake and I held, and close to the Indian line, a red flame was seen suddenly springing up from the earth. It rose in successive puffs, each leaping higher and higher, until it had ascended among the tops of the trees. It resembled the flashes of large masses of gunpowder ignited upon the ground, and such in reality it was. We read the intention at a glance. The Indians were attempting to fire the forest. Their success was almost instantaneous. As soon as the sulphureous blaze came in contact with the withered fascicles of foliage, the latter caught as though they had been tinder, and with the velocity of projected rockets the flames shot out in different directions, and danced far above the tops of the tree. We looked around. On all sides we beheld a similar spectacle. That wild yell had been the signal for a circle of fires. The glade was encompassed by a wall of flame, red, roaring, and gigantic. The whole forest was on fire. From all points the flames appeared, closing inwards, sweeping the trees as if they had been withered grass, and leaping in long spurts high into the heavens. The smoke now came thick and heavy around us, each moment growing denser as the fire approached, while the heated atmosphere was no longer endurable. Already it stifled our breathing. Destruction stared us in the face, and men shouted in despair, but the roar of the burning pines drowned their voices, and one could not hear even his comrade who was nearest. Their looks were significant, for before the smoke fell, the glade was lit up with intense brilliance,
and we could see one another with unnatural distinctness. In the faces of all appeared the anxiety of awe. Not long continued I to share it. Too much blood had escaped from my neglected wound. I tried to make into the open ground, as I saw others doing, but before I got 2 steps from the tree, my limbs tottered beneath me, and I fell fainting to the earth. End of chapter 86.
Chapter 87 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Jury Amid the Fire. I had a last thought as I fell. It was that my life had reached its termination, that in a few seconds my body would be embraced by the flames, and I should horribly perish. The thought drew from me a feeble scream, and with that scream my consciousness forsook me. I was as senseless as if dead. Indeed, so far as sensibility went, I was dead. And, had the flames at that moment swept over me, I should not have felt them. In all probability, I might have been burned to a cinder without further pain. During the interval of my unconsciousness, I had neither dream nor apparition. By this I knew that my soul must have forsaken its earthly tenement. It may have been hovering above or around, but it was no longer within me. It had separated from my senses, that were all dead. Dead, but capable of being restored to life. And happily a restorative was at hand, with one capable to administer it. When my soul returned, the first perception I had was that I was up to my neck in water. I was in the pond, and in a recumbent position, my limbs and body under the water, with only my head above the surface, resting against the bank. A man was kneeling over me, himself half immersed. My returning senses soon enabled me to tell who the man was. My faithful Jake. He had my pulse in his hand and was gazing into my features with silent earnestness. As my open eyes replied to his gaze, he uttered an exclamation of joy and the words, "Golly, Massa George, you lib! Thank be to God Almighty, you lib! Keep up your heart, young massa. You's a-gwine to get over it. Sartin, you're a-gwine to get over it." "I hope so, Jake," was my reply, in a weak voice, but, feeble though it was, it roused the faithful fellow into a transport of delight, and he continued to utter his cheering ejaculations. I was able to raise my head and look around. It was a dread spectacle that on all sides greeted my eyes, and there was plenty of light wherewith to view it. The forest was still on fire, burning with a continued roar, as of thunder or a mighty wind, varied with hissing noises, and loud crackling that resembled the platoon firing of musketry. One might have fancied it a fusillade from the Indians, but that was impossible. They must have long since retreated before the spreading circle of that all-consuming conflagration. There was less flame than when I had last looked upon it, and less smoke in the atmosphere. The dry foliage had been suddenly reduced to a cinder, and the twiggy fragments had fallen to the earth, where they lay in a dense bed of glowing embers. Out of this rose the tall trunks, half stripped of their branches, and all on fire. The crisp, scaling bark had caught freely, and the resinous sapwood was readily yielding to the flames. Many had burned far inwards, and looked like huge columns of iron heated to redness. The spectacle presented an aspect of the infernal world. The sense of feeling, too, might have suggested fancies of the same region. The heat was intense to an extreme degree. The atmosphere quivered with the drifting caloric. The hair had crisped upon our heads. Our skin had the feel of blistering, and the air we inhaled resembled steam from the scape pipe of an engine. Instinctively I looked for my companions. A group of a dozen or more were upon the open ground near the edge of the pond, but these were not all. There should have been nearer 50. Where were the others?
Had they perished in the flames? Where were they? Mechanically, I put the question to Jake. "Thar, massa," he replied, pointing downwards. "Thar they be safe yet, every one ob 'em, I believe." I looked across the surface of the pond. 3 dozen roundish objects met my glance. They were the heads of my companions. Like myself, their bodies were submerged, most of them to the neck. They had thus placed themselves to shun the smoke, as well as the broiling heat. But the others, they on the bank, why had they not also availed themselves of this cunning precaution? Why were they still standing exposed to the fierce heat and amid the drifting clouds of smoke? The latter had grown thin and gauze-like. The forms of the men were seen distinctly through it, magnified as in a mist. Like giants they were striding over the ground, and the guns in their hands appeared of colossal proportions. Their gestures were abrupt, and their whole bearing showed they were in a state of half-frenzied excitement. It was natural enough amidst the circumstances that surrounded them. I saw they were the principal men of our party. I saw Hickman and Weatherford, both gesticulating freely among them. No doubt they were counseling how we should act. This was the conjecture I derived from my first glance, but a further survey of the group convinced me I was in error. It was no deliberation about our future plans. In the lull between the volleys of the crackling pines I could hear their voices. They were those of men engaged in angry dispute. The voices of Hickman and Weatherford especially reached my ear, and I perceived they were talking in a tone that betokened a high state of indignation. At this moment the smoke, drifting aside, discovered a group still further from the edge of the pond. There were 6 men standing in threes, and I perceived that the middle man of each 3 was tightly grasped by the 2 others. 2 of them were prisoners. Were they Indians? 2 of our enemies, who, amid the confusion of the fire, had strayed into the glade and been captured? It was my first thought, but at that instant a jet of flame, shooting upwards, filled the glade with a flood of brilliant light. The little group thus illuminated could be seen as distinctly as by the light of day. I was no longer in doubt about the captives. Their faces were before me, white and ghastly, as if with fear. Even the red light failed to tinge them with its color. But wan as they were, I had no difficulty in recognizing them. They were Spence and Williams. End of chapter 87.
Chapter 88 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Quick Executioners. I turned to the black for an explanation, but before he could make reply to my interrogatory, I more than half comprehended the situation. My own plight admonished me. I remembered my wound. I remembered that I had received it from behind. I remembered that the bullet that struck the tree came from the same quarter. I thought we had been indebted to the savages for the shots. But no, worse savages. Spence and Williams were the men who had fired them. The reflection was awful, the motive mysterious. And now return to my thoughts the occurrences of the preceding night, the conduct of these 2 fellows in the forest, the suspicious hints thrown out by old Hickman and his comrades, and far beyond the preceding night, other circumstances, well marked upon my memory, rose freshly before me. Here again was the hand of Arens Ringgold. Oh God, to think that this arch monster, "Dar only a tryin' dem 2 damn rascal," said Jake, in reply to the interrogatory I had put. "Dat's what dey am about, Massa George, dat's all." "Who?" I asked mechanically, for I already knew who were meant by the 2 damn rascal. "Lor, Massa George, don't you see 'em over yonder, Spence and William? Golly, they're both as white as peeled pumpkins."
It were them that shot you, and no Indians, arter all. I know that from the fust. And I told Mass Hickman the same, but Mass Hickman, Claire, he see 'em for hisself. And so too Mass Weatherford. Both seed 'em fired their 2 shots. They're a tryin' 'em for their lives. That's what the men am doin'." With strange interest I once more turned my eyes outward and gazed, first at one group, then the other. The fire was now making less noise, the sapwood having nearly burnt out, and the detonations caused by the escape of the pent gases from the cellular cavities of the wood had grown less frequent. Voices could be heard over the glade, those of the improvised jury. I listened attentively. I perceived that a dispute was still raging between them. They were not agreed upon their verdict, some advocating the immediate death of the prisoners, while others, adverse to such prompt punishment, would have kept them for further inquiry. There were some who could not credit their guilt. The deed was too atrocious, and hence improbable. Under what motive could they have committed it? At such a time, too, with their lives in direct jeopardy. "Near a bit of jeopardy," exclaimed Hickman, in reply to the interrogatory. "Near a bit of jeopardy. There hain't a shot fired at either of 'em this whole day. I tell ye, fellers, there's a understandin' atween them and the Injuns. They're no better'n spies, and their last night's work proves it. And but for the breaking out of the fire, which they didn't expect, they'd been off arter firing the shots. 'Twere all bamfoozle about them getting lost. Them fellers get lost, a deed. Both of 'em knows these shar woods as well as the animals that lives in 'em. Them both been hyar many's the time, and a ween too often, I reckon. Lost? Why, did yez ever hear of a coon getting lost?" Someone made reply. I did not hear what was said, but the voice of the hunter again sounded distinct and clear. "Ye palaver about their motive. I suppose you mean their reasons for such bloody business. Them I acknowledge ain't clar, but I have my suspicions too. I ain't a-gwine to say who or what. There's some things as mout be, and there's some as moutn't. But I've seen queer doin's in these last 5 yearn, and I'm hearin' o' others. And if what I'm hearin' be's true, what I've seed I know to be, then I tell ye, fellers, there's a bigger than either o' these'n at the bottom of the whole business. That's what thar be." "But you really say you saw them take aim in that direction? Are you sure of that?" The inquiry was put by a tall man who stood in the midst of the disputing party, a man of advanced age, and of somewhat severe aspect. I knew him as one of our neighbors in the settlement, an extensive planter, who had some intercourse with my uncle, and out of friendship for our family had joined the pursuit. "Sure," echoed the old hunter with emphasis, and not without some show of indignation. "Didn't me and Jim Weatherford see 'em wi' our own 2 eyes? And thar good enough, I reckon, to mark such varmints as them. We'd been a-watchin' 'em all day, for we knowed thar were somethin' ugly afoot. We seed 'em both fire across the glade, and sight plumb center at young Randolph. Besides, the black himself says that the 2 shots come that way. What more proof can you want?" At this moment I heard a voice by my side. It was that of Jake calling out to the crowd. "Mass Hickman," cried he, "if they want more proof, I believe dis nigger can give it. One of de bullets miss young massa, and stuck in de tree. Yonder's the very tree itself that we were behind. It ain't burned yet. It no take fire. Maybe, gentlemen, you might find that bullet dar still. Maybe you tell what gun he longs to." The suggestion was instantly adopted. Several men ran towards the tree behind which Jake and I had held post, and which, with a few others near it, for some reason or other, had escaped the flames, and still stood with trunks unscathed in the foreground of the conflagration. Jake ran with the rest and pointed out the spot. The bark was scrutinized, the hole found, and the leaden witness carefully picked out. It was known that Spence carried a piece of large caliber, but the guns of all the party were paraded and their measure taken. The bullet would enter the barrel of no other rifle save that of Spence. The conclusion was evident. The verdict was no longer delayed. It was unanimous that the prisoners should die. "And let 'em die like dogs as they are," cried Hickman, indignantly raising his voice, and at the same time bringing his piece to the level. "Now, Jim Weatherford, look to your sights. Let 'em go thar, fellas, and get yourselves out of the way. We give 'em a chance for their cussed lives. They may take to yonner trees if they like, and get customed to it, for they'll be in a hotter place than that afore long. Let 'em go, I let 'em go, I say, or by the tarnal I'll fire into the middle of ye." The men who had hold of the prisoners, perceiving the menacing attitude of the hunter, and fearing that he might make good his words, suddenly dropped their charge, and ran back towards the group of jurors. The two wretches appeared bewildered. Terror seemed to hold them speechless, and fast glued to the spot. Neither made any effort to leave the ground. Perhaps the complete impossibility of escape was apparent to them, and prostrated all power to make the attempt. Of course, they could not have got away from the glade. Their taking to the trees was only mockery on the part of the indignant hunter. In 10 seconds, they would have been roasted among the blazing branches. It was a moment of breathless suspense. Only one voice was heard, that of Hickman. "Now, Jim, you sight Spence. Gie t'other to me." This was said in a hurried undertone, and the words had scarcely passed when the two rifles cracked simultaneously. The execution was over. The renegades had ceased to live. This speedy punishment of convicted rascals is a severe commentary upon the more refined proceedings of our judicial trials, in which every effort is made, and every argument strained to enable the culprit, known to be guilty, to escape the punishment due to his crimes, a result which is generally effected either by some legal technicality or political machinery. End of Chapter 88. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 89 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. An Enemy Unlooked For. As upon the stage of a theater, the farce follows the grand melodrama. This tragic scene was succeeded by an incident ludicrous to an extreme degree. It elicited roars of laughter from the men that, under the circumstances, sounded like the laughter of madmen. Maniacs indeed might these men have been deemed, thus giving way to mirth, with the prospect before them so grim and gloomy, the prospect of almost certain death, either at the hands of our savage assailants or from starvation. Of the former we had no present fear. The flames that had driven us out of the timber had equally forced them from their position, and we knew that they were now far from us. They could not be near. Now that the burnt branches had fallen from the pines, and the foliage was entirely consumed, the eye was enabled to penetrate the forest to a great distance. On every side we commanded a vista of at least 1,000 yards. Through the intervals between the red glowing trunks and beyond this we could hear, by the swizz of the flames and the continual crackling of the boughs, that fresh trees were being embraced within the circle of conflagration that was each moment extending its circumference. The sounds grew fainter apace, until they bore a close resemblance to the mutterings of distant thunder. We had fancied that the fire was dying out, but the luminous ring around the horizon proved that the flames were still ascending. It was only that the noise came from a greater distance that we heard it less distinctly. Our human foes must have been still further away. They must have retired before the widening rim of the conflagration. But they had calculated upon doing so before applying the torch. In all likelihood, they had retreated to the Savanna to await the result. The object in firing the forest was not so easily understood. Perhaps they expected that the vast volume of flame would close over and consume us, or more like that we should be smothered under the dense clouds of smoke. This might in reality have been our fate, but for the proximity of the pond. My companions told me that their sufferings from the smoke had been dreadful in the extreme, that they should have been stifled by it had they not thrown themselves into the pond, and kept their faces close to the surface of the water, which was several feet below the level of the ground. It had been to me an hour of unconsciousness. My faithful black had carried me, lifeless, as he supposed, to the water, and placed me among the rest. It was afterwards, when the smoke had partially cleared away, that the spies were brought to account. Hickman and Weatherford, deeply indignant at the conduct of these monsters, would not hear of delay. They insisted upon immediate punishment, and the wretches were seized upon, dragged out of the pond, and put upon their trial. It was at this crisis that my senses returned to me. As soon as the dread sentence had been carried into execution, the ci-devant jurors came rushing back to the pond and plunged their bodies into the water. The heat was still intense and painful of endurance. There were two only who appeared to disregard it, and still remained upon the bank. These were the two hunters. Knives in hand, I saw them stooping over a dark object that lay near. It was the horse that Hickman had shot in the morning, and I now perceived the old hunter's motive that had hitherto mystified me. It was an act of that cunning foresight that characterized this man, apparently instinctive. They proceeded to skin the horse, and in a few seconds had peeled off a portion of the hide, sufficient for their purpose. Then they cut out several large pieces of the flesh and laid them aside. This done, Weatherford stepped off to the edge of the burning timber, and presently returned with an armful of half-consumed faggots. These were erected into a fire near the edge of the pond, and the two, squatting down by its side, commenced broiling the pieces of horse flesh upon sapling spits, and conversing as coolly and cheerily as if seated in the chimney corner of their own cabins. There were others as hungry as they who took the hint, and proceeded to imitate their example. The pangs of hunger were harder to bear than the hot atmosphere, and in a few minutes' time a dozen men might have been observed, grouped like vultures around the dead horse, hacking and hewing at the carcass. At this crisis occurred the incident which I have characterized as ludicrous. With the exception of the few engaged in their coarse cuisine, the rest of us remained in the water. We were lying around the circular rim of the basin, our bodies parallel to one another, and our heads upon the bank. We were not dreaming of being disturbed by an intruder of any kind, at least for a time. We were no longer in fear of the fire, and our savage foemen were far off. All at once, however, an enemy was discovered in an unexpected quarter, right in the midst of us. Just in the center of the pond, where the water was deepest, a monstrous form rose suddenly to the surface, at the same time that our ears were greeted with a loud bellowing, as if half a score of bulls were let loose into the glade. In an instant the water was agitated and lashed into foam, and the spray fell in showers around our heads. Weird-like and sudden as was the apparition, there was nothing mysterious about it. The hideous form and dark baritone were well known to all. It was simply an alligator. But for its enormous size, the presence of the reptile would scarce have been regarded. But it was one of the largest of its kind, its long body almost equaling the diameter of the pond, with huge gaunt jaws that seemed capable of swallowing a man at a single gulp. Its roar, too, was enough to inspire even the boldest with terror. It produced this effect, and the wild, frightened looks of those in the water, their confused plunging and splashing, as they scrambled to their feet and hastened to get out of it, their simultaneous rushing up the bank and scattering off into the open ground, all contributed to form a spectacle ludicrous in the extreme. In less than 10 seconds' time, the great saurian had the pond to himself, where he continued to bellow and lash the water in his rage. He was not permitted to exult long in his triumph. The hunters, with several others, seized their rifles and ran forwards to the edge of the pond, when a volley from a dozen guns terminated the monster's existence. Those who had been ashore were already convulsed with laughter at the scared fugitives, but the latter, having recovered from their momentary affright, now joined in the laugh, till the woods rang with a chorus of wild cachinnations. Could the Indians have heard us at that moment, they must have fancied us mad, or more likely dead, and that our voices were those of their own fiends, headed by Wacomi himself, rejoicing over the holocaust of their pale-faced foes. End of Chapter 89. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 90 of Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Conflict in Darkness. The forest continued to burn throughout the night, the following day, and the night after. Even on the second day, most of the trees were still on fire. They no longer blazed, for the air was perfectly still, and there was no wind to fan the fire into flame. It was seen in red patches against the trunks, smoldering and gradually becoming less as its strength spontaneously died out. From many of the trees it had disappeared altogether, and these no longer bore any resemblance to trees, but looked like huge, sharp-pointed stakes, charred and black, as though profusely coated with coal tar. Though there were portions of the forest that might now have been traversed, there were other places where the fire still burned fiercely enough to oppose our progress. We were still besieged by the igneous element, as completely confined within the circumscribed boundaries of the glade, as if encompassed by a hostile army of 20 times our number, indeed more so. No rescue could possibly reach us. Even our enemies, so far as our safety was concerned, could not have raised the siege. So far, the old hunter's providence had stood us in good stead, but for the horse, some of us must have succumbed to hunger, or, at all events, suffered its extreme. We had now been 4 days without food, except what a handful of pine cones and the horse flesh afforded us, and still the fiery forest hemmed us in. There was no alternative but to stay where we were until, as Hickman phrased it, the woods should get cool. We were cheered with the hope that another day would effect this purpose, and we might travel with safety. The prospect before us was gloomy,
as that around us. As our dread of the fire declined, that of our human foes increased in an inverse proportion. We had but little hope of getting off without an encounter. They could traverse the woods as soon as we, and were certain to be on the lookout. With them the account was still to be settled. The gauntlet was yet to be run. But we had grown fierce and less fearful. The greatest coward of our party had become brave, and no one voted for either skulking or hanging back. Stand or fall, we had resolved upon keeping together and cutting our way through the hostile lines, or dying in the attempt. It was but the old program, with a slight change in the mise en scene. We waited only for another night to carry our plans into execution. The woods would scarce be as cool as we might have desired, but hunger was again hurrying us. The horse, a small one, had disappeared. 50 starved stomachs are hard to satisfy. The bones lay around clean picked. Those that contained marrow, broken into fragments and emptied of their contents. Even the hideous saurian was a skeleton. A more disgusting spectacle was presented by the bodies of the 2 criminals. The heat had swollen them to enormous proportions, and decomposition had already commenced. The air was loaded with that horrid effluvia peculiar to the dead body of a human being. Our comrades who fell in the fight had been buried, and there was some talk of performing the like office for the others. No one objected, but none volunteered to take the trouble. In such cases men are overpowered by an extreme apathy, and this was chiefly the reason why the bodies of these wretches were suffered to remain without interment. With eyes bent anxiously towards the west, we awaited the going down of the sun. So long as his bright orb was above the horizon, we could only guess at the condition of the fire. The darkness would enable us to distinguish that part of the forest that was still burning, and point out the direction we should take. The fire itself would guide us to the shunning of it. Twilight found us on the tiptoe of expectation, and not without hope. There was but little redness among the scathed pines. The smoke appeared slighter than we had yet observed it. Some believed that the fires were nearly out. All thought the time had arrived when we could pass through them. An unexpected circumstance put this point beyond conjecture. While we stood waiting, the rain began to fall, at first in big solitary drops, but in a few moments it came pouring down, as if all heaven's fountains had been opened together. We hailed the phenomenon with joy. It appeared an omen in our favor. We could hardly restrain ourselves from setting forth at once. But the more cautious counselled the rest to patience, and we stood awaiting the deeper darkness. The rain continued to pour, its clouds hastening the night. As it darkened, scarce a spark appeared among the trees. "It is dark enough," urged the impatient. The others yielded, and we started forth into the bosom of the ruined forest. We moved silently along amid the black, calcined trunks. Each grasped his gun tight and ready for use. Mine was held only in one hand. The other rested in a sling. In this plight I was not alone. Half a dozen of my comrades had been also winged, and together we kept in the rear. The better men marched in front, Hickman and Weatherford acting as guides. The rain beat down upon us. There was no longer a foliage to intercept it. As we walked under the burnt branches, the black char was driven against our faces, and as quickly washed off again. Most of the men were bareheaded. Their caps were over the locks of their guns to keep them dry. Some sheltered their priming with the skirts of their coats. In this manner we had advanced nearly half a mile. We knew not in what direction. No guide could have found path in such a forest. We only endeavored to keep straight forward, with the view of getting beyond our enemies. So long unmolested,
we had begun to hope that we might. Alas, it was a momentary gleam. We were underrating the cunning of our red foes. They had watched us all the time, had dogged our steps, and at some distance off were marching on both sides of us in two parallel lines. While dreaming of safety, we were actually in their midst. The flashes of 100 guns through the misty rain, the whistling of as many bullets, were the first intimation we had of their presence. Several fell under the volley. Some returned the fire. A few thought only of making their escape. Uttering their shrill cries, the savages closed in upon us. In the darkness they appeared to outnumber the trees. Save the occasional report of a pistol, no other shot was heard. No one thought of reloading. The foe was upon us before there was time to draw a ramrod. The knife and hatchet were to be the arbiters of the fight. The struggle was sanguinary as it was short. Many of our brave fellows met their death, but each killed his foeman, some 2 or 3 of them, before he fell. We were soon vanquished. The enemy was 5 to 1. How could it be otherwise? They were fresh and strong. We, weak with hunger, almost emaciated, many of us wounded. How could it be otherwise? I saw but little of the conflict. Perhaps no one saw more. It was a struggle amidst opaque darkness. With my one hand, and not the left, I was almost helpless. I fired my rifle at random, and had contrived to draw a pistol, but the blow of a tomahawk hindered me from using it, at the same time felling me senseless to the earth. I was only stunned, and when my senses returned to me, I saw that the conflict was over. Dark as it was, I could perceive a number of black objects lying near me upon the ground. They were the bodies of the slain, some of those of my late comrades, others their foes, in many instances locked in each other's embrace. The savages were stooping over, as if separating them. On the former, they were executing their last hideous rite of vengeance. They were scalping them. A group was nearer. The individuals composing it were standing erect. One in their midst appeared to issue commands. Even in the gray light, I could distinguish 3 waving plumes. Again, Osceola. I was not free, or at that moment I should have rushed forwards and grappled him, vain though the vengeful effort might have been. But I was not free. 2 savages knelt over me, as if guarding me against such an attempt. I perceived my black follower near at hand, still alive, and similarly cared for. Why had they not killed us? At this moment, a man was seen approaching. It was not he with the ostrich plumes, though the latter appeared to have sent him. As he drew near, I perceived that he carried a pistol. My hour had come. The man stooped over me and placed the weapon close to my ear. To my astonishment, he fired it into the air. I thought he had missed me, and would try again, but this was not his purpose. He only wanted a light. While the powder was ablaze, I caught a glance of the countenance. It was an Indian's, but I thought I had seen it before, and from some expression the man made use of, he appeared to know me. He passed quickly from me and proceeded to the spot where Jake was held captive. The pistol must have had 2 barrels, for I saw him fire it again, stooping in the same manner over the prostrate form of the black. He then rose and called out, "It is they, still alive." This information appeared meant for him of the black plumes. For the moment it was given, he uttered some exclamation I did not comprehend, and then walked away. His voice produced a singular impression upon me. I fancied it did not sound like Osceola's. We were kept upon the ground only for a few minutes longer,
and then a number of horses were brought up. Upon 2 of these Jake and I were mounted, and fast tied to the saddles. A signal was then given, and with an Indian riding on each side of us, we were carried off through the woods. End of Chapter 90. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 91 of Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Black Plumes. We journeyed throughout the whole night. The burnt woods were left behind, and having crossed a savanna, we rode for several hours through a forest of giant oaks, palms, and magnolias. I knew this by the fragrance of the magnolia blossoms, that after the fetid atmosphere that we had been breathing smelled sweet and refreshing. Just as day was breaking, we arrived at an opening in the woods, where our captors halted. The opening was of small extent, a few acres only, bounded on all sides by a thick forest of palms, magnolias, and live oaks. Their foliage drooped to the ground, so that the glade appeared encompassed by a vast wall of green, through which no outlet was discernible. Through the gray light I perceived the outlines of an encampment. There were 2 or 3 tents with horses picketed around them, and human forms, some of them upright and moving about, others recumbent upon the grass, singly or in clusters, as if sleeping together for mutual warmth. A large fire was burning in the midst, and around it were men and women seated and standing. Within the limits of this camp we had been carried, but no time was left us for observation. The moment we halted, we were dragged roughly from our horses and flung prostrate upon the grass. We were next turned upon our backs. Thongs were tied around our waists and ankles, our arms and limbs drawn out to their full extent, and we were staked firmly to the ground, like hides spread out for drying. Of course, in this attitude, we could see no more of the camp, nor the trees, nor the earth itself, only the blue heavens above us. Under any circumstances, the position would have been painful, but my wounded arm rendered it excruciating. Our arrival had set the camp in motion. Men came out to meet us, and women stooped over us as we lay on our backs. There were Indian squaws among them, but to my surprise I noticed that most of them were of African race, mulattoes, Sambos, and Negresses. For some time they stood over, jeering and taunting us. They even proceeded to inflict torture. They spit on us, pulled out handfuls of our hair by the roots, and stuck sharp thorns into our skin, all the while yelling with a fiendish delight, and jabbering an unintelligible patois that appeared a mixture of Spanish and Yamasee. My fellow captive fared as badly as myself. The homogeneous color of his skin elicited no sympathy from these female fiends. Black and white were alike the victims of their hellish spite. Part of their jargon I was able to comprehend, aided by a slight acquaintance with the Spanish tongue. I made out what was intended to be done with us. We were to be tortured. We had been brought to the camp to be tortured. We were to be the victims of a grand spectacle, and these infernal hags were exulting in the prospect of the sport our sufferings should afford them. For this only had we been captured, instead of being killed. Into whose hound hands had we fallen? Were they human beings? Were they Indians? Could they be Seminoles, whose behavior to their captives hitherto had repelled every insinuation of torture? A shout arose, as if in answer to my questions. The voices of all around were mingled in the cry, but the words were the same.
Mulatto Miko! Mulatto Miko! Viva! Mulatto Miko! The trampling of many hooves announced the arrival of a band. They were the warriors who had been engaged in the fight, who had conquered and made us captive. Only half a dozen guards had been with us on the night march and had reached the camp at daybreak. The newcomers were the main body, who had stayed upon the field to complete the despoliation of their fallen foes. I could not see them, though they were near, for I heard their horses trampling around. I lay listening to that significant shout. Mulatto Miko! Viva! Mulatto Miko! To me the words were full of terrible import. The phrase Mulatto Miko was not new to me, and I heard it with a feeling of dread. But it was scarce possible to increase apprehensions already excited to the full. A hard fate was before me. The presence of the fiend himself could not make it more certain. My fellow victim shared my thoughts. We were near and could converse. On comparing our conjectures, we found that they coincided. But the point was soon settled beyond conjecture. A harsh voice sounded in our ears, issuing an abrupt order that scattered the women away. A heavy footstep was heard behind. The speaker was approaching. In another instant his shadow fell upon my face, and the man himself stood within the limited circle of my vision. Despite the pigment that disguised his natural complexion, despite the beaded shirt, the sash, the embroidered leggings, despite the 3 black plumes that waved over his brow, I easily identified the man. He was no Indian, but a mulatto, Yellow Jake himself. End of Chapter 91. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 92 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Buried alive. I had expected the man. The cry, Mulatto Miko, and afterwards his voice, still well remembered, had warned me of this coming. I expected to gaze upon him with dread. Strange it may seem, but such was not the case. On the contrary, I beheld him with a feeling akin to joy at the sight of those 3 blade plumes that nodded above his scowling temples. For a moment I marked not his angry frowns, nor the wicked triumph that sparkled in his eye. The ostrich feathers were alone the objects of my regard, the cynosure of my thoughts. Their presence upon the crest of the mulatto king elucidated a world of mystery. Foul suspicion was plucked from out my bosom. The preserver of my life, the hero of my heart's admiration, was still true. Osceola was true. In the momentary exultation of this thought, I almost forgot the gloom of my situation, but soon the voice of the mulatto once more roused me to a consciousness of its peril. "Carajo!" cried he, in a tone of malignant triumph. "Al fin venganza!" At last vengeance. Both two, white and black, master and slave, my young tyrant and my rival. Ha ha ha! "Me tied to tree," continued he, after a burst of hoarse laughter. "Me burn, eh? Burn live? Your turn come now. Trees plenty here. But no, me teach you better plan. Carrambo, see, far better plan. Tie to tree, captive sometimes scape. Ha ha ha! Before burn, me show you sight. Ho there!" he shouted, motioning to some of the bystanders to come near. "Untie hands, raise 'em up. Both faces turned to camp. Basta, basta, that do. Now, white rascal, black rascal, look. What's see yonder? As he issued these orders, several of his creatures pulled up the stakes that had picketed down our arms and raised us into a sitting position. Our bodies slowed round, till our faces bore full upon the camp. It was broad daylight, the sun shining brightly in the heavens. Under such a light every object in the camp was distinctly visible: the tents, the horses, the motley crowd of human occupants. We regarded not these. On two forms alone our eyes rested. They were my sister and Viola. They were close together, as I had seen them once before, Viola seated with her head drooping, while that of Virginia rested in her lap. The hair of both was hanging in dishevelled masses, the black tresses of the maid mingling with the golden locks of her mistress. They were surrounded by guards, and appeared unconscious of our presence, but one was dispatched to warn them. As the messenger reached them, we saw them both start, and look inquiringly abroad. In another instant their eyes were upon us. A thrilling scream announced that we were recognized. They cried out together. I heard my sister's voice pronouncing my name. I called to her in return. I saw her spring to her feet, toss her arms wildly above her head, and attempt to rush towards me. I saw the guards taking hold of her and rudely dragging her back. Oh, it was a painful sight. Death itself could not have been so hard to endure. But we were allowed to look upon them no longer. Suddenly jerked upon our backs, our wrists were once more staked down, and we lay in our former recumbent attitudes. Painful as were our reflections, we were not allowed to indulge in them alone. The monster continued to stand over us, taunting us with spiteful words, and worse than all, gross allusions to my sister and Viola. Oh, it was horrible to bear. Molten lead poured into our ears could scarce have tortured us more. It was almost a relief when he desisted from speech, and we saw him commence making preparations for our torture. We knew that the hour was nigh, for he had himself said so, as he issued the orders to his fellows. Some horrible mode of death had been promised, but what it was, we were yet in ignorance. Not long did we remain so. Several men were seen approaching the spot, with spades and pickaxes in their hands. They were Negroes, old field hands, and knew how to use such implements. They stopped near us and commenced digging the ground. Oh God! Were we to be buried alive? This was the conjecture that first suggested itself. If true, it was terrible enough. But it was not true. We were designed to undergo a still more horrible fate. Silently and with the solemn air of grave diggers, the men worked on. The mulatto stood over, directing them. He was in high glee, occasionally calling to us in mockery and boasting how skillfully he should perform the office of executioner. The women and savage warriors clustered around, laughing at his sallies, and contributing their quota of grotesque wit, at which they uttered yells of demoniac laughter. We might easily have fancied ourselves in the infernal regions, in the middle of a crowd of gibbering fiends, who stood grinning down upon us as if they drew delight from our anguish. We noticed that few of the men were Seminoles. Indians there were, but these were of dark complexion, nearly black. They were of the tribe of Yamasees, a race conquered by the Seminoles and partially engrafted into their nation. But most of those we saw were black Negroes, Sambos, and mulattoes, descendants of Spanish maroons or runaways from the American plantations. There were many of the latter, for I could hear English spoken among them. No doubt there were some of my own slaves mixing with the motley crew, though none of them came near, and I could only note the faces of those who stood over me. In about half an hour the diggers had finished their work. Our stakes were drawn, and we were dragged forwards to the spot where they had been engaged. As soon as I was raised up, I bent my eyes upon the camp, but my sister was no longer there. Viola, too, was gone. They had taken either inside the tents or back among the bushes. I was glad they were not there. They would be spared the pang of a horrible spectacle, though it was not likely that from any such motive the monster had removed them. Two dark holes yawned before us, deeply dug into the earth. They were not graves, or if so, it was not intended our bodies should be placed vertically in them. If their shape was peculiar, so too was the purpose for which they were made. We were soon to become acquainted with it. We were conduced to the edge of the cavities, seized by the shoulders, and each of us plunged into the one that was nearest. They proved just deep enough to bring our throats on a level with the surface while standing erect. The loose earth was then shoveled in and kneaded firmly around us. More was added, until our shoulders were covered up, and only our heads appeared above ground. The position was ludicrous enough, and we might have laughed ourselves, but that we were standing in our graves. From the fiendish spectators it drew yells of laughter. What next? Was this to be the end of their proceedings? Were we to be thus left to perish miserably and by inches? Hunger and thirst would in time terminate our existence. But oh, the long hours of anguish that must be endured! Whole days of misery we must suffer before the spark of life should forsake us. Whole days of horror, and, they had not yet done with us. No, a death like that we had been fancying appeared too easy to the monster who directed them. The resources of his hatred were far from being exhausted. He had still other and far keener torture in store for us. "Carajo! Good!" cried he, as he stood admiring his contrivance. "Better than tied to tree. Good fix, eh? No fear escape. Caray, no. Bring fire." Bring fire. It was to be fire, then, the extreme instrument of torture. We heard the word, that word of fearful sound. We were to die by fire. Our terror had arrived at its height. It rose no higher when we saw faggots carried up to the spot and built in a ring around our heads. It rose no higher when we saw the torch applied, and the dry wood catching the flame. It rose no higher as the blaze grew red and redder, and we felt its angry glow upon our skulls, soon to be calcined like the sticks themselves. No, we could suffer no more. Our agony had reached the acme of endurance, and we longed for death to relieve us. If another pang had been possible, there was cause for it in those screams now proceeding from the opposite edge of the camp. Even in that dread hour we could recognize the voices of my sister and Viola. The unmerciful monster had brought them out again to witness the execution. We saw them not, but their wild plaints proved that they were spectators of the horrid scene. Hotter and hotter grew the fire, and nearer licked the flames. I heard my hair crisping and singing at the fiery contact. Objects swam dizzily before my eyes. The trees tottered and reeled. The earth whirled around. My skull ached as if it would soon split. My brain was drying up. My senses were fast forsaking me. End of chapter 92. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 93 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Devils or Angels? Was I enduring the tortures of the future world? Were these its fiends that grinned and gibbered around me? See, they scatter and fall back. Somewhat approaches who can command them. Pluto himself? No. It is a woman here? Is it Proserpine? If a woman, surely she will have mercy upon me. Vain hope. There is no mercy in hell. Oh, my brain! Horror! Horror! There are women. These are women. They look not fiends. No, they are angels. When they were angels of mercy. But they are. See, one interferes with the fire. With her foot she dashes it back, scattering the faggots in furious haste. Who is she? If I were alive, I would call her Hajiwa, but dead, it must be her spirit below. But there is another, another younger and fairer. If they be angels, this must be the loveliest in heaven. It is the spirit of Mamie. How comes she in this horrid place among fiends? It is not the abode for her. She was guilty of due crime that should send her here. Where am I? Have I been dreaming? I was on fire just now. Only my brain it was that was burning. My body was cold enough. Where am I? Who are you that stand over me, pouring coolness upon my head? Are you not Hajiwa, the mad queen? Whose soft fingers are those I feel playing upon my temples? Oh, the exquisite pleasure imparted by their touch. Bend down, that I may look upon your face and thank you. Mamie, Mamie. Then I am not dead. I live. I am saved. It was Hajiwa and not her spirit. It was Mamie herself, whose beautiful, brilliant eyes were looking into mine. No wonder I had believed it to be an angel. "Carajo!" sounded a voice that appeared hoarse with rage. "Remove those women! Pile back the fires! Away, mad queen! Go back to your tribe! These, my captives! Your chief, no claim! Carambo! You not interfere! Pile back the fires!" "Yamassees!" cried Hajiwa, advancing towards the Indians. "Obey him not, or dread the wrath of Wakome. His spirit will be angry, and follow you in vengeance. Wherever you go, the cheetah Miko will be on your path, and its rattle in your ears. Hulwak! It will bite your heel as you wander in the woods. Speak I not truth, thou king of the serpents?" As she uttered the interrogatory, she raised the rattlesnake in her hands, holding it so that it might be distinctly seen by those whom she addressed. The reptile hissed, accompanying the sibilation with a sharp skir of its tail. Who could doubt that it was an answer in the affirmative? Not the Yamassees, who stood all bound and trembling in the presence of the mighty sorceress. "And you, black runaways and renegades," she continued to the Negro allies, "you who have no God and fear not Wakome, dare to rebuild the fires, dare to lift one faggot, and you shall take the place of your captives. A greater than yon yellow monster, your chief, will soon be on the ground. Hinkless! Ho! Yonder the rising sun! He comes! He comes!" As she ceased speaking, the hoof-strokes of a horse echoed through the glade, and 100 voices simultaneously raised the shout, "Osceola! Osceola!" That cry was grateful to my ears. Though already rescued, I had begun to fear it might prove only a short relief. Our delivery from death was still far from certain. Our advocates were but weak women. The mulatto king, in the midst of his fierce satellites, would scarce have yielded to their demands. Alike disregarded would have been their entreaties. The fire would have been rekindled, and the execution carried out to its end. In all probability, this would have been the event, had not Osceola in good time arrived upon the ground. His appearance and the sound of his voice had once reassured me. Under his protection we had nothing more to fear, and a soft voice whispered in my ear that he came as our deliverer. His errand was soon made manifest. Drawing bridle, he halted near the middle of the camp, directly in front of us. I saw him dismount from his fine black horse, like himself, splendidly caparisoned, and handing the reins to a bystander, he came walking towards us. His port was superb, his costume brilliantly picturesque, and once more I beheld those 3 ostrich plumes, the real ones, that had played such a part in my suspicious fancy. When near the spot he stopped, and gazed inquiringly towards us. He might have smiled at our absurd situation, but his countenance betrayed no signs of levity. On the contrary, it was serious and sympathetic. I fancied it was sad. For some moments he stood in a fixed attitude without saying a word. His eyes wandered from one to the other, my fellow victim and myself, as if endeavoring to distinguish us. No easy task. Smoke, sweat, and ashes must have rendered us extremely alike, and both difficult of identification. At this moment Maumee glided up to him, whispered a word in his ear, and returning again, knelt over me and chafed my temples with her soft hands. With the exception of the young chief himself, no one heard what his sister had said, but upon him her words appeared to produce an instantaneous effect. A change passed over his countenance. The look of sadness gave place to one of furious wrath, and turning suddenly to the Yellow King, he hissed out the word, "Fiend!" For some seconds he spoke no more, but stood gazing upon the mulatto, as though he would annihilate him by his look. The latter quailed under the conquering glance, and trembled like a leaf, but made no answer. "Fiend and villain!" continued Osceola, without changing either tone or attitude. "Is this the way you have carried out my orders? Are these the captives I commanded you to take? Vile runaway of a slave! Who authorized you to inflict the fiery torture? Who taught you? Not the Seminoles, whose name you have adopted and disgraced. By the spirit of Outhliacoochee, but that I have sworn never to torture a foe, I should place you there where these now stand, and burn your body to ashes. From my sight be gone. No, stay where you are. On second thoughts I may need you." And with this odd ending to his speech, the young chief turned upon his heel, and came walking towards us. The mulatto did not vouchsafe a reply, though his looks were full of vengeance. Once during the flagellation, I thought I noticed him turn his eyes towards his ferocious followers, as if to invoke their interference. But these knew that Osceola was not alone. As he came up, the trampling of a large troop had been heard, and it was evident that his warriors were in the woods not far distant. A single yo-ho-ee-hee in the well-known voice of their chief would bring them upon the ground before its echoes had died. The Yellow King seemed himself to be aware of their proximity. Hence it was that he replied not. A word at that minute might have proved his last, and with a sulky frown upon his face, he remained silent. "Release them," said Osceola, addressing the ci devant diggers, "and be careful how you handle your spades. Randolph," he continued, bending over me, "I fear I have scarce been in time. I was far off when I heard of this, and have ridden hard. You have been wounded. Are you ill hurt?" I attempted to express my gratitude and assure him that I was not much injured, but my voice was so weak and hoarse as to be hardly intelligible. It grew stronger, however, as those fair fingers administered the refreshing draught, and we were soon conversing freely. Both of us were quickly unearthed, and with free limbs stood once more upon the open ground. My first thoughts were to rush towards my sister, when to my surprise I was restrained by the chief. "Patience," said he. "Not yet, not yet. Mommy will go and assure her of your safety. See, she knows it already. Go, Mommy. Tell Miss Randolph her brother is safe, and will come presently, but she must remain where she is, only for a little while. Go, sister, and cheer her." Turning to me, he added in a whisper, "She has been placed there for a purpose, you shall see. Come with me. I shall show you a spectacle that may astonish you. There is not a moment to be lost. I hear the signal from my spies. A minute more, and we are too late. Come, come." Without opposing a word, I hastened after the chief, who walked rapidly towards the nearest edge of the woods. He entered the timber, but went no farther. When fairly under cover of the thick foliage, he stopped, turned round, and stood facing towards the camp. Obedient to his sign, I imitated his example. End of chapter 93. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 94 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The End of Arens Ringgold. I had not the slightest idea of the chief's intention, or what was the nature of the spectacle I had been promised. Somewhat impatient, I questioned him. "A new way of winning a mistress?" said he with a smile. "But who is the lover? Who to be the mistress?" I inquired. "Patience, Randolph, and you shall see. Oh, it is a rare experiment, a most cunning plot, and would be laughable were it not for the tragedy mixed up with it. You shall see. But for a faithful friend, I should not have known of it, and would not have been here to witness it. For my presence and your life, as it now appears, more still, perhaps, the safety of your sister, you are indebted to Hajiwa. Noble woman! Hist! They are near. I hear the tread of hoofs. 1, 2, 3. It must be they. Yes, yonder, see?" I looked in the direction pointed out. A small party of horsemen, half a dozen in all, was seen emerging from the timber, and riding with a brush into the open ground. As soon as they were fairly uncovered, they spurred their horses to a gallop, and with loud yells dashed rapidly into the midst of the camp. On reaching this point, they fired their pieces apparently into the air, and then continuing their shouts, rode on. I saw that they were white men, and this surprised me, but what astonished me still more was that I knew them. At least I knew their faces, and recognized the men as some of the most worthless scamps of our own settlement. A third surprise awaited me, on looking more narrowly at their leader. Him I knew well. Again it was Arens Ringgold. I had not time to recover from the third surprise, when still a fourth was before me. The men of the camp, both Negroes and Yamasees, appeared terrified at this puny attack, and scattering off hid themselves in the bushes. They yelled loudly enough, and some fired their guns as they retreated, but like the attacking party, their shots appeared directed into the air. Mystery of mysteries! What could it mean? I was about to inquire once more when I observed that my companion was occupied with his own affairs, and did not desire to be disturbed. I saw that he was looking to his rifle, as if examining the sights. Glancing back into the glade, I saw that Ringgold had advanced close to where my sister was seated, and was just halting in front of the group. I heard him address her by name, and pronounce some phrase of congratulation. He appeared about to dismount, with the design of approaching her on foot, while his men, still upon horseback, were galloping through the camp, huzzahing fiercely and firing pistols through the air. "His hour is come," muttered Osceola as he glided past me. "A fate deserved and long delayed. It is come at last," and with these words he stepped forth into the open ground. I saw him raise his piece to the level. Its muzzle pointed towards Ringgold, and the instant after the report rang over the camp. The shrill "Carhar Queenie" pealed from his lips as the planter's horse sprang forwards with an empty saddle, and the rider himself was seen struggling upon the grass. The others uttered a terrified cry, and with fear and astonishment depicted in their looks, galloped back into the bushes, without waiting to exchange a word with their wounded leader, or a shot with the man who had wounded him. "My aim has not been true," said Osceola with singular coolness. "He still lives. I have received much wrong from him and his. Aye, very much wrong, or I might spare his wretched life. But no, my vow must be kept. He must die." As he said this, he rushed upon Ringgold, who had regained his feet, and was making towards the bushes, as with a hope of escape. A wild scream came from the terrified wretch, as he saw the avenger at his heels. It was the last time his voice was heard. In a few bounds Osceola was by his side. The long blade glittered for an instant in the air, and the downward blow was given so rapidly that the stroke could scarce be perceived. The blow was instantaneously fatal. The knees of the wounded man suddenly bent beneath him, and he sank lifeless on the spot where he had been struck, his body after death remaining doubled up as it had fallen. "The fourth and last of my enemies," said Osceola, as he returned to where I stood. "The last of those who deserved my vengeance, and against whom I had vowed it." "Scott?" I inquired. "He was the third. He was killed yesterday, and by this hand. Hitherto I have fought for revenge. I have had it. I have slain many of your people. I have had full satisfaction, and henceforth—" The speaker made a long pause. "Henceforth?" I mechanically inquired. "I care but little how soon they kill me." As Osceola uttered these strange words, he sank down upon a prostrate trunk. Covering his face with his hands, I saw that he did not expect a reply. There was a sadness in his tone, as though some deep sorrow lay upon his heart that could neither be controlled nor comforted. I had noticed it before, and thinking he would rather be left to himself, I walked silently away. A few moments after, I held my dear sister in my arms, while Jake was comforting Viola in his black embraces. His old rival was no longer near. During the sham attack, he had imitated his followers and disappeared from the field. But though most of the latter soon returned, the Yellow King, when sought for, was not to be found in the camp. His absence roused the suspicions of Osceola, who was now once more in action. By a signal, his warriors were summoned, and came galloping up. Several were instantly dispatched in search of the missing chief, but after a while these came back without having found any traces of him. One only seemed to have discovered a clue to his disappearance. The followers of Ringgold consisted of only 5 men. The Indian had gone for some distance on the path by which they had retreated. Instead of 5, there were 6 sets of horse tracks upon the trail. The report appeared to produce an unpleasant impression upon the mind of Osceola. Fresh scouts were sent forth with orders to bring back the mulatto, living or dead. The stern command proved that there were strong doubts about the fealty of the Yellow Chief, and the warriors of Osceola appeared to share the suspicions of their leader. The Patriot party had suffered from defections of late. Some of the smaller clans, wearied of fighting, and wasted by a long season of famine, had followed the example of the tribe Omatla, and delivered themselves up at the forts. Though in the battles hitherto fought, the Indians had generally been successful. They knew that their white foemen far outnumbered them, and that in the end the latter must triumph. The spirit of revenge for wrongs long endured had stimulated them at the first, but they had obtained full measure of vengeance and were content. Love of country attachment to their old homes. Mere patriotism was now balanced against the dread of almost complete annihilation. The latter weighed heaviest in the scale. The war spirit was no longer in the ascendant. Perhaps at this time, had overtures of peace been made, the Indians would have laid down their arms and consented to the removal. Even Osceola could scarce have prevented their acceptance of the conditions, and it was doubted whether he would have made the attempt. Gifted with genius, with full knowledge of the strength and character of his enemies, he must have foreseen the disasters that were yet to befall his followers and his nation. It could not be otherwise. Was it a gloomy forecast of the future that imparted in him that melancholy air, now observable both in his words and acts? Was it this, or was there a still deeper sorrow, the anguish of a hopeless passion, the drear heart-longing for a love he might never obtain? To me it was a moment of strong emotions as the young chief approached the spot where my sister was seated. Even then was I the victim of unhappy suspicions, and with eager scrutiny I scanned the countenances of both. Surely I was wrong. On neither could I detect a trace of aught that should give me uneasiness. The bearing of the chief was simply gallant and respectful. The looks of my sister were but the expressions of a fervent gratitude. Osceola spoke first. "I have to ask your forgiveness, Miss Randolph, for the scene you have been forced to witness, but I could not permit this man to escape. Lady, he was your greatest enemy, as he has been ours. Through the cooperation of the mulatto, he had planned this ingenious deception, with the design of inducing you to become his wife. But failing in this, the mask would have been thrown off, and you, I need not give words to his full intent. It is fortunate I arrived in time." "Brave chief," exclaimed Virginia, "twice have you preserved the lives of my brother and myself. More than our lives, we have neither words nor power to thank you. I can offer only this poor token to prove my gratitude." As she said this, she advanced towards the chief, and handed him a folded parchment, which she had drawn from her bosom. Osceola at once recognized the document. It was the title deeds of his patrimonial estate. "Thanks, thanks," he replied, while a sad smile played over his features. "It is indeed an act of disinterested friendship. Alas, it has come too late. She who so much desired to possess this precious paper, who so much longed to return to that once loved home, is no more. My mother is dead. On yesternight her spirit passed away." It was news even to Maumee, who, bursting into a wild paroxysm of grief, fell upon the neck of my sister. Their arms became entwined, and both wept, their tears mingling as they fell. There was silence, broken only by the sobbing of the two girls, and at intervals the voice of Virginia murmuring words of consolation. Osceola himself appeared too much affected to speak. After a while the chief aroused himself from his sorrowing attitude. "Come, Randolph," said he, "we must not dwell on the past, while such a doubtful future is before us. You must go back to your home and rebuild it. You have lost only a house. Your rich lands still remain, and your Negroes will be restored to you. I have given orders. They are already on the way. There is no place for her," and he nodded towards Virginia. "You need not stay your departure another moment. Horses are ready for you. I myself will conduct you to the borders, and beyond that, you have no longer an enemy to fear." As he pronounced the last words, he looked significantly towards the body of the planter, still lying near the edge of the woods. I understood his meaning, but made no reply. "And she," I said, "the forest is a rude home, especially in such times. May she go with us?" My words had reference to Maumee. The chief grasped my hand and held it with earnest pressure. With joy I beheld gratitude sparkling in his eye. "Thanks," he exclaimed, Thanks for that friendly offer. It was the very favor I would have asked. You speak true. The trees must shelter her no more. Randolph, I can trust you with her life, with her honor. Take her to your home. End of chapter 94. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 95 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Death Warning. The sun was going down as we took our departure from the Indian camp. For myself, I had not the slightest idea of the direction in which we were to travel. But with such a guide, there was no danger of losing the way. We were far from the settlements of the Sewanee, a long day's journey, and we did not expect to reach home before another sun should set. That night there would be moonlight, if the clouds did not hinder it, and it was our intention to travel throughout the early part of the night and then encamp. By this means the journey of tomorrow would be shortened. To our guide the country was well known, and every road that led through it. For a long distance the route conducted through open woods, and we could all ride abreast. But the path grew narrower, and we were compelled to go by twos or in single file. Habitually the young chief and I kept in the advance, our sisters riding close behind us. Behind them came Jake and Viola, and in the rear half a dozen Indian horsemen, the guard of Osceola. I wondered he had not brought with him more of his followers, and even expressed my surprise. He made light of the danger. The soldiers, he said, knew better than to be out after night, and for that part of the country through which we would travel by daylight, no troops ever strayed into it. Besides, there had been no scouting of late. The weather was too hot for the work. If we met any party, they would be of his own people. From them, of course, we had nothing to fear. Since the war began, he had often traveled most of the same route alone. He appeared satisfied there was no danger. For my part, I was not satisfied. I knew that the path we were following would pass within a few miles of Fort King. I remembered the escape of Ringgold's crew. They were likely enough to have ridden straight to the fort, and communicated an account of the planter's death, garnished by a tale of their own brave attack upon the Indian camp. Among the authorities, Ringgold was no common man. A party might be organized to proceed to the camp. We were on the very road to meet them. Another circumstance I thought of, the mysterious disappearance of the mulatto, as was supposed, in company with these men. It was enough to create suspicion. I mentioned my suspicion to the chief. "No fear," said he in reply. "My trackers will be after them. They will bring me word in time. But no," he added hesitatingly, and for a moment appearing thoughtful, "they may not get up with them before the night falls. And then you speak true, Randolph. I have acted imprudently. I should not care for these foolish fellows. But the mulatto, that is different. He knows all the paths. And if it should be that he is turning traitor, well, we are astart now, and we must go on. You have nothing to fear. And as for me, Osceola never yet turned his back upon danger, and will not now. Nay, will you believe me, Randolph? I rather seek it than otherwise." "Seek danger?" "Aye, death, death." "Speak low. Do not let them hear you talk thus." "Ah, yes," he added, lowering his tone and speaking in a half soliloquy. "In truth, I long for its coming." The words were spoken with a serious emphasis that left no room to doubt of their earnestness. Some deep melancholy had settled upon his spirit, and preyed upon it continually. What could be its cause? I could remain silent no longer. Friendship, not curiosity, incited me. I put the inquiry. You have observed it, then? But not since we set out. Not since you made that friendly offer. Ah, Randolph, you have rendered me happy. It was she alone that made the prospect of death so gloomy. Why speak you of death? Because it is near. Not to you. Yes, to me. The presentiment is upon me that I have not long to live. Nonsense, Powell. Friend, it is true. I have had my death warning. Come, Osceola. This is unworthy of you. Surely you are above such vulgar fancies. I will not believe you can entertain them. Think you I speak of supernatural signs? Of the screech of the warbird, or the hooting of the midnight owl? Of omens in the air, the earth, or the water? No, no. I am above such shallow superstitions. For all that I know, I must soon die. It was wrong of me to call my death warning a presentiment. It is a physical fact that announces my approaching end. It is here. As he said this, he raised his hand, pointing with his fingers as if to indicate the chest. I understood his melancholy meaning. I would rather, he continued after a pause, rather it had been my fate to fall upon the field of battle. True death is not alluring in any shape, but that appears to me most preferable. I would choose it rather than linger on. Nay, I have chosen it. 10 times have I thus challenged death, gone halfway to meet it, but like a coward or a coy bride, it refuses to meet me. There was something almost unearthly in the laugh that accompanied these last words, a strange simile, a strange man. I could scarce make an effort to cheer him. In fact, he needed no cheering. He seemed happier than before. Had it not been so, my poor speech assuring him of his robust looks would have been words thrown away. He knew they were but false utterances of friendship. I even suspected it myself. I had already noticed the pallid skin, the attenuated fingers, the glazed and sunken eye. This, then, was the canker that was prostrating that noble spirit, the cause of his deep melancholy. I had assigned to it one far different. The future of his sister had been the heaviest load upon his heart. He told me so as we moved onward. I need not repeat the promises I then made to him. It was not necessary they should be vows. My own happiness would hinder me from breaking them. End of chapter 95. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 96 of Osceola the Seminole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid. Osceola's Fate. Conclusion. We were seated near the edge of the little opening where we had encamped, a pretty parterre fragrant with the perfume of 1,000 flowers. The moon was shedding down a flood of silvery light, and objects around appeared almost as distinct as by day. The leaves of the tall palms, the waxen flowers of the magnolias, the yellow blossoms of the xanthoxylon trees could all be distinguished in the clear moonbeams. The 4 of us were seated together, brothers and sisters, conversing freely, as in the olden days, and the scene vividly recalled those times to all of us. But the memory now produced only sad reflections, as it suggested thoughts of the future. Perhaps we 4 should never thus meet again. Gazing upon the doomed form before me, I had no heart for reminiscences of joy. We had passed Fort King in safety, had encountered no whiteface, Strange I should fear to meet men of my own race, and no longer had we any apprehension of danger, either from ambush or open attack. The Indian guards, with Black Jake in their midst, were near the center of the glade, grouped by a fire and cooking their suppers. So secure did the chieftain feel that he had not even placed a sentinel on the path. He appeared indifferent to danger. The night was waning late, and we were about retiring to the tents, which the men had pitched for us, when a singular noise reached us from the woods. To my ears it sounded like the surging of water, as of heavy rain, or the sough of distant rapids. Osceola interpreted it otherwise. It was the continuous whistling of leaves, caused by numerous bodies passing through the bushes, either of men or animals. We instantly rose to our feet and stood listening. The noise continued, but now we could hear the snapping of dead branches and the metallic clink of weapons. It was too late to retreat. The noise came from every side. A circle of armed men were closing around the glade. I looked towards Osceola. I expected to see him rush to his rifle that lay near. To my surprise, he did not stir. His few followers were already on the alert, and had hastened to his side to receive his orders. Their words and gestures declared their determination to die in his defense. In reply to their hurried speeches, the chieftain made a sign that appeared to astonish them. The butts of their guns suddenly dropped to the ground, and the warriors stood in listless attitudes, as if they had given up the intention of using them. "It is too late," said Osceola in a calm voice. "Too late. We are completely surrounded. Innocent blood might be spilled, and mine is the only life they are in search of. Let them come on. They are welcome to it now. Farewell, sister. Randolph, farewell. Farewell, Virg." The plaintive screams of Maumee, of Virginia, my own bursting, and no longer silent grief, drowned the voice that was uttering those wild adieus. Clustered around the chief, we knew not what was passing, until the shouts of men and the loud words of command proceeding from their officers warned us that we were in the midst of a battalion of soldiers. On looking up, we saw that we were hemmed in by a circle of men in blue uniform, whose glancing barrels and bayonets formed a chevaux de frise around us. As no resistance was offered, not a shot had been fired, and save the shouting of men and the ringing of steel, no other sounds were heard. Shots were fired afterwards, but not to kill. It was a feu de joie to celebrate the success of this important capture. The capture was soon complete. Osceola, held by two men, stood in the midst of his pale-faced foes, a prisoner. His followers were also secured, and the soldiers fell back into more extended line, the prisoners still remaining in their midst. At this moment a male appeared in front of the ranks, and near to where the captives were standing. He was in conversation with the officer who commanded. His dress bespoke him an Indian, but his yellow face contradicted the supposition. His head was turbaned, and 3 black plumes drooped over his brow. There was no mistaking the man. The sight was maddening. It restored all his fierce energy to the captive chief, and flinging aside the soldiers as if they had been tools, he sprang forth from their grasp and bounded towards the yellow man. Fortunate for the latter, Osceola was unarmed. He had no weapon left him, neither pistol nor knife, and while wringing a bayonet from the gun of a soldier, the traitor found time to escape. The chief uttered a groan as he saw the mulatto pass through the serried line and stand secure beyond the reach of his vengeance. It was but a fancied security on the part of the mulatto. The death of the renegade was decreed, though it reached him from an unexpected quarter. As he stood outside, bantering the captives, a dark form was seen gliding up behind him. The form was that of a woman, a majestic woman, whose grand beauty was apparent even in the moonlight. But few saw either her or her beauty. The prisoners alone were facing towards her, and witnessed her approach. It was a scene of only a few seconds' duration. The woman stole close up to the mulatto, and for a moment her arms appeared entwined around his neck. There was a sheen of some object that in the moonlight gleamed like metal. It was a living weapon. It was the dread crotalus. Its rattle could be heard distinctly, and close following came a wild cry of terror as its victim felt the cold contact of the reptile around his neck and its sharp fangs entering his flesh. The woman was seen suddenly to withdraw the serpent, and holding its glistening body over her head, she cried out, "Grieve not, Osceola, thou art avenged. The cheetah Miko has avenged you." Saying this, she glided rapidly away, and before the astonished listeners could interpret her retreat, she had entered among the bushes and disappeared. The horror-struck wretch tottered over the ground, pale and terrified, his eyes almost starting from their sockets. Men gathered around and endeavored to administer remedies. Gunpowder and tobacco were tried, but no one knew the simples that would cure him. It proved his death stroke, and before another sun went down, he had ceased to live. With Osceola's capture, the war did not cease, though I bore no further part in it. Neither did it end with his death, which followed a few weeks after, not by court-martial execution, for he was no rebel, and could claim the privilege of a prisoner of war, but of that disease which he knew had long doomed him. Captivity may have hastened the event. His proud spirit sank under confinement, and with it the noble frame that contained it. Friends and enemies stood around him in his last hour, and listened to his dying words. Both alike wept. In that chamber there was not a tearless cheek, and many a soldier's eye was moist as he listened to the muffled dram that made music over the grave of the noble Osceola. After all, it proved to be the jovial captain who had won the heart of my capricious sister. It was long before I discovered their secret, which let light in upon a maze of mysteries, and I was so spited about their having concealed it from me that I almost refused to share the plantation with them. When I did so at length, under threat of Virginia, not her solicitor, I kept what I considered the better half for myself and Maumee. The old homestead remained ours, and a new house soon appeared upon it, a fitting casket for the jewel it was destined to contain. I had still an outplantation to spare, the fine old Spanish clearing on the Tupelo Creek. I wanted a man to manage it, or rather a man and wife of good character, without encumbrances. And for the purpose, who could have been better than Black Jake and Viola, since they completely answered the above conditions? I had another freehold at my disposal, a very small one. It was situated by the edge of the swamp, and consisted of a log cabin, with the most circumscribed of all clearings around it. But this was already in possession of a tenant whom, although he paid no rent, I would not have ejected for the world. He was an old alligator hunter of the name of Hickman. Another of like kidney, Weatherford by name, lived near on an adjoining plantation, but the two were oftener together than apart. Both had suffered a good deal of rough handling in their time, from the claws of bears, the jaws and tails of alligators, and the tomahawk of Indians. When together or among friends, they were delighted to narrate their hairbreadth escapes, and both were often heard to declare that the toughest scrape they ever come clear out of, or when they were on a jury trial, surrounded by a burning forest of doggone broom pines and about 10,000 Red Injuns. They did come clear out of it, however, and lived long after to tell the tale with many a fanciful exaggeration. The end. The end of Chapter 96. Recording by John Brandon. End of Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Mayne Reid.